Chapter 592. The great star sped through the starry sky, leaving behind a dazzling streak of light as it headed straight for the Tianfu planet. Time had become the biggest problem for the Tianfu planet. In the Tianfu sacred land, Ning Qin calculated the distance and height of the four directions divine towers day and night. Mu Chang'e, Tiandu, Taixuan, and the other sovereigns were constantly searching for divine materials. In the Central Plains, Xiao Bieli returned to the Tianfu planet after handing over the command of the two armies. The strategists of the two realms were working together for the first time to face the most difficult situation in the world. The strongest experts and the strongest martial force were gathered together for the sake of the Tianfu planet and the peace of the world. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Mu Chang'e returned and handed over the divine materials to Tianxiang before leaving once more. He carried the heavenly tower on his back. One could faintly smell the blood qi on the sword. It was clear that even someone as strong as the Tianfu sword sovereign hadn't obtained these divine materials easily. There were forbidden lands in the human world that were filled with danger. Divine materials were hard to find. Only these forbidden lands had a chance of surviving. Tianxiang, let's go. Ning Qin glanced at Xiao Bieli, who stood not too far away, and spoke. Yes. Xiao Bieli nodded. Dong Sun, Tiandu, Taixuan, and Zhenyang walked out as well. They were prepared to leave at any moment. Yinar, let's go. Ning Chen held the hand of the girl beside him and stepped into the air. Behind him, the five sovereigns followed. The path through the starry sky was boundless. Ning Chen and the five sovereigns were fighting against the heavens as they quickly flew toward the life star in the distance. 6 dazzling lights streaked across the starry sky. Mortals couldn't travel in the starry sky without spiritual qi. Even sovereigns could get lost forever. It was extremely dangerous. Ning Chen used his phoenix origin to protect Yin by his side. He walked at the front and chased after the life star. 3 months later, a huge star appeared in front of them. It was blue and green. It was so beautiful. How beautiful. Yin-er's eyes were filled with praise. Don't run around when you reach this star. Stay by my side. Do you understand? Said Ning Qin softly. Yes. Yin-er obediently replied. As soon as the 7 of them entered the vast planet, they felt a heavy pressure assaulting their bodies. Their bodies felt as heavy as a mountain, and they quickly fell to the ground. Drink! With a light shout, the multicolored light shone brightly as he circulated his martial arts. The 7 of them stopped falling and landed safely. After landing on the ground, Ning Chen held the little girl's hand and channeled his phoenix qi into her body to help her resist the terrifying gravity on the planet. Tianxiang, prepare the array formation. I'll go take a look elsewhere. Ning Chen said. Then he held Yin-er's hand and walked towards the east of the great star. Where are we going? Yin-er kicked a small stone as she walked and asked. Take a look at the landscape of this planet, Ning Qin replied. Oh, said Yin-er. After walking for a while, Ning Qin stopped and turned his palm. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth gathered rapidly, forming a vortex that was 100 feet long. It was so powerful that even Tianxiang and the others in the distance could not help but look sideways. After a while, the spiritual qi dispersed. Ning Qin stopped and thought for a while. He looked at the little girl beside him and said, Yin-er, the spiritual qi here is much denser than in the inner realm. It's good for your cultivation. Can you walk on your own? Okay. Yin-er nodded obediently. She let go of the former's hand and tried to walk on her own. The moment she let go, the pressure increased several times. The little girl staggered and almost fell to the ground. After stabilizing her body with great difficulty, Yin-er pursed her lips and gritted her teeth to walk forward. Ning Chen followed beside her. While observing the surrounding landscape, he also paid careful attention to the little girl's situation. The great star was vast and lush. However, after walking for a long time, He did not see any signs of other life. This made Ning Qin secretly sigh in relief. If this was also a great star of life like the heavenly mansion, then things would be really troublesome. Fortunately, this planet seemed to be just a primitive great star of life. There were not many other life forms that had evolved. After observing for over 10 days, Ning Qin confirmed that there were no humans on this planet. Then he brought back to the place where they had first descended. More than half of the formation had been set up. Ning Qin looked at the 4 sovereigns and said, "Everyone, I will give you the method to construct the 4 corners divine tower in detail. Remember, you must not make any mistakes." "Understood." The 4 sovereigns nodded seriously. 7 days later, the 4 sovereigns each left with the method to construct the 4 corners divine towers. They began to construct the 4 corners divine towers. Waiting was always a long time. 10 days later, the teleportation formation was set up. Ning Qin and Xiao Libi stood outside, patiently waiting for the 4 corners divine towers to be completed. Another month passed. When a third of the 4 corners divine towers had been completed, Xiao Libi entered the formation and left to deal with the next matter. Ning Qin was still outside the array formation, waiting for the 4 symbols divine pagoda to be completed. Not far away, Ina was walking back and forth unsteadily. Her beautiful little face was wrinkled, and her mouth was muttering something. An hour later, stopped and shouted at the distant Ning Qin. "Ning Qin, 5,000 steps is enough." "Another 5,000 steps." Ning Qin casually replied. Er's mouth curled. She was extremely unwilling, but she still obediently started from the beginning. On the 3rd month, the 4 corners divine towers were completed. The ground trembled, and origin energy poured into the towers. It was a shocking sight. Ning Qin sensed the 4 corners divine tower's aura and called out. When heard this, she quickly ran over. Her nimble steps were completely different from 3 months ago. Ning Qin led her into the formation and returned to the heavenly sanctum. Within the heavenly sanctum's sacred lands, the formation lit up. Ning Qin walked out and looked at Xiao Libi and the Sword Sovereign. "The 4 corners divine towers have been completed. How are the preparations here?" "They're all ready," replied Xiao Libi. "Let's go." Ning Qin nodded. The 4 of them entered the formation once more. Light flickered, and the 4 of them vanished without a trace. In the starry sky, the 4 of them appeared on a desolate star that formed a triangle with the heavenly sanctum and the nameless life star. They walked out of the formation. "This star's size isn't inferior to that life star. It should be able to withstand the power of moving it," said Xiao Libi seriously. Ning Qin looked around and nodded. "Let's begin." With that, Ning Qin led away, giving the other 2 space to move. Mu Changa and Xiao Libi looked at each other and circulated their cultivation to activate the 4 corners curse. Immediately, a powerful aura soared into the sky. At the same time, the 4 corners divine towers were drawn by the curse. Boundless energy surged out and shot towards the desolate star. With a deep sound, the ground beneath their feet crumbled. Pieces of earth flew everywhere. The energy of heaven and earth connected to the life star, changing its direction. At the most crucial moment, Ning Qin narrowed his eyes and watched every bit of energy change. To the side, also became nervous. She knew that this matter concerned the peace between the 2 realms. They couldn't afford any mistakes. On the desolate star, a treading immortal and a human sovereign were borrowing the power of the 4 corners divine towers to move the star. Blood dyed their clothes red. The backlash was so strong that even sovereigns and treading immortals found it hard to endure. In the distance, Ning Qin looked at the 2 of them with a grave expression. "Leaders, lend me a hand." With that, Ning Qin's figure flashed and appeared behind the 2 of them. He condensed his energy and inserted it into their bodies. Man follows the earth. Earth follows the heaven. Heaven follows the Tao. Tao follows nature. The 49 leaders of the Taoist sects activated their techniques at the same time. Boundless soul power surged into the bodies of Sword Sovereign and Tianxiang. With the four of them working together, a shocking pulling force burst out. At the same time, on the life star far away, the heaven and earth shook and a slight shift appeared. The four corners' divine towers showed their might and devoured the origin energy of heaven and earth. They moved the life star slowly towards the desolate star. In the shocking energy, heaven and earth shook violently. Fire spewed out from the ground and rain poured down. The shocking scene was like the end of the world. However, at this moment, a change occurred. On the life star, boundless power of law appeared and protected the life star, repelling all external forces. In an instant, on the desolate star, the four of them groaned. Blood splattered and dyed the life star red. Ning Chen. Seeing this, Yin-Er's expression changed. She quickly ran forward with an anxious expression. Ugh! The power of the four corners' divine towers backfired. Ning Chen, Xiaobieli, and Mu Changa staggered and vomited. Their bodies were injured, but they couldn't suppress the pain of failure. The heavenly palaces, Sword Saint and Tianxiang's eyes flashed with sadness, and they vomited another mouthful of blood. Heavens, do you really want to destroy the heavenly palace? Xiaobieli looked at the sky and clenched his fists. Why? What did the heavenly palace do wrong? Mu Changa stood up and looked at the red-robed young man. He said, Knowing fate, Marquis, we have done what we should. Sorry, we don't have much time left. We can't wait any longer. From today onwards, the war will begin again. With that, Mu Changa stepped into the array and disappeared. Sorry. Xiaobieli apologized as well, and then he turned around and walked into the formation. Seeing the two leave, Ning Chen sighed. He held Yin-Er's hand and walked into the array. In the next moment, the two figures, one big and one small, disappeared. The entire desolate planet was left with only the scarlet ground and the desolation. In the inner world, the flames of war reignited. The heavenly palace kept their promise and didn't harm the people of the inner world. All of their forces were directed at the Alliance army. Tianxiang, who returned to the battlefield, personally led the army to the north. Mountains and rivers were flattened one after another. The heavenly palace displayed their terrifying array skills. In the Battle of the Plain Pass, 30% of the forces of the various sects were buried. The situation in the central continent was instantly in danger. At the same time, the war restarted. The punishment of breaking the oath came as promised. 40% of the 23 human sovereigns of the heavenly palace died overnight. Heavenly fire lit up the entire central continent. In Tianjing City, Mu Changa looked at the fallen sovereigns of the heavenly palace. His eyes flashed with sadness. A moment later, he bowed respectfully. If there is an afterlife, I hope that the sovereigns won't be burdened by the flames of war. Chapter 593. The situation in the central region changed, and the Heaven's Mansion army, who had no way out, rushed north at all costs. Because of the agreement with Jiming, the Heaven's Mansion army had chosen a barren land as the battlefield to minimize the harm to the people of the realm. However, the battle between the Xiantian realm armies was too destructive. Although the casualties of the people of the inner world were much lower than before, the destruction of the mountains and rivers was several times greater than before. Piece after piece of land collapsed, especially after the human sovereigns who had the power to move mountains and seas intervened. The central region was destroyed even more severely. Many mountains and rivers were turned into wastelands. After Tianfa, the number of Heaven's Mansion sovereigns was greatly reduced, and they were no match for the Inner World Alliance. However, the existence of the Heaven's Mansion Sword Sovereign directly closed the gap in strength and even made the Heaven's Mansion army stronger. The flames of war continued to spread to the north, and one sect after another was destroyed by the Heaven's Mansion army. The pace of invading the central region was getting faster and faster. Hong-yi appeared on the shattered mountains and rivers with a little girl beside him. Her delicate face was filled with worry. "I'm fine," Ning-chen said, but the aura around him shook violently. The demonic tribulation affected his injured body, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, Yin-er couldn't hide the worry on her face. She stopped and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Her heart ached as she said, "Let's not care anymore. Let the Heaven's Mansion army and the Alliance army fight for themselves." Ning-chen smiled tiredly and said softly, "Yin-er, I'll teach you one more thing. As a person, you must keep your word. We can't control what others do, but you must protect your own heart." It was ridiculous for him, a demon, to preach to Yin. However, he didn't want to see the little girl walk down the wrong path. Hearing this, Yin-er's eyes flashed with pity. She said, "Why can they not keep their promise? Should good people work hard?" Ning-chen reached out his hand and stroked the little girl's hair. He sighed softly and said, "Yin-er, don't be blinded by the things in front of you. There are too many unfair things around everyone. Before you're strong enough to change all of this, you should first stick to your own heart. Remember, from the very beginning, everything you've done has never been for the sake of showing off to others, because how they are is not important." Yin-er was silent for a moment, then she nodded and asked, "Ning-chen, why are you doing this?" "Promise with someone." Ning-chen paused and slowly said, "He cares, so I have to do my best. But now that things have come to this, is there still a chance for the Heaven's Sanctum to turn around?" Yin-er asked worriedly. Ning-chen stopped and looked towards the west. "I'm just thinking. Yin-er, your big sister Bai is here." Before he finished speaking, the void swirled and the dragon gate appeared. A beautiful figure in blue walked out and looked at the two people in front of her. There was a slight change in her eyes that were as beautiful as stars. "You're injured." Bai Yunlian narrowed his eyes and asked, "No problem. What's the matter, Miss Bai?" Ning-chen asked, "Now that there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Let's meet again if fate wills it." After saying that, Bai Yunlian turned around and walked into the dragon gate behind him. "Hold on." A wisp of a serious expression flashed across Ning-chen's face as he said, "Miss Bai, are you preparing to make a move against Supreme Subhuti?" Bai Yunlian stopped and said calmly, "Yes, Yao Chilua and the countless living beings in the primordial lands cannot die in vain. Can't you wait a few more days?" Ning-chen asked seriously. Bai Yunlian was silent for a moment before saying, "With the help of the demon sealing pagoda, Supreme Subhuti's injuries are recovering faster and faster. Once he fully recovers, no one in the Supremacy Realm will be able to kill him. We can't wait any longer." "Big Sister Bai," Yin-er called out, her face filled with worry. Bai Yunlian looked at the little girl, and a rare gentleness appeared on her beautiful face. She said softly, "Yin-er, take good care of your big brother Ning. We'll meet again if fate wills it." Perhaps the heavens truly didn't want the Yao race to exist. At this critical moment, the only person who could help her, knowing destiny, was heavily injured. "White Flood Dragon!" Ning-chen took a step forward and shouted. A huge phoenix image appeared behind him, and in the next moment, the phoenix let out a soft cry. A river of weak water surged out of the phoenix's body and turned into a waterfall that coiled around the two of them. This weak water comes from the yellow springs of the underworld. It can resist the Buddhist's clear saint force. "Take it with you. It might be of some help to you," said Ning-chen. This was originally the trump card he had prepared to use against the Heaven's Sanctum army. He hadn't expected things to change, and he hadn't used it. Today, he had given it to the White Flood Dragon. "Many thanks." Bai Yunlian didn't refuse. Looking at the river in the sky, she waved her hand and put it away. "White Flood Dragon, Don't let anything happen to you no matter what. Only by living can there be hope, said Ning Chin solemnly. Bai Yunlian nodded and didn't say anything else. She walked into the dragon gate and disappeared. Ning Chin, nothing will happen to big sister Bai, right? Asked Een, worriedly as she pulled on his hand. Nothing. Ning Chin shook his head and looked northwest. A moment later, he said, Let's go to the Golden Buddha Temple. After saying that, Ning Chun pulled Een and rushed northwest. You're not going anywhere. At this moment, heaven and earth suddenly changed. Wind and clouds churned, and violet chi spread for thousands of meters. An abnormally powerful figure slowly descended, his violet robes fluttering wildly. Violet Heavenly Palace. Ning Chen's expression darkened when he saw the person who appeared in the sky. Marquis knowing destiny, accept your life. Violet Heavenly Palace's figure instantly shot out, a powerful palm breaking through the sky. Ning Chan waved his hand, and Taisher's sword appeared. He blocked the attack. The palm and sword collided, causing heaven and earth to tilt. Dust and sand tumbled like waves. In the aftermath, Hong Yi took half a step back, and a trace of red appeared at the corner of her mouth. Sword form, sky severing. Taisher's sword intent rumbled, and the sky severing sword appeared. Useless move. Violet Heavenly Palace's violet chi revolved around him. He scattered the sword chi with one palm and slammed it toward Ning Chen's chest. Ning Chen's left palm blocked the former's attack, but he was forced back several steps. Een, you leave first. Don't come back. Ning Chen was aware that the situation was critical. He instructed before flipping his palm and sending the little girl out of the battle. Ning Chen, yelled Een anxiously. Her body involuntarily flew into the distance. Marquis knowing destiny, you really are in a sorry state right now. Violet Heavenly Palace sneered. His palm surged and he once again attacked. Blood flame. The demonic form appeared once more, and a deep bloody light burned the sky. At this critical moment, Ning Chin no longer cared about hiding his identity. Demonic chi surged around him, and his sword burned the sky. You're really a demonic form. Violet Heavenly Palace's eyes turned cold. The violet chi in his palm grew stronger. He did not dodge, and he took the sword head-on. With a bang, dust rose into the sky. Taisher was dyed red, and the red that scattered across the sky was so dazzling. The heavily injured, knowing destiny, was about to lose. Just as Ning Chen was in danger, thunderclouds rolled outside the Golden Buddha Temple at the foot of Swallow Cloud Mountain. In order to take revenge for Yao Chilua, Bai Yunlian forced his way in and killed Bodhi. In the demon subduing pagoda, Bodhi sensed the changes outside. He sighed and walked out of the pagoda. Bald donkey, pay with your life for Yao Chilua and the thousands of creatures in the primitive land. After enduring for a long time, Bai Yunlian could no longer suppress the hatred in his heart. His body fell, and a huge waterfall poured down. With one palm, the Buddha and the demon began to fight. The formation patterns in the temple shook violently and shattered. The waterfall entered the temple, and the water flooded the Golden Buddha Temple. The white flood dragon, who came with murderous intent, did not care about anything else. He used the water of heaven and earth to drown the 1,000-year-old temple. In an instant, cries shook the sky. Hundreds of monks were swallowed by the flood, and it was hard to say whether they were dead or alive. In the next moment, the flood overflowed and flooded the villages downstream. Seeing this, Bodhi's expression changed. He channeled his Buddha energy, and 108 Buddha beads flew up, turning into 4 Buddha walls to block the flood. Demon Venerable, don't harm the innocent, Bodhi said. The lives of humans are important, but are the lives of demons not important? Bald donkey, today I will take your head as a sacrifice to the thousands of lives of demons. As he spoke, the waterfall around Bai Yunlian turned into 9 water dragons and rushed toward the former. Helpless, Bodhi sighed. His hands moved and Buddha light shone. Bodhi mind meditation reappeared in the world. With a thought, clear and sacred Sanskrit resounded through the sky. Swastikas appeared one by one to protect the Buddha. In an instant, the 9 dragons collided with the Buddha, and the world shook. Bodhi in the Buddha temple was as immovable as a mountain. The 9 dragons scattered and turned into heavy rain. The aftershock caused by Yunlian's mouth to turn red. Waterfall turning heaven. The moment the 9 dragons scattered, the flood turned into a world-defying current. Behind by Yunlian, the demon's body was faintly visible. It merged into a huge whirlpool and fell from the sky. This move was extraordinary. Bodhi's expression also became serious. His fingers moved, and golden light illuminated the world. Bodhi mind meditation pardons sins. Buddhists repent of sins by killing. In the dazzling Buddha light, an illusory Buddhist holy weapon appeared and cut through the sky, slashing toward the demon. With a piercing sound, blood filled the sky. The whirlpool collapsed, and the demon's body collapsed. Bai Yunlian flew dozens of feet away, his blue clothes stained with blood. The difference in cultivation, the Buddhists and demons and the sovereigns of demons were all at a disadvantage. Demon venerable, your hatred has buried your reason. I can't let it go. Bodhi flipped his palm and channeled his Buddha energy. In an instant, the demon, subduing pagoda behind him, shone brightly. Endless Buddha energy supported the Buddha's move. The spreading Buddha world was unprecedentedly powerful. Inside the golden Buddha temple, with the demon subduing pagoda support, the Bodhi in the Buddha temple reappeared. Ha! Seeing that the Buddha was unshakable, Bai Yunlian roared. The water of the yellow springs rolled out from his body. Endless cold chi kept corroding the golden Buddha world. Weak water. Bodhi's eyes darkened. How could there be water of the yellow springs in the human world? 9 dragons against the world. Bai Yunlian took a step forward. 9 dragons circled and soared into the sky. The demon's final move, Buddha slaying, was incomparably majestic. Bodhi with a thought. The Buddhists gathered energy, the move to prove their supremacy. Endless Buddha energy met the demon's final move. With a loud bang, the entire golden Buddha temple collapsed. Endless waves roared out, drowning everything within 100 miles. When the yellow springs entered his body, the Bodhi golden body was immediately broken. The Buddha energy in his body scattered. At this moment, an astonishing demonic chi soared into the sky. In the scattered golden light, the Bodhi in the ghost reappeared in the human world. Chapter 594. Inside the golden Buddha temple, the battle between the Buddhists and the demons caused the situation to change drastically. The venerables among the demons fell into the most dangerous moment of their lives. Her blue dress was dyed red, and drops of blood dripped down. Her eyes, which were as beautiful as the stars, were also covered with a touch of red. In front of him, the Bodhi of the demon had completely dissipated. Demonic chi overflowed into the sky, shocking the world. 6 calamities of demonic birth, blood, sin, hell. Subhuti took a step forward as devilish waves gushed out from his body. The Buddha world collapsed and was replaced by a boundless, blood-colored hell filled with sins. Hell appeared in the mortal world. Ghost Bodhi waved his hand, and 108 Buddhist beads flew into his hand. In an instant, they turned into 108 skeletons. The completely demonized Buddha no longer had mercy in his eyes. There was only a heart-palpitating, killing intent. Boundless demonic might, heaven and earth mourned. Bai Yunlian was affected by the demonic chi, and his body became violently unstable. In that instant, Ghost Bodhi's body disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the demon. Bai Yunlian's pupils constricted. a watery light gathered in front of him and hurriedly blocked the demonic move. However, the demonic might was unshakable. With a bang, he dispersed the watery light with a palm and slapped the demon's body. Rain and blood gushed out as Bai Yunlian flew out and slammed into the demon-sealing pagoda. The Buddhist pagoda was dyed in demonic blood and was exceptionally glaring. Bai Yunlian fell to the ground and vomited another mouthful of vermilion blood. Demons should not exist in this world. Demonized Bodhi's voice was bone-chilling. The 108 skull prayer beads in his hand overflowed with demonic energy. A gloomy and heavy demonic wave spread out as another demonic attack was launched. 6 calamities of demons. Heavenly calamity of wind soldiers. Demonic waves rolled up into a hurricane. The sea of clouds churned, the heavens pressed down, and the earth surged. The move of demonic wind gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A black gale roared, shocking the world with its demonic might. A calamity for 1,000 li. Bai Yunlian forcefully raised his demonic chi, the 3,000 weak waters surging violently in the wind, rushing out in reverse. There was a shocking explosion. Heaven and earth were in chaos. The unequal cultivation levels showed the cruel truth once more. The venerable one of the demons was dyed red with blood. His injuries were piled on top of his injuries. Jade pool reflecting the moon. After suffering another heavy blow, Bai Yunlian barely managed to stabilize his body. He flipped his palm, and the resolute look in his eyes did not change at all. In order to avenge the millions of lives in the primordial lands, even if he had to die, he would have no regrets. Boundless demonic power condensed and took form. The Milky Way appeared in the horizon, and a crescent moon shone down. Space trembled violently. Under the moonlight, the Bodhi ghost body instantly moved and dodged the attack of the demonic chi. 6 calamities of demons, burning the city walls with fire. After a few steps, Bodhi stopped and waved the skull prayer beads. Black flames roared out and rushed towards the jade pool in the sky. Fire and water were incompatible. The 9 heavens shook, the demonic essence collapsed, and the bright moon scattered. Drink! Demons were hard to shake. Bai Yunlian took one last look at the human world with reluctance. Then he narrowed his eyes, and a hint of determination flashed through them. A piercing whistle resounded through the 9 heavens. In an instant, hundreds of miles of heaven and earth trembled violently. Outside Swallow Cloud Mountain, the water in Qing, Shi Lake soared into the sky and into the 9 heavens. Then the white flood dragon transformed and entered the heavenly waterfall, coiling around the horizon. Ghost Bodhi's face sank when he saw this, and he said, "White flood dragon, you're too naive if you want to forcefully utilize such an enormous water vein with your body of flesh and blood. As long as I can kill you, Bai Yunlian can die without regrets." The white flood dragon lightly shouted and gathered the last of his demonic chi. All the water within hundreds of miles gathered in the sky. Outside Swallow Cloud Mountain, Qing, Shi Lake instantly dried up without a single drop of water left. Seeing that the demon was going all out, Ghost Bodhi's skull prayer bead spun, and he clasped his hands together. Above his head, a huge skull appeared in the sky. A terrifying suction force rapidly spread and devoured all the spiritual chi in the world. 6 calamities of demons seal gods and devour souls. Under the thunderclouds, the 2 people's strength continuously increased. They were like the world's 2 brightest stars, illuminating the world within 1,000 miles. In the next moment, the 2 techniques collided. Swallow Cloud Mountain instantly suffered a calamity. The mountain range that had existed for countless years collapsed. The mountains moved and the earth shook. Rocks flew everywhere. The scene of the end of the world shocked the human world. In the battle, after a dozen breaths of time, the aftermath dissipated. On the ground that was riddled with holes, the demon stood tall. His white robe that was dyed black by demonic chi fluttered in the wind. In the sky, the white flood dragon, who had returned to his human form, fell from the sky. His vitality was difficult to detect. Ugh! The battle ended. Blood spurted out from Ghost Bodhi's chest. He staggered a few steps, unable to suppress his injuries. It's over. Ghost Bodhi stabilized his body and stepped forward. He flipped his palm. Not far away, the suppressing demon pagoda hummed and rose slowly. At the same time, thousands of miles away, on the Yending Plain, the battle between the two powerhouses had reached its final stage. The master of the Divine Palace forced the Knowing Destiny demon body to kill him. The purple chi was vast and mighty, attracting heavenly thunder. Knowing Destiny, who was heavily injured, recovered his demonic form. The demonic fire around him lit up the world. Taisha restrained his brilliance, and Qi Lian appeared. The shaking world continued to collapse. The powerful palm power and sword chi destroyed everything in their path. Everywhere they passed, there was devastation. Blood stained the sword. As the sword was swung, the blood spilled between heaven and earth. Knowing Destiny Marquis, who was heavily injured, was in a more critical situation. Sky fall. Qi Lian was in the sky. The sword will spread. Thousands of sword light fell like rain, destroying the wasteland. Purple chi control wind. The sword will attack. The purple sky palace turned its palm and took in the chi. The wind rolled and the purple chi swayed out, blocking the thousands of sword rain. The sword move was broken. The purple chi was boundless and boundless. Knowing Destiny was blown away. Qi Lian was blown away. Blood splashed. The demonic disaster and the serious injury hit him at the same time. It was difficult to kill him. Seeing that his opponent was restrained, the purple sky palace didn't hold back. He stepped forward and the palm's spirit rolled and hit Qi Lian. The sword and the palm collided. One advanced and the other retreated. Qi Lian's hand was bleeding, but he still held the sword in his hand tightly and fought for a chance of survival. With a bang, Qi Lian stopped. The ground under his feet cracked. The sword turned and hit Qi Lian. In close combat, the palm and the sword collided again. The sword was cold and the palm was heavy. Every move was a life and death battle. There was a tearing sound of the sword cutting through the silk. Blood stained the purple sky robe. The killing sword was extremely sharp. Even with the serious injury and the demonic disaster, it was not easy to defeat. The injuries were exchanged. The sword and the palm were close to each other, intertwining the most beautiful light of life and death. After a long battle, the purple sky palace looked more and more serious. He came prepared and had the advantage, but he still couldn't control the situation. The tenacity of Knowing Destiny was beyond his expectation. Blood flame. The demonic movement showed up. The flame rose with the momentum of burning the sky. It was shocking. The flame in the blood and the sword in the flame. With a bang, the two strong forces collided again. Flames fell like rain. The two people standing in the sea of fire were injured at the same time. Their mouths were dyed red. When the remaining power disappeared, the purple sky palace turned his palm and hit the person in front of him again. He looked very gloomy. One move for another. Marquis, Knowing Destiny, how many moves can you resist? Demonic movement, nirvana. Without saying a word, Knowing Destiny turned the sword in his hand and stepped into the air. The aura around him condensed into a sword. In an instant, thousands of sword wills gathered from all directions. They crisscrossed, magnificent and lightless. The most powerful move was full of demonic chi. The magnificent sword radiance rushed out and hit the master of the divine palace. Purple chi from the east, divine, martial dharma. Seeing that the move was extraordinary, the purple sky palace also activated his body. He turned his palm and held up the sky. Endless purple chi quickly gathered. The image of the martial god appeared in the world again. The two extremes collided. Dust and sand rolled like waves. In the aftermath, the sword radiance dissipated. The martial god broke through nirvana. The blood was the bell that signaled the defeat of the demonic cultivator. The red-robed man fell to the ground with his sword. Blood flowed down his body like a spring and flowed into the ground. Knowing destiny, you can't fight anymore. Retreat. The 49 leaders of the Taoist sects reminded him in unison. At least, we have to hold on until Ener leaves safely. In the pool of blood, Ning Qin staggered up with his sword. He clenched his left hand, and Taisher appeared. He used the power of the demonic phoenix on his two swords. Rolling phoenix fire and dense demonic waves spread out endlessly. He turned his breath and opened the yin-yang formation again. The black and red Tai Chi diagram appeared in the sky, reflecting the brilliance of the yin-yang formation. The ruthless demonic cultivator refused to retreat for the sake of human feelings for the first time. The yin-yang formation opened. Ning Chen's aura was rapidly consumed. The unequal yin and yang aura shook violently. Looking at the Tai Chi diagram in the sky, the purple sky palace frowned. He turned his right palm. Purple chi surged and swept toward the demonic cultivator in the formation. His body shook violently. Yin and yang turned into power. In an instant, the purple chi disappeared. The formation is not bad. Unfortunately, it's still in vain. As he spoke, the purple sky palace's figure flashed. He condensed vast essence in his palm and attacked again. The two swords blocked the attack. The aftershock scattered. The formation turned into power. The unbalanced yin and yang array shook violently again. The purple sky palace used another 30% of his strength. With a bang, he pushed the demonic cultivator back. Heaven's tear! Ning Qin stood still. He condensed his primordial energy. The two swords left his hands and flew into the yin-yang formation. In an instant, the Tai Chi diagram in the sky rotated rapidly. Yin and yang turned into a rain of swords that fell from the sky. Useless struggle. Back off. The purple sky palace couldn't suppress his anger after a long battle. He turned his palm to shake off the rain of swords. His body erupted. Vast purple chi covered 100 miles. The yin-yang formation that was in danger was instantly broken. The purple sky palace groaned and retreated several steps. Blood spilled and dyed the ground red. The demonic cultivator, who had exhausted all his strength, couldn't hold on any longer. The demonic cultivator was heavily injured. With the demonic tribulation, the demonic phoenix couldn't spread its wings. It was in danger. Die. The purple sky palace took a step forward. His aura turned into a powerful wave. A majestic palm attack was launched. There was no turning back. There was no hesitation. At the moment of life and death, a bloody light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. With a shout, the demonic chi around him surged wildly. The unprecedented pressure shook the world. The ground shook. Waves of dust rose into the sky. Before the attack was launched, the wind and clouds fell rapidly. The terrifying aura made the world tremble. With a loud bang, the black hair broke free from its restraints and danced wildly in the wind. Beneath him, the earth cracked apart one after another. Massive ravines extended for hundreds of miles. 6 paths fall together. Thousands of demonic tribulations. Taishang forbidden sword, the two swords flowed side by side. The demonic chi and phoenix primordial energy were activated. The demonic cultivator was 1,000 years old. His eyes were as red as blood. Feeling the terrifying pressure from the demonic cultivator, the purple sky palace's expression darkened. He pushed his cultivation to 30%. After the Dragon Gate incarnation appeared, the purple chi gathered to support the attack. Just as the two attacks were about to be launched, the wind and clouds in the distance suddenly changed. The sound of footsteps could be heard. A figure in plain clothes appeared. After a few steps, she appeared in the middle of the battle. Between the two, the figure in plain clothes raised her hand and pressed down the two swords. Then, with a flip of her right palm, she pushed the lord of the divine palace back. "You have done well. Leave the rest to me." A familiar voice, a familiar face. The figure in plain clothes danced in the wind. The original body of knowing destiny had reappeared in the world. Chapter 595. In the wild goose plain, knowing destiny appeared. His white clothes were flawless, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. Ning Qin separated the two with one move. He looked back at the master of the divine palace and said calmly, "Zi Tiangong, you dare to steal the origin of the divine prefecture under my protection. Today, you will pay with your life." Arrogant, Zi Tiangong's expression turned cold. He stomped his feet and rushed out, turning his palm toward Ning Qin. Ning Qin raised his hand and didn't dodge. He met the former's move with his palm. The two palms collided and their techniques collided directly. The mighty airflow surged wildly, destroying hundreds of miles of land in an instant. With a loud noise, the two separated. Zi Tiangong retreated a few steps. The master of the divine palace, who stood at the top of the supreme level, couldn't gain the upper hand. In terms of swordsmanship, Marquis, knowing destiny, stood at the top, but he wasn't the only one. However, in terms of foundation, Marquis, knowing destiny, was unparalleled in the world. After the palm fell, the demon behind Su Yi was shaken by the airflow. He staggered and vomited blood again. Ning Qin turned around and frowned. He said, "You should rest first." The demon nodded tiredly and stepped forward. In a flash of light, the two bodies merged into one again. Save the white dragon. After the last request, the demon gradually fell into a deep sleep to recover his injured body. The demon returned, and memories flooded in. Ning Qin narrowed his eyes slightly, and his heart sank. This was not good. Time was of the essence, and there was no time to waste. Ning Qin looked over with a cold expression. He clenched his right hand, and in the midst of the bloody mist, a magnificent divine weapon that was green and red appeared out of nowhere. The moment he clenched the sword, at the point where the sword tip and the sword hilt intersected, lines that looked like blood vessels spread out and pierced into Ning Qin's hand. In an instant, Ning Qin and the sword breathed at the same time, and an unusually powerful sword pressure surged out. The next moment, Su Yi disappeared, and the blade reflected the moon and fell into the world. Zi Tiangong's eyes narrowed. He turned his palm to catch the sword and felt an unshakable force. His right arm went numb, and the blade pressed down. With a rip, his clothes were torn. He retreated a few steps, and blood spurted into the air. Earth Scroll, Earth Destruction and Mountain Destruction. The martial arts of the tomes reappeared in the world. The blade in Ning Qin's hand stabbed into the ground, and sword qi rushed up from the ground, endless and unavoidable. Zi Tiangong retreated hurriedly. After a few steps, he leaped into the air and avoided the strongest edge of the sword qi. Protective true essence blocked the gradually weakening sword energy. However, at this moment, Bai Yi reappeared in the air. She grasped her left hand, and a long and narrow pure white saber appeared. Scroll of heaven, absolving heaven of sin. The blade slashed out, and a white light tore through heaven and earth, quickly slashing down. With a bang, Zi Tiangong turned his palm to block the blade. The huge force was difficult to block, and his body fell straight down like a meteor. 1,000 earth revolutions. Ning Qin waved his sword, and the ground of several thousand feet shook. The ground closed from both sides to the middle, and then joined together. Ah, with a muffled groan, blood flowed out of Zi Tiangong's mouth. After fighting with the demonic body, he had been severely injured again. Amidst the dust and sand in the sky, the purple cloud broke through the ground. The purple celestial palace rushed out with a palm, attacking the former, while the aftermath of the chaos. unparalleled in the world. Ning Qin turned his head, and the blade in his left hand slashed out. Dazzling white light poured down, unparalleled. With a bang, the void trembled. The blade that could not be blocked was dyed red again. Tiangong staggered, and blood stained his purple robe. His face was full of disbelief. He said, "It's only been 20 years. How can you have such strength? This is impossible. It's been 20 years, and you haven't taken the last step." Tiangong, "Actually, I'm also very surprised," Ning Qin said lightly. His feet moved, and his figure instantly rushed forward. The blade moved rhythmically, and the sword light was like a heavenly net, sharp and piercing. Tiangong hurriedly blocked the attack, but his body did not have the upper hand, and his moves were restricted everywhere. For a moment he was at a disadvantage. Heaven and earth together, life and death against fate. Not willing to fight for a long time, Ning Qin combined the blade and sword in his hands and turned into 2 rainbows. In an instant, heaven and earth changed, and the white blade light turned into a falling cloud, pressing down from the sky. Tiangong fell quickly, and the ground surged again. Endless sword light rushed to the sky, and the blade light and sword light intersected, sealing off all escape routes. Seeing blood, Tiangong retreated several steps. He covered his chest, and blood kept flowing out. It's time to return what belongs to the divine prefecture. At this moment, Su-yi appeared in front of the lord of the divine palace. Her sword finger condensed qi, and a sword broke through the sea of qi. With a painful groan, blood spurted all over the sky, and the aura of the origin surged out. 70% of the peak of the great fulfillment was destroyed in an instant. "I can't die, I can't die." Tiangong's eyes flashed with madness. He used the last 3 successful bodies, the blood-dissolving forbidden technique. In an instant, a bloody mist filled the sky, and with a loud bang, heaven and earth fell. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He waved his blade and sword, and the life-dissolving scroll blocked the incoming blood origin. Taking half a step back and stopping, Ning Chen looked at the empty sky in front of him, sighed softly, and rushed to the other side. In the distance, in the lonely wilderness, a little girl squatted in place and cried softly. Her little hand kept wiping the tears from her face, and she was terrified. She knew that her master was doomed, but she did not dare to go forward and become a burden. She could only squat there and wait helplessly. "Yin-er." Just at this moment, a gentle voice called out to her. The little girl raised her head and saw a familiar face. She was startled at first, but she immediately got up and threw herself over, crying loudly. "Yin-er, be good. Don't cry." Ning Chen rubbed the little girl's hair and coaxed her gently. "Woo, you scared me to death." Yin hugged him tightly and cried, "It's okay. Yin-er, be good. Don't cry. Your big sister Bai is in danger." "We have to hurry and save her," said Ning Chen softly. Hearing his words, Yin-er stopped crying. She raised her head and said nervously, "Don't cry. Let's go save big sister Bai." Ning Chen nodded. He took the little girl and turned into a ray of light, rushing northwest. At the Golden Buddha Temple, the battle between the Buddhists and demons had ended. The demons subduing pagoda slowly rose, covering the white clouds that were gradually losing their vitality. It rumbled and slowly descended. With a loud bang, the pagoda fell and Buddhist light rose, refining the demon sovereign within the pagoda. White flood dragon! The moment the pagoda fell, Su-yi arrived. Seeing the blood-stained figure disappear into the pagoda, her calm eyes were instantly filled with rage. Amitabha, knowing destiny, appeared. Ghost Bodhi stepped in front of the pagoda, his black Buddhist robes surging with demonic qi. Scram! Ning Chen's expression turned cold, and his killing intent was difficult to suppress. Bai Yunlian's demonic nature is difficult to change. Water flooded the golden Buddha temple, harming the surrounding people. "She has committed a heinous crime and should be suppressed under the pagoda forever," said Ghost Bodhi coldly. "It's not up to you to punish her for her sins. Supreme Bodhi, you who slaughtered thousands of creatures in the primordial lands, what right do you have to be merciful?" As she spoke, Sui moved. Knowing Destiny's sword split the ground, and a powerful force shook the heavens. Ghost Bodhi blocked the attack. Demonic chi surged, transforming into sword intent. 6 calamities demonic birth, fire burning the city walls. Bodhi used his demonic chi again. Black flames rose with a terrifying might, burning the sky and boiling the sea. "Supreme Bodhi, I gave you your demonic essence. Showing off your slight skill in front of an expert is foolish beyond compare." Ning Chen coldly mocked. His left hand instantly turned black, circulating the demonic chi in his body and injecting it into his saber. Demonic technique, blood flame. Rolling blood waves surged in all directions. The saber light slashed down, and the power from the same source collided. The blood flame swallowed the demonic chi, and the saber slashed Bodhi. With a muffled groan, Bodhi retreated, his mouth red. "Supreme Bodhi, you have lost your immortal Buddha body. You have no chance of winning." Sui moved, and the tip of the sword advanced. Wind and snow split the sky, and love reappeared. As the sword light flashed, the sky was filled with frost. 3,000 miles of sword snow. Cold air spread, and the world was frozen. The demonic chi surging in the sky disappeared in an instant. Blood stained the white snow. Ugh! Blood splashed, and Ghost Bodhi retreated a few steps, vomiting red blood. The situation was unfavorable. Ghost Bodhi took 3,000 demonic chi and slammed it toward Ning Chen. Then he stomped his feet and immediately headed west. Ning Chen waved his sword to disperse the attack. He was worried about the white flood dragon's safety, so he did not chase after him. He rushed to the suppression pagoda and waved his sword, forcefully destroying the pagoda. The earth shook, but the pagoda made of immortal Buddha blood was not damaged at all. Seeing this, Ning Chen snorted coldly and stepped into the air. The 4 scrolls of the heavenly book changed, and the scene of creation reappeared in the world. 4 scrolls together, no life in the world. Amidst the chaos, the blades of swords and sabers pierced through the air and collided with the pagoda. With an earth-shattering tremor, the demon-sealing pagoda shattered. Under the pagoda, a blood-stained, blue-clothed figure silently lay on the ground. Her eyes were closed, and her vitality was fading. White flood dragon. Ning Chen rushed forward and knelt down to pick up Bai Yunlian, but the heavily injured and dying woman did not respond. Her vitality was fading faster and faster. "Female Supreme," Ning Chen said anxiously. As he finished speaking, the sky rippled and an illusory figure appeared. Her presence shook and she was extremely powerful. "Female Supreme, please save her life. You were able to save me back then, so you can save her," Ning Chen said urgently. The female Supreme looked at the woman lying in the former's arms. After a long time, she sighed softly and said, "The Yao core is destroyed. There is no saving her. The reason I was able to save you back then was because I used the many years of foundation of Chongling. The soul-suppressing orb, the 3-soul grass, these things cannot be found easily. It is too late." Hearing this, Ning Chen's body shook. His fists clenched, and blood seeped out between his fingers. "No matter what, I cannot let the person I cherish leave my sight again." "Huh!" With a light shout, Ning Chen's body surged with wind and snow. A giant whirlpool of wind and snow appeared at the foot of Swallow Cloud Mountain. In this shocking scene, the boundless power of the Scroll of Life continuously poured into the dying Bai Yunlian's body. The female Supreme's expression changed, and she immediately stopped him. "Knowing destiny, do not be impulsive. Your cultivation has not stabilized. Forcefully coming out of seclusion is already a risk. If you damage your foundation, the calamity of all life in the future will consign you to eternal damnation." Before she finished speaking, the wind and snow suddenly went wild. Defying the heavens and changing fate, the heavens could not tolerate it. Even the unparalleled life scroll showed signs of instability and shook violently. His foundation was damaged. The wind and snow were dyed red. Snowflakes and blood were hard to distinguish at this moment. Knowing destiny, I do not want to have any more regrets in this life. Inside the giant wind and snow whirlpool, Ning Chen suppressed his chaotic body and poured the foundation of the life scroll into Bai Yunlian's body to heal his heavily injured body. After a lifetime of running around, he did not know his own fate. Now that Bai Yunlian was dying, Ning Chen could no longer maintain his calm. He did not care about the price to forcefully change fate. Chapter 596. At the foot of Swallow Cloud Mountain, wind and snow raged. Knowing destiny changed fate and used the peerless foundation of the life scroll to forcefully heal Bai Yunlian's severely wounded and dying body. The Yao core shattered and the Yao energy surged, destroying the latter's life force. The Yao body that had just been healed was heavily injured again. In the air, the female sovereign's avatar saw this, and her expression turned serious. She said gravely, "Disperse the Yao patterns, settle the three souls, break the mortal bond." Hearing this, Ning Chen's body shook. But Bai Yunlian's life was in danger. He could not hesitate. His palm turned into energy, and the life scroll was pushed to the limit to disperse the surging Yao energy. With the loss of the Yao energy, Bai Yunlian's presence quickly weakened. His 1,000 years of cultivation dissipated in a day. Without the Yao energy, he could not maintain his human form. At the moment of transformation, Ning Chen gathered the power of the four scrolls again. The scene of world creation appeared around him. There was no reincarnation, and the world roared, fixing the Yao's human form. The Yao body stabilized, the three souls stabilized. At the moment of forgetting, the determined, knowing destiny hesitated for a moment. "Do not delay, break the mortal bond," the female sovereign reminded in a deep voice. The Yao energy dissipated, and the Yao body reformed like a newborn. The soul power was weak, and all the memories were not something the present white serpent could bear. The past had to be forgotten. There was no room for hesitation. Ning Chen suppressed all the emotions in his heart. With a soft shout, he entered the forgetting and broke the mortal bond. As Bai Yunlian's life stabilized, the wind and snow dissipated. Ning Chen withdrew his hand and grunted. Drops of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. "Knowing destiny, do not forget what you promised me. After dealing with the chaos of the Tianfu, immediately return to Chanling." As she spoke, specks of light scattered in the air. The female sovereign's avatar disappeared from the world. Ning Chen was silent. He picked up the unconscious Bai Yunlian and walked out of the temple. Maqiao Village, a village downstream of Qingxi Lake, affected by the flood and the battle of Golden Buddha Temple. The entire village suffered. Hundreds of houses were destroyed, and thousands of villagers were displaced. After that day, the flood receded for some reason and returned to Qingxi Lake. Only a few villagers saw the snow falling from Qingxi Lake. It was unusually beautiful. During the reconstruction of Maqiao Village, a beautiful lady came to the village. Her eyes were like stars, mesmerizing others. The woman's name was Bai Yunlian, a very pleasant name. No one knew where she came from, not even the woman herself. The girl learned everything very quickly. Her kind and hard-working personality made the villagers gradually like this beautiful girl, especially the young people in the village. They even expressed their admiration for her intentionally or unintentionally. In the process of rebuilding the village, there was always a young man in plain clothes watching quietly from afar, but he never appeared in front of the villagers. From being unfamiliar to becoming familiar with the human world, the woman didn't spend too much time. After the village was rebuilt, the plain-clothed young man left, never looking back. The woman turned around, her eyes flashed with confusion, and a wisp of annoyance arose in her heart. "Miss Bai, it will be Chongyang in a few days. Let's go to Qingxi Lake to enjoy the scenery." Not far away, a young villager walked forward. He did not hide the admiration in his eyes as he invited her. When Bai Yunlian heard this, he shook his head apologetically and said, "Sorry, I have something to do that day, so I won't be going." In the northern region of the central province, the flames of war continued without end. Above the ruined mountains and rivers, plain clothes walked past, holding the hand of a 13 or 14-year-old little girl, heading south. In Tianjin City, Mu Changa stood on the city wall, looking at the half of the central province that was gradually falling into the hands of the treasury. There was not much joy in his eyes. At this moment, a plain-clothed young man walked over from afar. He had a familiar face, but a completely different aura. On the city wall, Mu Changa narrowed his eyes. The Marquis of Knowing Destiny. No. In front of the city, Ning Qin stepped on the ground and jumped up with Yin-er. He landed on the city wall and looked at the man in front of him. He said, "Senior Sword Venerable, how have you been?" "You are?" Mu Changa asked seriously. Ning Chen turned over his palm, and a wisp of phoenix spirit lingered around it, then dissipated. He said with a chuckle, "It has only been a few months. Can't you recognize the knowing destiny state?" "The doppelganger technique," Mu Changa said slowly. "Yes and no. It's a long story. Can you let me see the Star Venerable's injuries first?" Ning Qin said. Hearing this, Mu Changa's eyes lit up. He said, "Do you have a way to wake up the Star Venerable?" "I won't know until I try," Ning Qin said calmly. "Follow me." Mu Changa hesitated for a moment, then turned around and walked toward the city. Within a quiet and tranquil stone room in the bamboo pavilion, oppressive cold air emanated from it. On an ice bed that was carved from cold jade, a noble and beautiful figure was in deep slumber, and even though the aura in her body had stabilized, she showed no signs of waking up. The joint attack of the demonic Buddha and the purple sky palace almost destroyed Chao Tianqi, who had been seriously injured. If the Sword Venerable hadn't saved him with the celestial treading source, he would have been dead. Ning Qin raised his hand. A wisp of strange aura of the origin appeared. It was colorful and powerful. Seeing this, Mu Changa narrowed his eyes. The celestial treading source. With a shout, Ning Qin turned over his palm and put the celestial treading source into Chao Tianqi's body. Then, he used the life scroll to help Chao Tianqi integrate the power of the origin. An extremely cold aura surged. In an instant, frost surged in the frozen stone room, and everything was white. Soon, Ning Qin stopped. He looked at the person behind him and said calmly, "If nothing goes wrong, the Star Venerable should wake up soon." "Are there strong people in the celestial treading state in the inner realm?" Mu Changa asked seriously. Ning Qin smiled and said, "It doesn't matter whether there are or not. The Heaven Mansion and the inner realm are not enemies." Mu Changa frowned and said, "Marquis Jiming, what do you want to say?" "Let's wait until the Star Venerable wakes up." Ning Qin glanced at the woman on the cold jade bed and said. Mu Changa nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Half a day later in the bamboo loft. On the stone table there was mist. The tea boiling on the fire made a sizzling sound. Two people sat quietly on both sides of the stone table, waiting for the tea to be ready. "Marquis Jiming, thank you very much," Chao Tianqi said softly as he poured a cup of tea and pushed it forward. "You're welcome. I proposed the peace talk. As a military counselor, the inner realm broke its promise. Even the Jiming realm made mistakes. This time, I'm just making up for my mistakes," Ning Qin said calmly. Chao Tianqi poured another cup of tea and refilled it. He said, "I don't understand." "With your wisdom, You should know that waking me up now will only make things worse for the inner realm." Ning Chun smiled faintly and said, "The reason is simple. I need someone who can make decisions. Compared with the Sword Venerable, the Star Venerable has more influence on the Heaven Mansion." "What do you mean?" "Chow," Tianchi asked softly, "does the Heaven Mansion want the Central Prefecture or the Heaven Mansion?" Ning Chin asked seriously. "Chow," Tianchi's eyes lit up. He said, "I know about the Square Divine Tower. However, it's almost impossible to move a life star with complete laws. It's hard to move a life star, but what about a dead star? The Star Venerable should still remember how to open the boundary of the Pluto King," Ning Chin said. "What do you mean?" "Chow," Tianchi frowned. "Collide stars," Ning Chun said calmly. "During the Double Ninth Festival it was raining. After the morning rain, the water rippled on Qingxi Lake. The beautiful scene was even more charming. On the lake, scholars and beautiful women were enjoying the scenery on boats. They came and went. It was not lively at all. The most beautiful season and the most beautiful scenery attracted countless tourists. Day after day, year after year. Ning Chen walked in plain clothes and held a little girl's hand. When he was dealing with the affairs of the Heaven Mansion, the little girl dragged him over. "I want to eat sugar-coated haws," the little girl said in a sweet voice beside Ning Chen. "How old are you?" Ning Chen asked softly, but he still looked around. Then he pulled to a stall not far away. "How many do you want?" Ning Chen asked in front of the stall. "2, no 3. Stretched out 2 fingers, then 1, and smiled happily. Ning Chen smiled and bought 3 sugar-coated haws with silver. He handed them to the little girl and said, "Don't let them get on your clothes." "Okay." Ina nodded. She took out 1 and handed it back to him. She said in a sweet voice, "1 for you." Ning Chen took it and held it in his hand. He held the little girl's hand with his other hand and walked forward. Flour cakes. They hadn't walked far when saw the double sun cakes on the side of the stall. Her face was filled with desire. Ning Chen was helpless. He couldn't bear to refuse her. He brought her to another stall and bought a paper bag of flour cakes. Just as the 2 of them were touring Qingxi Lake, a woman in a blue and white dress appeared on the other side of the lake. Her eyes were so beautiful that people couldn't help but be intoxicated by them. On the day of the Double Sun Festival, Bai Yunlian still came. However, he didn't come with the youths from Maqiao village. Instead, he came alone. For some reason, Bai Yunlian felt that this place was very familiar. It was as if he had come here before. The people on both sides of the lake didn't see each other. It was difficult to continue a broken mortal bond. Thunder rumbled in the sky. The sky was filled with dark clouds, and there were signs of rain once more. The rain pitter-pattered down, and the tourists all avoided it. Among the people hurrying to and fro, looked left and right, and immediately broke free from the former's hand. "I'll go buy an umbrella. Wait for me on the bridge," said. She passed through the crowd and ran toward the stall in the distance. Ning Chen frowned slightly. He looked at the eye-catching Qingxi bridge behind him and walked over. On the bridge, people were rushing back and forth. Below, the people on the lake all hid in their boats to avoid the rain. They weren't in the mood to admire the beautiful scenery in the rain. Qingxi Lake rippled in the rain. The mist rose, making it seem like a dream. It was like a paradise on earth. It was beautiful beyond words. Ning Chen stood quietly on the bridge. He didn't use his cultivation to block the rain. He was like an ordinary person. He looked at the misty lake and allowed the rain to wet his plain clothes. The autumn wind was slightly cold. It brushed past his plain clothes. The rain dripped down his clothes and scattered in the wind. He was willing to be ordinary, but he saw the autumn rain in his eyes. At this moment, a plain and clean oil paper umbrella silently appeared, blocking the falling autumn rain and the chill of the autumn wind. "Young master, can we share an umbrella?" Under the umbrella was a familiar face. She was dressed in a blue and white dress. Her red lips were slightly parted, and her eyes were like stars. She was so beautiful that the entire Qing lake lost its color. Chapter 597. An unknown life planet passed by in the starry sky. It was getting closer and closer to Tianfu. There was not much time left. On the life planet, a plain robe fluttered in the wind. Beside him stood 3 people. Each of them had a powerful aura. None of them was weaker than the Supreme Realm. The power of laws on this life planet is extraordinary. Even if the Sword Venerable and I work together, it is difficult to resist. Chao Tianqi looked at the plain-robed young man beside him and said softly. Ning Qin looked around and nodded. The present situation is indeed different from when the divine prefecture of the eastern region was pulled into the 4 regions. The divine prefecture is deficient, and after the Nether King's calamity, the laws of heaven and earth were destroyed. Disasters occur frequently. It is not strange that the Purple Heavenly Palace and the Demon Buddha can pull the divine prefecture. Perhaps there is a special method, but it is not the decisive reason. There is no time to wait. Now, the most urgent problem we need to solve is how to resist the power of laws on this planet. Immortal, maybe. But treading immortals are not true immortals. The difference of one word is like the difference between heaven and earth. Chao Tianqi sighed softly. Let's follow the plan and find a withered star of the same size. Just in case I need to invite another person, Ning Chen said calmly. A treading immortal from the inner realm? Chao Tianqi asked. Ning Chen did not answer. It was a silent admission. The 4 returned and prepared for their future missions. Ning Chen took to the west and returned to the homeland of West Buddha. There were layers of formations outside the ancient land of Changling. No outsiders were allowed to enter the forbidden land of West Buddha. Ning Qin stepped into the ancient land. The formation patterns flickered. Soon, he disappeared into the formation. In the ancient land, the 4 cauldrons rotated. In a magnificent hall, the female supreme opened her eyes. Her figure flashed and came to the end of the formation. Is the matter resolved? The female supreme looked at the plain-robed figure and asked. Ning Qin shook his head and said, The power of Tianfu may not be enough. I came back to ask the female supreme to leave Changling and help if necessary. 2 treading immortals cannot resolve the crisis of Tianfu? The female supreme frowned slightly and said, Just in case. The demon body has already failed once. I do not want another accident to happen. Ning Chen said seriously. The female supreme nodded and said, It is hard to believe that as former enemies, the Tianfu Star Venerable and the Sword Venerable still have such trust in you after one failure. Honest people know their fate and treat others with sincerity, Ning Qin said calmly. The noble woman was silent. Moments later, she sighed softly. I hope that I was not wrong when I promised you to leave Changling a few days ago. The living being's tribulation doesn't necessarily come from all living beings. After all, no one has passed this tribulation. Female Supreme, you don't have to think too much about it, said Ning Chen with a smile. Let's go. No matter what, you have to come back and stabilize your cultivation once we're done with the heavenly sanctum. After saying that, the female supreme didn't say anything else and walked forward. Having experienced the Empyrean tribulation before, he knew how terrifying the final tribulation was. However, among the many Empyrean tribulations, there were 3 types of heresy: demonic tribulation, love tribulation, and all beings tribulation. Among the 3 tribulations, ordinary people would have a slim chance of survival if they encountered one of them. However, knowing Destiny State cultivators had already encountered 2 of them. The devil's body was deeply involved in the demonic tribulation, and his original body encountered the tribulation of all living beings, which only existed in legends. With the arrival of the gods, the mortal world was shrouded in darkness for 100 years. All living beings had to go through the immeasurable tribulation. This tribulation was originally for all living beings, but knowing destiny forcibly changed it. In the end, they had to bear the tribulation that all living beings had yet to go through. The female supreme was speechless as she walked forward. Her heart was very complicated. All living beings were bitter, but knowing destiny state was even more bitter. However, knowing destiny state had never seen bitterness as bitterness. Behind her, Ning Chun held Er's hand and followed. Looked at the constantly changing formations around her and asked softly, "Can I learn these formations?" A gentle expression appeared on Ning Chen's face. He said softly, "Yes, I'll ask the female supreme to teach you." When heard this, she broke into a smile and was extremely happy. This child's foundation was cleansed with phoenix blood. The female supreme glanced sideways and asked, "Yes, it was done with the body of a phoenix." Ning Chen nodded. "Chongling has many cultivation methods and secret arts. You have seen many. Teach her whatever she likes. Don't worry too much. As an elder, I'm giving a junior a little token of appreciation," the female supreme said with a calm expression. Ning Chen rubbed the hair of the little girl beside him and said, Quickly thank the female supreme." "Thank you, female supreme," said sweetly. "Learn well. Your master is the best master in the world," the female supreme said softly. "Okay," replied obediently. Tianhing City. After the three of them arrived, they used the formations to enter the heavenly abode again. In the heavenly abode, Holy Land, in front of the Star Soul Life Sea, the six-flower venerable was still standing there, trying his best to deduce the day when the two stars would collide. Seeing the person who had come, the six-flower venerable showed a trace of respect and said, "Jiming Marquis, sorry for not welcoming you." "No need to be polite. How is it? How much time do we have?" Ning Chen asked seriously. 2 years and 4 months. The six-flower venerable looked at the person in front of him and said, "Jiming Marquis, the star venerable said that you are a sincere person and worthy of trust. I believe in the star venerable's judgment. This time, please." "I will do my best," Ning Chen replied calmly. After waiting for more than a month, Mu Changa and the others returned one after another. After another 2 months, Xiao Bieli and Xiao Tianqi also returned to the Holy Land. Their eyes were filled with exhaustion from running around. "How was it?" Ning Chen asked. "We found 3 withered stars and left 12 venerables to construct the pagoda. But it's different from last time. That life star's speed is far beyond our imagination. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to guarantee that the 3 withered stars will collide," said Xiao Bieli. Ning Chen fell silent. A long time later, he sighed and looked at Xiao Tianqi. "Star Venerable, I need to meet with the 12 venerables alone." "What is it?" Xiao Tianqi didn't understand. "There are 2 answers that the 12 venerables need to choose for themselves," said Ning Chen. Xiao Tianqi frowned slightly and replied, "I will arrange your request as soon as possible. Is there anything else you need to pay attention to?" Ning Chen thought for a moment and warned, "After the collision, the laws of the world on that life star will show a temporary flaw. However, it won't be for long. So you have to seize the opportunity. No matter what happens during that time, you have to put it aside and focus on moving the star." "I understand." Xiao Tianqi nodded. 10 days later, within a quiet hall in the Holy Land, Bai Yi stood there. Numerous illusory figures appeared in front of him. There were 12 of them in total. Their auras were different, but they were all equally powerful. "Jiming Marquis, may I know why you've come looking for us?" asked one of the illusory figures. "There's something that the venerables need to decide for themselves." "There's no need to tell me the answer. I'm only responsible for explaining the situation. As for what you choose, it's up to you," said Ning Chen calmly. "Please speak." Another one of the 12 asked. Ning Chen's expression turned serious, and he said, "Compared to the last time, This life star's speed has greatly increased. Moreover, it's getting faster and faster. When the star collides, it's very likely that it will deviate from its position. So, there are two choices for the Venerables to consider. The first is to follow the original plan and use a formation to leave when it approaches the life star. The second is to use the 4 directions divine pagoda as the foundation. The Venerables will control the direction of the star until the final moment of collision. Chapter 598. In the main hall of the Holy Land, it was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. The 12 illusionary figures were all silent because of Jiming's words. After a long time, a venerable from the original Holy Land finally spoke. He said seriously, "Marquis Jiming, if only 1 dry star hits, what's the success rate?" 50%, Ning Chen said honestly. "What about 3? Another venerable from the Holy Land asked. "Every additional dry star increases the chance of success by 20%. If all 3 dry stars hit, the final success rate will be at least 90%, Ning Chen answered. The reason why it was 90% instead of 100% was that the last 10% was the will of heaven that no one could predict. The 2 venerables nodded and looked at the 2 people beside them. They said calmly, "Fellow cultivators, it's time to repay the kindness of the star venerables." The other 2 nodded softly. Their eyes were as clear as water. It seemed that they had just made a simple choice. Jiming has said what needs to be said. Venerables, think carefully about your choice after you go back, Ning Chen said. Thank you. The 4 venerables nodded. They didn't stay any longer. They bowed politely and left first. Just as they were about to disappear, one of them paused for a moment. He looked at the remaining 8 sovereigns and softly said, "Everyone, compared to ordinary people, we have lived for hundreds of years longer. We have descendants, disciples, and even relatives. Sacrificing 12 of us in exchange for the lives of our descendants and the lives of millions of people in the heavenly sanctum is worth it. No matter how good a foreign land is, it can't compare to your own home. That's all I have to say. I ask that everyone carefully consider this." Venerable Qinghui's figure gradually faded and disappeared. The other 8 venerables also left one after another. They were silent. No one could tell what they were thinking. Ning Chen sighed softly and turned to leave the main hall. He couldn't expect a person to be flawless. There were only 2 kinds of people who could sacrifice themselves for others without asking for anything in return. They were fools and sages. There weren't many fools in the world, and even fewer sages. In the inner world, there used to be teachers and Dao Kuei. Now there were none. The heavenly abode star venerables were perhaps the last sages in the world. With Chao Tianqi's presence, the heavenly abode star venerables were worthy of respect, no matter what their intentions were. They were willing to risk their lives for the people of the heavenly abode. He could not ask for more. 12 human supremes and billions of creatures in the heavenly abode. It seemed like an easy choice, but life was never measured by numbers. In particular, the 12 supremes had to make their own decisions. Choosing death was not difficult, but choosing one's own death was not easy. With a rumble, the doors to the hall opened. Chao Tianqi was waiting outside. He looked at the plain-clothed young man and said, "Now, can you tell me what it is?" "No." Ning Chen shook his head and said, "It's not up to me to say this, and it's not up to knowing destiny to decide. If star venerables want to know, you can ask the 12 venerables." Not too far away, Xiao Bieli remained silent. As the minister of heaven's sanctum, he had more or less guessed what was going on. In the 3rd month, everything was ready. On the day before their departure, the sun was setting in the Holy Land, and the afterglow shone on the desolate Holy Land. In the past, the land was abandoned for the sake of forging the astral soul-flowing fire, and even now, not a single blade of grass or tree grew. Knowing destiny, thank you. Chao Tianqi's body was glowing as he looked at the beautiful land of the heavenly abode. There's no need. I'm doing this because I don't want the inner realm to be ravaged by war again. After all, There are people I cherish there, Ning Qin calmly replied. I hope that the heavenly abode and the inner realm will always be peaceful, and that the people will be prosperous and healthy, Chao Tianqi said softly. Ning Qin was silent. A woman had once said similar words to him. At the same time, they had once been enemies. The great wish of peace in the world was so far away, but there were always people who worked hard on this endless road without any complaints or regrets. On the second day, as soon as the sky brightened, numerous figures stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared in a flash of light. In the starry sky, Zhi Ming, Xiaobieli, and the 6 Flower Supremes appeared on the unknown life star that was heading towards the heavens territory. On the other side, Chao Tianqi, Mu Chang'e, and Nu Chang appeared on the withered star that was forming the character with the heavens territory. Let's begin, said Ning Qin. Yes. Xiaobieli and the 6 Flower Sovereigns nodded. With a shout, the 3 of them began to circulate their cultivation techniques. Vast amounts of true qi soared into the sky. Their shocking auras caused the land within hundreds of miles to shake violently. At the same time, in the boundless starry sky, on top of the 3 huge withered stars, the brilliance of the 4 corners' divine towers shot straight into the starry sky. The origins of the 12 human sovereigns merged with the power of the divine towers and forcefully moved the huge stars under them towards the direction of the vital stars. On the planet of life, the 3 of them sensed it at the same time. They pushed their cultivation techniques to the limit and accelerated the planet's movement. It was an unprecedentedly powerful lineup. 15 Supreme Being experts were working together to activate the unprecedented collision plan. In the vast and boundless starry sky, the 3 withered stars were rapidly moving. They were getting faster and faster, and in a flash they were so fast that it was difficult to see them with the naked eye. Time passed slowly. The 3 stars were getting closer and closer to the planet of life. In the 4 towers, the pressure on the 12 sovereigns was increasing. On the planet of life, Ning Qin looked at the giant shadow in the sky and said calmly, "We should go." With that, Ning Qin didn't waste any more time. He stepped into the teleportation array. Xiaobieli and the 6 Flower Sovereigns followed behind him and left. In the sky, 1 star was already infinitely close to the planet of life. The 2 stars were extremely fast and were about to collide. "Fellow cultivators, do you regret it?" asked Qing, Hui Reverend, from one of the towers. "No regrets." 3 voices echoed. In the next moment, the star of life collided with the planet of life. It burned fiercely like a meteor. In the blink of an eye, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The entire planet of life shook violently. When the first star collided, 2 more withered stars followed. Unexpectedly, no one came out of the tower. The same choice, the same trajectory. The 2 withered stars followed the trajectory of the first star and collided with the big star below. The dazzling brilliance illuminated the planet. When life bloomed, it was so beautiful. The 12 sovereigns, no matter what they were like when they were alive, had all chosen to fight for a bright future for the people of the heavenly abode. They didn't want to live under someone else's roof. In the distance, on the star of life, Su-yi walked out. She glanced at the planet of life in the distance. A complicated look flashed in her eyes. She said, "Star Sovereign, it's time." Chao Tianqi and Mu Chang'e heard her and nodded at the same time. They stepped out and shouted softly. Their treading immortal cultivation instantly erupted. After the explosion on the planet of life, the 4 towers of the 4 poles shone brightly. They broke through the waves of dust and shot into the starry sky. The 2 stars responded to each other. A powerful pulling force pulled the planet of life towards the desolate planet in the distance. However, just as everyone thought they had succeeded, the planet of life was affected by the collision. The ice divine tower in the north started to crack. The origin energy scattered, and the movement of the planet of life was stopped. It was a deadlock. Ning Qin narrowed his eyes and said, "Female sovereign!" The female sovereign stepped forward. She turned her palm and condensed Yuan to help the two of them. When the three treading immortals joined forces, the pulling force increased by 30%. Unexpectedly, the cracks on the Ice Divine Tower in the north of the planet of life became even more severe. It forcibly balanced the power of the three. This is troublesome. It's hard to guarantee that the two stars won't collide with each other at this distance, said Xiao Bieli. There's a problem with the Ice Divine Tower, said Xiao Tianqi. We can't wait any longer. Star Sovereign, you and I both have ice attribute bodies. We must immediately repair the tower, said Ning Qin decisively. Okay. Xiao Tianqi nodded. He glanced at the two people who were holding the planet of life and said, I'll leave it to you too. Star Sovereign, don't worry. Just go back. Mu Changa replied and shouted. He pushed his body to the limit and pulled the planet with all his strength. The female sovereign on the side also condensed her yuan and used all her strength. She glanced at the plain-clothed figure who was about to enter the formation and said, Jiming, don't forget what you promised me. Ning Qin smiled and said, Female sovereign, don't worry. I'll be fine. As he spoke, the two people who entered the formation disappeared and returned to the planet of life. Dust billowed everywhere on the life star after the collision, covering the sky and the sun. Only the 4 light columns were so clear that they looked like lighthouses guiding people who had lost their way, bringing endless light to people. Among the 4 pillars of light, the one in the north was obviously much weaker. The power of the Ice Divine Tower leaked out quickly. It was difficult to pull the planet of life. On the way to the northern Divine Tower, Qiao Tianqi asked in a low voice, Jiming, are the 12 venerables still alive? Ning Chen was silent. After a while, he sighed and said, According to the degree of destruction of this planet, the 3 dry stars all hit this planet. None of the 12 venerables in the tower left. Sadness flashed in Qiao Tianqi's eyes. He said, How are the people of the Heaven Mansion compared to the people of the inner world? People's hearts can't be compared, said Ning Qin honestly. Qiao Tianqi smiled bitterly and sped up. He turned into a beam of light and rushed to the north. Jiming, as long as there's a chance, I won't allow the thousands of people in the Heaven Mansion to live under someone else's roof. The Heaven Mansion is our hometown. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will protect it. The figure in the distance was so determined. Ning Chen sighed again and followed him. On the planet, the Ice Divine Tower stood in the northern polar region that had collapsed. Cracks spread across the body of the tower. It was on the verge of collapse. Star Venerables, I tried my best. Under the tower, the arcane venerables murmured. The vitality in his eyes became dimmer and dimmer. He had used his life as the foundation to support the Ice Divine Tower until now. In the end, he couldn't hold on anymore. Arcane venerables, Qiao Tianqi walked forward. Seeing the arcane venerables slowly fall, his heart ached. He wanted to save them, but it was too late. Ning Qin entered the pagoda and looked at the huge cracks on the pagoda. His eyes darkened. He turned his palm and condensed his qi. He activated the life scripture, and a blizzard appeared. Endless frost filled the air around the pagoda, repairing the cracks. No one had thought that the star-moving formation, which had been going smoothly, would have a problem in the most unlikely place. They had calculated everything, but in the end, they couldn't defeat the will of the heavens. Chapter 599. On the planet of life, under the Ice Divine Pagoda, the arcane supremacy used up all his vitality and died. He became the 13th supremacy to die after the 12 supremacies. No one had expected the calamity that would befall all life in the heavenly sanctum. In front of the only turning point, the once lofty sovereigns of the heavenly sanctum finally chose to descend into the mortal world and shoulder the burden of all life in the heavenly sanctum. Qiao Tianqi raised his hand and closed the eyes of the arcane supremacy while trembling. He said with grief in his eyes, I swear that I will not let your sacrifice be in vain. Tianfu will not perish. Snow of the heavens, follow the waves in death. With a shout, the snow surged like the waves in the sky. With Chao Tianqi as the center, an extremely cold air spread out. Frost and snow fell from the sky, turning 1,000 miles into a land of ice and snow. Seeing this, Ning Chen's expression changed. He said in a low voice, "What are you doing?" Jiming, Marquis, only you know how to build the 4 directions divine pagoda. There is not much time left. The power of the laws of this planet will recover soon. Every moment we delay increases the possibility of failure. I will use myself as the foundation to raise the power of ice and snow around the pagoda to the maximum. As for repairing the pagoda, I will leave it to you. As he finished speaking, Chao Tianqi released all of his martial arts. In an instant, 100 miles around the pagoda was sealed in ice and snow was falling. It was a shocking scene. For the last hope of Tianfu, Chao Tianqi did not care about his injured body. He used himself as the foundation to repair the pagoda. As he entered the heaven and earth, the ice and snow swirled. Within 100 miles, the temperature suddenly dropped. The collapse of the ice divine pagoda slowed down a little. Ning Chen sighed in his heart. He knew that he could not delay any longer. His palm turned into vital energy and activated the life scroll. It absorbed the coldness of the heaven and earth and started to repair the broken pagoda. The wind and snow split the sky. In the 9 heavens, thunder roared. The snow and wind swirled around the pagoda, repairing the cracks on the pagoda. Below the tower, Chao Tianqi released his true essence. Gradually, blood dyed the snowflakes red, and the divine tower made of ice was dyed a dazzling shade of red. The cracks closed, and the formation pattern flourished. At the most crucial moment, Su-Yi took a step and flew into the clouds. The 4 scrolls of reincarnation and the image of creation appeared in the mortal world. The 4 scrolls chimed in unison, growing and multiplying endlessly, drawing the power of ice and snow between heaven and earth into the divine pagoda. In an instant, rumbling sounds could be heard as the divine pagoda recovered. The pillar of light that shot into the starry sky was restored to its original state. When the divine towers were repaired, Mu Changa and the female sovereign immediately sensed it. Borrowing the power of the 4 directions divine towers, they pulled the great star of life towards them. Drink! At the final moment, success was imminent. The 2 immortal treading realm cultivators poured all their power into defying the heavens and changing their fate. Behind them, Xiao Bieli and the 6-flower venerable took a step forward and arrived behind the 2 of them. They condensed their essence and circulated it into their bodies in an instant. The great star shook and slowly shifted. Heaven and earth were merciless and sent down a calamity that could destroy the world. Finally, under the concerted efforts of the Knowing Destiny sect and the sacrifice of the 13 human supremes, the destiny was forcefully changed. Ning Chen landed in the frigid ice divine tower, which was shaking unceasingly in the life star. Seeing Chao Tianqi lying in the snow, his face changed. He immediately stepped forward to check. Star Venerable, his aura was so weak that it was almost undetectable. Ning Chen's eyes darkened. He condensed a vast essence in his palm and protected Chao Tianqi's life force. Then he carried the ladder and rushed toward the teleportation array on the great star. At the same time, in the other 3 divine towers, Tiandu, Dongsen, and Zhenyang also rushed toward the teleportation array in the distance. In the center of the great star, the teleportation array had already reached its limit under the continuous impact. The array was flickering and gradually collapsing. Dongsen, who was the closest to the array, arrived first. Seeing the array shaking unceasingly, his pupils shrank. He gathered his essence and circulated his essence to stabilize the array. Soon, Tiandu and Jinyang arrived as well. Without any hesitation, they helped to stabilize the array at the same time. Where is Tai Xian? Why is he still here? Dong Sun shouted when he saw that the array's collapse was irreversible. There's something wrong with the frigid ice divine tower. Tai Xian must have been seriously injured. Hang in there for a while longer, Tian Du replied seriously. Right at this moment, a white-clothed figure rushed over from afar. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of the array. When the 3 star venerables saw this, their expressions changed drastically. They said in shock, "How could this be?" "There's no time to explain. We must send her back to the Temple of Heaven as soon as possible." "Can this array still be used?" Ning Chen asked seriously. "It can only be used once at most, and someone must be here to stabilize it," Dong Sun replied quickly. "Marquis Jiming, take the star venerables and leave first. The 3 of us will protect this array for you," Xinjiang said. Time was of the essence, so Ning Chen didn't refuse. He was about to enter the array when suddenly the array shook violently again. The patterns flickered and became more unstable. Ning Chen's expression darkened. He knew that the 3 venerables couldn't protect the array. He sighed softly and opened his eyes. Demonic chi surged. "Demonic body, I'll leave the star venerables to you." As he spoke, the 2 venerables separated again. The black-clothed, black-haired demonic body appeared. Demonic chi surged and shook the world. "You must come back alive." The 2 venerables looked at each other. The demonic body took Chao Tianqi and stepped into the array. Ning Chen stepped forward and concentrated his energy to help the 3 venerables stabilize the array. He sent the demonic body and Chao Tianqi away. "Please." The 3 venerables of the Tianfu mansion looked at him with firm and unregretful eyes. The demonic body gradually disappeared and left the planet. In the starry sky, the planet with life deviated from its orbit and headed in an unknown direction. It crashed into stars one after another and disappeared into the boundless starry sky. On a faraway planet, the demonic body appeared with Chao Tianqi. Mu Chang'e and Nu Chang's expressions changed. "Star venerables." Mu Chang'e stepped forward and took Chao Tianqi. He immediately checked his condition. Nu Chang also stepped forward and asked in a low voice, "Where's your main body?" The teleportation array was destroyed. "Chao Tianqi is in a critical situation. My main body and the other 3 venerables work together to protect the array and send us back," the demonic body said calmly. "We're in trouble." Xiao Bieli's eyes turned gloomy when he heard this, and he said, "The gravity of that star is unlike an ordinary star. Even exalts in the mortal realm would need some time to leave it. During this period of time, the star would have already flown to an unknown location. Once one gets lost in the starry sky, then returning is as difficult as ascending the heavens." The demonic body's expression didn't change much. He said indifferently, "It's fine. As long as we don't die, there will always be a way. This matter is over, so I'll take my leave first." The demonic body didn't stay any longer. He stepped into the array and disappeared in an instant. In the heavenly sanctum sacred land, Yin was waiting by the teleportation array. Her face was filled with boredom. She had been wandering around for several days and nights. In the sacred land, the 3 calamities and half-step venerables knew that this little girl was the Jiming Marquis disciple. They didn't dare to be careless and would follow her wherever she went. They were afraid that something would happen to her. Just as Yin was getting impatient, light flashed from the array and a black-robed figure walked out. Feng Yuan suppressed his devilish qi, and the coldness on his face lessened. The Sacred Lands experts immediately stepped forward and asked, "Where are the Jiming Marquis and Star Venerables? Why are you the only one back? Did you succeed?" "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. "They'll be here soon." When everyone heard this, their faces were filled with excitement. Finally, they had succeeded. "Move aside." Behind the crowd, Yin was blocked and could not come over. She pouted and squeezed forward as she shouted in a delicate voice. When the Sacred Lands experts heard this, they quickly moved aside and stopped blocking the little girl. Didn't you say it would be quick? Why were you gone for so long? Ian grabbed his hand and asked. There was a small accident. It's fine now. Let's go back. Ning Chen said softly and walked toward the array with Ian. Everyone, the war is over. We won't meet again. Before leaving, Ning Chen looked at the Sacred Lands experts and said this. He disappeared without any reluctance. In the blink of an eye, there was no trace of him. In Tianjing City of the Central Continent, Ning Chen walked out of the city with Ian. Ning Chen, where are we going? Ian didn't understand. We're going to see your sister Bai. Then we're going back to the Eastern Prefecture to search for the Immortal Corpse Patrol. Ning Chen said gently. Oh. Ian nodded and asked again. What's the Immortal Corpse Patrol? Ning Chen thought for a moment and said, It's a flying genius. There's someone my master cares about. Oh. Ian responded and asked, Is it someone you like? Ning Chen smiled. You're just a child. Do you know what it means to like someone? Ian wrinkled her nose and said unhappily, I'll be 14 soon. I'm not a child anymore. In my hometown, 14 years old is still a child. Ning Chen stroked the little girl's hair and said softly, Liar, it's not like 14 years old isn't a child in the Eastern Divine Prefecture, said Ian. Huh. Ning Chen smiled and said, The hometown I'm talking about is my master's hometown before he came to the Divine Prefecture. It's very, very far from here, even farther than the Divine Prefecture. Ian immediately felt that her brain wasn't big enough. She said in shock, You also came from another star. Don't make wild guesses. Even Master can't figure it out. You're so stupid, so it's even more impossible, said Ning Chen. I'm not stupid. You're the stupid one, said Ian unhappily. In the Central Plains, two figures, one big and one small, headed north. Several days later, the celestial minister appeared in Eternal Heaven City and gave the order to retreat. The tens of thousands of soldiers on the front lines immediately retreated. Batch after batch of soldiers from the Divine Prefecture returned. The various sects in the inner realm were shocked. At first, they thought it was a trap, but when they saw the Divine Prefecture's army retreat all the way back to Eternal Heaven City, they were sure it was real. The war had ended so suddenly that no one knew why. It was just like how they didn't know why the Divine Prefecture had paid such a heavy price to invade the inner realm. In Eternal Heaven City, Mu Changa stood on the city wall and sighed as he watched batch after batch of soldiers return. When they came, there were 30 sovereigns. When they left, there wasn't a single one left. Let's go. There's a price to pay for starting a war. This is what the Divine Prefecture should bear, sighed Xiao Libi. Wait a moment. I'll bid farewell to the knowledge Marquis. With that, Mu Changa waved his right hand, and the heavenly tower behind him shot into the clouds. Sword will surged and appeared above the 9 heavens. The next moment, tens of thousands of swords chimed together. The 11th sword broke through the air and crossed the entire central state, bidding farewell to knowing destiny. Chapter 600. Outside Maqiao village, Hong Yi stood quietly. Beside him, Ian was eating a stick of candied haws. In the village, a woman in a blue and white dress was busy. There was a thin layer of sweat on her beautiful face. Compared to the past, she was less cold and more worldly. The white flood dragon, who had cultivated for 1,000 years and transformed into a demon venerable, had finally integrated into this world after knowing destiny made it forget. Ning Chen, can Sister Bai still remember us? After eating the candied haws, Ian raised her head and asked. Ning Chen shook his head and said, It's very difficult. However, it doesn't matter if she can remember us or not. Perhaps this is the best outcome for her. The white flood dragon didn't like fighting, but because of hatred it flooded the Golden Buddha temple and harmed all living things within 100 miles. now that it could forget the past and help rebuild Maqiao village, which was destroyed in the disaster. It could be considered as atonement for its past mistakes. The two stood outside Maqiao village for half a day. When the sun rose to the middle, Ning Qin looked at the little girl beside him and said, "Let's go." "Aren't we going to say goodbye to Sister Bai?" Didn't understand. "No," Ning Qin said softly. "We can't disturb her life anymore. It's enough to see that she's well. Let's go." After saying that, Ning Qin didn't stay any longer. He held the little girl's hand and turned to leave. Looked back a few times reluctantly, but in the end, she had to leave again. In the village, Bai Yunlian, who was busy, looked up at the two figures disappearing in the distance. Her beautiful eyes flashed with confusion, and tears fell from her eyes. Half a day later, 300 miles away, the two people traveling east were getting faster and faster. When the sun was about to set, the surrounding air pressure suddenly dropped. Heaven and earth trembled, and Ji Zun blocked the way. "Military advisor, the alliance leader wants to see you." Li Shanzun walked out and said respectfully. Hearing this, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "The war is over. Knowing destiny has nothing to do with the sections. We won't disturb you anymore. I'm sorry, but the alliance head has ordered that we must invite the military advisor. I hope the military advisor can come with me." The respect on Honorable Li's face lessened somewhat, replaced by some toughness. "Oh, I'm very curious. Is this the alliance leader's idea or your own?" Ning Qin said lightly. "Naturally, it's the alliance head's idea. We're just following orders." As she spoke, a female supreme being walked out. She was the supreme being of the Red House, blocking the path to destiny awareness. Ning Chen's expression gradually turned cold as he said, "What if I say no?" "Then please excuse us." The void swirled. Amidst the mist, the third sovereign appeared in the wilderness. The three venerated beings blocked his path and attacked him forcefully. Ning Chen's expression became colder and colder, and he could not suppress his killing intent. Hold on tight," Ning Chen instructed. Then he waved his right hand and Taisha appeared. Blazing phoenix flames soared into the air, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Lu coldly snorted. She flipped her delicate hand, and a red light flashed. She threw out a powerful palm strike that started the battle. With a loud clang, the sword and palm shook the wilderness. With this sudden attack, violent waves surged around the two of them, causing their clothes to flutter loudly. "I didn't expect that I had misjudged your hypocritical hearts. Is my existence really so frightening?" Ning Qin mocked coldly. "Jiming Marquis, you secretly connected with Heaven's sanctum and betrayed the inner world. This is unforgivable." Exalted Mountain, Li stepped into the battle. He opened and closed his palms. "If you want to kill me, why do you need to find such a lame excuse? If you have the guts to come, then Jiming Marquis will accompany you." Taisha slashed down. Ning Chen held Er's hand with his left hand and waved his sword with his right, blocking the former's palm strike. The shocking collision caused waves of dust to surge and the ground to crack. Shock waves spread out, destroying mountains and rocks. "Sovereign, you're only SOSO." Ning Qin sneered. His figure flickered, and his sword split open the sky. 100 feet wide gust of wind tore through the air. The sword light was shocking. Bailey Zun stepped forward, and his palm formed a 10-sided flood. The water rippled and blocked the incoming sword light. "Oh, as expected, you came prepared," said Ning Chen indifferently. "Being prepared means being confident." Exalted Mountain, Li stepped forward and said coldly, "Please show your confidence," said Ning Chen indifferently. "As you wish." Before he even finished speaking, Exalted Mountain, Li's figure flickered. With a flip of his palm, the earth moved and the mountains moved. The earth rushed up and turned into a mountain that fell from the sky. "Break the sky." Ning Chen's eyes narrowed. Taisher slashed through the air, and the sword light roared and slashed through the sky. The ground shook violently and the mountain collapsed. Immediately, sand surged into the sky like a wave. Jiming Marquis, your struggle will only make your death more miserable. Exalted Hong Lu stepped forward, red lightning surging around him. The might of his palm shook the world. The sword shook the lightning, and Ning Qin took half a step back. His sword changed direction, and blood-red flames rose into the sky. The shocking blood-red flames burned the sky and boiled the sea. The expressions of the three exalts became serious. They circulated their origin energy to block the extreme power. After a few steps, the three exalts retreated at the same time. The shock waves were difficult to disperse, and the blood qi in their bodies surged violently. The three exalts' expressions became serious. In just a few years, the Jiming Marquis had become even stronger. It probably wouldn't be long before a second legend of swordsmanship appeared in the world. If this kid doesn't die, he'll definitely become a big problem for us in the future. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. Bailey Zun's expression turned cold. He opened and closed his hands, and a raging wave was born. It swept across hundreds of miles, and the shocking power even made the setting sun lose its color. Seeing this, Ning Chen's eyes flashed with mockery. His figure flashed out like red lightning, and his sword slashed through the wave, and he instantly appeared before the former. At the moment of crisis, the ground shook and huge rocks flew, blocking the sword. When the sword stopped, lightning descended from the sky. Exalted Hong Lu rushed over, and the red lightning in his palm was like 1,000 birds chirping, extremely ear-piercing. Noisy! Ning Qin flashed out and waved his sword. The sword was like a dragon swimming out of the sea, and it forcefully clashed with the red lightning. After a moment of stalemate, the sword broke through the sea of lightning. The sword qi passed through the body, and a smear of blood splattered. A sword mark appeared on Hong Lu's left shoulder, and the hair beside her ear floated down silently. 3 against 1, and with the Phoenix origin killing body, he was able to suppress the three exalts without falling into a disadvantage. Fourth sword, River of Forgetfulness. With a soft shout, the move of the heavenly mansion, Sword Master descended. Ning Chen moved, and his sword slashed open the yellow spring. The aura of death that pervaded the sky rapidly converged, and the sword's power increased by 30%. The sudden change in the sword's momentum caught the three exalts off guard. They could not resist the sword's will, and they were injured in one move and retreated a few steps. With just the 3 of you, you want to kill the knowing destiny state. Should I say that you are confident, or that you are stupid? At the end of his words, Ning Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The wind and clouds on his sword changed, and a red brilliance lit up the sky. The shadow of a phoenix appeared behind him. In an instant, the red clothes disappeared, and the extremely fast sword took lives with each strike. Blood splattered everywhere, and their injuries worsened. Their bodies could not be seen clearly, and their swords could not be seen clearly. They were like the scythe of the grim reaper, mercilessly harvesting the lives of fools. In the extreme speed, the sword and palm collided, and the sky and earth shook violently. The knowing destiny state cultivators who were 1 level lower than the 3 exalts were not at a disadvantage at all. The moment the palm entered their bodies, it was drowned by the endless demonic qi and dissipated in the blink of an eye. Their speed was inferior, and their cultivations could not be suppressed. The 3 exalts were in a dangerous situation. Retreat! The unexpected situation shocked the 3 exalts even more. They did not dare to fight for a long time and tried to retreat. You can't leave. Ning Chen waved his sword, and sword light poured down like rain, blocking the 3 exalts' path of retreat. Then he stepped into the air and Taisha rotated. Magnificent sword light gathered from all directions and the ultimate sword reappeared in the world. Nirvana! The sword light crisscrossed, magnificent and dazzling. In the next moment, it descended from the sky and drowned the three exalts. Rumbling, the sky collapsed and the earth fell. Wherever the sword light passed, the earth within a radius of thousands of feet caved in, and a waterfall of blood dyed the dust red. It was bleak and dazzling. In the aftermath, the three exalts flew out, and blood splattered everywhere. They were in a sorry state. Who do you think will die first? Just as the three exalts landed on the ground, the cold voice of the grim Reaper sounded again. Teicher moved, and the killing light was dazzling. Before exalted Li Shan could turn around, the sword light had already pierced through his heart, and blood dyed Teicher's blade red. Let me tell you one last thing. I am really the Scarlet Demon. Exalted Li Shan's body shook violently, and his mouth opened and closed. He wanted to say something, but no words came out. The Venerable of Mount Li's eyes dimmed, filled with unwillingness and regret. The Venerable of Mount Li had lost his life with a single sword strike, and his soul was completely lost. Ning Chen waved his sword and threw away the corpse on the sword. Then he looked at the two heavily injured exalts and said indifferently, "Now it's your turn." He arrived in an instant, and the sword light was deadly. Just as the Supreme on the sword reached its peak, the sword in Ning Chen's hand suddenly shook, and the power of the sword weakened. Seeing this, Exalted Red House flipped his palm to catch the sword. With a bang, his body flew out, and he took a step in the air to retreat quickly. Not far away, Bailey Zun did not dare to stay any longer. His figure flashed, and he left as well. Looking at the two leaving, Ning Chen did not chase after them. After a while, a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. The demonic calamity consumed his body, and his aura weakened rapidly. What a pity! Ning Chen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sighed in his heart. He held Ori's hand and continued walking forward. "Are you injured?" Ur's face was filled with worry. "No." Ning Chen shook his head and said, "I'm not injured. It's just a tribulation. It's nothing serious." Only then did relax. A look of worship flashed across her face, and she said, "You were so powerful just now." She knew that those three were the legendary human sovereigns. Ning Chen had beaten them all away. Didn't that mean that Ning Chen was even more powerful than the strongest human sovereign? No wonder Grandpa, Sword Master, lost back then. Learn well, and you'll be even more powerful than Master in the future. Ning Chen smiled. "Really? Then why do you always say that I'm stupid?" Pouted. Ning Chen smiled and said, "Who said that being smart means you have to have good talent, and being stupid means you have to have bad talent? No one is perfect, and no one is completely useless. Your talent is indeed not bad, but I'm not wrong to say that you're stupid." "I'm not stupid," Ina said angrily. Ning Chen smiled and rubbed the little girl's head, and did not continue to provoke her. "Ning Chen, after becoming powerful, will I have to kill people?" Under the night sky, I hesitated for a long time before asking. Being born in this world, there are times when people have no choice. Ning Chen softly replied. He felt that this topic was too heavy, and a gentle expression appeared on his face. He smiled and said, "You don't need to think too much about it. Look, Master is actually kind-hearted and peace-loving." Chapter 601. In Jingfeng City, the two venerables returned with heavy injuries. The three human sovereigns were shocked. Mount Li died in battle. "We failed," Bailey Zun said weakly as he stumbled and vomited blood. "How is that possible? Without the yin and yang formation, the Marquis shouldn't be so strong," Venerable Luo Shao said. "Why don't we ask the Alliance Venerable to join forces with the other three regions to kill this traitor?" Venerable Bai Hui said, "No, we can't see through the Alliance Venerable's thoughts. The war between the two realms has ended, and the Inner World Alliance only exists in name. It won't be easy to borrow the power of the other three regions, Buchuinchio, who had survived the invasion of Heaven's Province, said. Are we going to let the Marquis of Heaven's Province go? Don't you know the consequences of letting a tiger return to its mountain? Venerable Luo Shao said, Of course not. But we need a better excuse, said Buchunqiu, his eyes glittering. What do you mean? Venerable Luo Shao didn't understand. Killing demons. Buchuinchio said coldly. Back then, Tianji City said that the Marquis of Heavens Beyond was the source of calamity. As expected, a few years later, Heaven's Province invaded Zhongzhou, and we can use that to kill demons again. Of course, it would be best if we could get the help of Tianji City. It won't be easy. The people of Tianji City never lie. It'll be difficult to get them to help, Venerable Baihui said. Buchuinchio sneered and said, It's not impossible. It's not easy, but it's not difficult either. Back then, Zhao Liusu was behind it, and Tianji City divined that Jiming would become a demon. That's why the world was able to kill demons. Everyone should know that it's easy to become a demon, but it's difficult to turn back. I think that Jiming Marquis has been unable to become a Zun cultivator because of this. Venerable Chuanqiu, you mean that the Marquis of Heaven's Province can become a demon again? Venerable Luo Shao said seriously. Yes. Buchuinchio nodded. Or rather, the Marquis of Heaven's Province hasn't been able to get rid of the demons. I don't know how he regained his sanity, but once he becomes a demon, he'll be a demon forever. Hearing this, Baihui Zun narrowed his eyes and said, If that's the case, then it's easy. We just need to make another trip to Tianji City. The truth will be revealed very soon. What about Jiming Marquis? How can we stall him? Honored Master Luo Shao asked. Send the disciples of the cult to intercept them. If the knowing destiny state intervenes, he will be labeled as a murderer of the innocent. That's exactly what we want. Then Buchunqiu looked at the two injured Zun cultivators and said, Zun cultivators, please heal as soon as possible. We'll need your help when we kill the Marquis. Bailey and Hong Lu both nodded in agreement. In the wilderness, the bright moon shone brightly, sprinkling a faint chill. Ning Chen held Yin Er's hand and walked. Not long after, the little girl he was holding became sleepy, so he carried her on his back. As her master, regardless of whether it was his demonic body or his main body, he was extremely protective of Yin. He was unwilling to let the little lass suffer the slightest grievance. In the past, when Jiming was young, he had the protection of his eldest grandson and Prince Yan. That was why he had survived many dangers. Today, Jiming had become an elder and began to protect the younger generation under his wings to prevent them from being destroyed by the wind and rain. Inheritance was the most selfless contribution in the world. Generation after generation, it was a responsibility and an obligation. Cold. In the wilderness, the cold wind was slightly chilly. Yin murmured half asleep and hugged her arms even tighter. Ning Chen waved his hand and a black robe appeared. He gently put it on the little girl and then continued walking. Demon, although I don't want you to bring disaster to the world, I still have to remind you that if a demon has human feelings, he will definitely destroy himself, especially when you're still in the midst of the demon tribulation. The voices of 49 men and women sounded. I'm just repaying Sword Master Zhu's kindness, Ning Chen said lightly. That's for the best. Demon, you're getting deeper and deeper into the tribulation. Your cultivation will also become weaker and weaker. Before your cultivation reaches its lowest point, you should leave the Central Plains as soon as possible. The 49 leaders of the Taoist sects reminded him. I understand. Ning Chen nodded. In the silent night and the cold wind, knowing destiny walked faster and faster. When the cold moon was hanging high in the sky, many figures appeared and blocked his path again. Marquis, knowing destiny, The Alliance leader has ordered you to return to competitive Peak City, a half-venerable said in a low voice. The death of a foolish person is not to be regretted. In order to list my crimes, your master has really put in a lot of effort. Coldness flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He waved his hand and Taisha appeared. He moved and waved his sword with killing intent. The cold white light showed no mercy. In the blink of an eye, Huang Quan spared his life. Waterfalls of blood dyed the white moon red. In the night it was killing. In the wind, bright red blood floated. Miserable cries shook the sky. No one had expected knowing destiny to kill without caring about the consequences. Those who couldn't escape were left with their souls in the night. Blood splattered from the sword like a waterfall. The nature of a demon was one that disliked scheming. Killing was the most direct way to solve a problem. Broken limbs were scattered all over the ground. Miserable cries were useless. Running was also useless. In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered in blood. Knowing destiny, who couldn't stop him, took his life mercilessly. With the last sword, blood dyed the sky. Taisha withdrew his sword and walked away in red robe. Bang! Bang! In the wilderness, several figures fell to the ground. Blood dyed the ground red. They had come with orders, but they didn't have the life to return. On the back of the red robe, Yin-Er was still sleeping sweetly. She wore a black robe to block the cold of the night. In a secret room in competitive Peak City, rows of jade tablets were broken. Bu Chuanqiu, who was waiting for news, narrowed his eyes. Knowing destiny had really killed them all. At the same time in Tianji City, the 7 white-robed youths were using the divination art to calculate knowing destiny's true body. Luo Xiao and Bai Hui were waiting. They needed an excuse. If Tianji City could provide this excuse, it would be the best. Day after day, day after day, the 7 white-robed youths suddenly trembled and vomited blood. Crimson demon! Within the heavenly secrets, the 7 youths revealed expressions of disbelief as they exclaimed in shock. Even they didn't expect that the military advisor who had been helping the inner world fight against Heaven's Sanctum was really the Crimson Demon. It turned out that the demon had always been a demon. It was just that none of them could see it. Hearing the words of the 7 youths, Luo Xiao and Bai Hui's eyes flashed coldly. It was really an unexpected and joyful harvest. Knowing destiny was a demon, it was an unforgivable sin. Thank you. The 2 venerables spoke before their silhouettes faded away, leaving the Tianji City. One day later, in Tai-Bai residence, Bailu Academy, Mizar Dynasty, messengers appeared one after another and invited the leaders of the various sects to discuss the situation. In front of Tai-Bai residence, the one-armed venerable Tai-Bai was silent. Shortly after, he sighed and said, "Messengers, please return. Tai-Bai's body is already half crippled. I don't want to burden you all." In Bailu Academy, Yi Qingqiu also declined the invitation and sent the messengers away with the reason of being unwell. Mizar Dynasty, Central Heavenly Court. In the majestic purple clouds, the primitive emperor listened to the messenger's report. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Killing the demon and protecting the living is my duty. The primitive emperor is wise. I admire you." The messenger bowed and said goodbye before turning and leaving. "Father," Yi Xuanmiao said with a solemn expression, "no need to say any more. Xuanmiao, don't forget your identity. Also, it's time to avenge your 3 brothers." In the purple clouds, the primitive emperor said coldly. At the same time, on the road to the east, wave after wave of experts from the various sects blocked the road. Knowing destiny didn't put away his sword. Blood kept dripping down and staining the road to the east. In order to stop knowing destiny, the leaders of the various sects didn't hesitate to sacrifice themselves. Wave after wave of allied forces blocked the road to buy time for the final battle. Ning Qin, encountering the continuous pursuit of the various sects, even Yin-Er felt that the situation wasn't right. Her little face was full of worry. "Don't worry. With Master here, no one can hurt you." Ning Chen's face showed a touch of gentleness. Arrogant words. Marquis, knowing destiny, have the ability to save your own life before caring about others. At this moment, the void under the night shook violently. Extremely powerful figures walked out one after another. The world trembled, unable to accommodate their bodies. 1, 2, 3. 10 supreme beings arrived at the same time, followed by 30 half-supreme beings. Then, an army of thousands of innate experts showed up. It was a shocking lineup, and they were determined to eliminate the demonic calamity once and for all. Many supreme experts appeared. Not only Zhongzhou, but even the supremes of the other 3 regions came. Their former subordinates, betrayed, knowing destiny today. Seeing this, Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and said, "Everyone, such a big lineup. You really think highly of knowing destiny. If you die, the world will be at peace." Bu Chuanxue walked out and said coldly. Ning Chen waved his hand and took out the commander's seal. He said lightly, "It seems that the trace of soul in this commander's seal doesn't have any binding power on you." With a bang, the jade seal shattered and the soul power dissipated. However, the Supreme's expressions were the same as before. They weren't affected at all. "We didn't dare to act rashly if we weren't fully prepared. Marquis, knowing destiny, are you still not going to restore your true body?" Bu Chuanxiu sneered. Ning Chen ignored him. He looked at the Supremes of the other regions and said calmly, "Everyone, it's not surprising that the sects of Zhongzhou can't tolerate knowing destiny. I just don't know why the Supremes have come. Killing demons doesn't matter where you come from. Red, refining demon, you're doomed." Supremacy Qing Yu walked out and said coldly, "What about you? Do you have the same reason?" Ning Chen looked at the other Supremes and asked calmly, "Killing demons and protecting lives is our duty," Supremacy Chi Wei said. "Ha!" Looking at the silhouettes floating in the sky, Ning Chen chuckled. Gradually his laughter became colder and colder, angrier and angrier. The coldness in his laughter continued to fluctuate. "So, no matter what you do, you can't change your dirty hearts. You want Red Refining Demon. So I'll give you Red Refining Demon, the source of all evil." As soon as he finished speaking, the furious knowing destiny opened his eyes. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color. Endless demonic waves rolled out. His red clothes were torn to pieces, and his ink-black clothes fluttered in the wind. Red Lotus of the Devil reappeared in the world. Chapter 602. Outside the Locket Mountain, the Supremes of various sects had joined forces to kill knowing destiny. The world's demon-slaying battle had started once again. The grudge that couldn't be resolved finally erupted after the end of the Tianfu War. 10 Supremes arrived at the same time, accompanied by an army of inborn experts, cutting off all escape routes. They were determined to completely end the demon-slaying battle that had lasted for several years. In the encirclement, knowing destiny revealed his true self. His black robe and long hair danced in the wind. His cold gaze was devoid of any human emotions, making people feel a bone-chilling coldness. Seeing the familiar yet strange figure beside her, Yin-Er was startled at first. She then grabbed the former's sleeves tightly, her pretty face unwavering. "Are you afraid?" The demon body tilted his head and asked. "No." Yin-Er shook her head and replied, "All right, follow me. I'll bring you out of this encirclement." After recovering his demon body, Ning Chen's tone was no longer as gentle as before. However, his words were firm and unquestionable. "Okay," Yin-Er nodded and replied. With a wave of his hand, Qi Lian's blade appeared out of thin air. Ning Chen held his sword and rushed out. The sword moved rhythmically, causing the space to wail. Bailey, Qi Wei, and Qin Yu blocked the ferocious sword. The collision shook violently, and after a moment of stalemate, Luo Xiao, Bai Hui, and Hong Lu rushed forward with surging vast vital energy. Xian Zhen and Wen Yang followed behind. Their moves shook the earth and mountains. The 8 Supremes joined forces to slay the demon, slaying Calamity. 1 advanced, 2 defended, and constantly changed their attacks. Facing the demon, slaying Calamity, Ning Chen's expression was cold. He held Yin, with one hand, and waved Qi Lian with the other. Boundless demonic qi rose around them, with the demonic qi protecting his body and the phoenix vital energy supporting him. His strength and speed were combined. With the demon slaying Calamity in his hand, he was unstoppable. The sonorous sound of swords, axes, and halberds clashing could be heard. The 8 Supremes and 30 half-Supremes formed a killing formation to stop the demon, slaying Calamity. Outside the killing formation, Buchuanqiu and Yuan Emperor watched the battle calmly, waiting for an opportunity to attack. The 8 Supremes took turns to fight, knowing Destiny's martial soul was covered with sword radiance. A brave sword and a brave figure. Facing the encirclement of the army, he didn't show any fear. Kill! Thousands of Xiantian experts stepped forward with weapons in their hands. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and spears were all aimed to kill, leaving no room for negotiation. Bloody path! The demonic body moved, and Qi Lian opened the Yellow Springs Road. His sword moved rhythmically, and sword light tore through the air. Severed limbs flew everywhere, and blood dyed the wilderness red. The weapon surged like a tidal wave, and in the blink of an eye, blood congealed into a river. The blood-stained sword became even denser, and the crimson sword tip shone with a dazzling light. 3 venerables retreated, but another 3 venerables followed. Their powerful attacks did not stop at all. Amidst the storm-like attacks, the demon body took strange steps. His figure was like an illusion as he dodged crisis after crisis. The crimson drill in his hand continued to absorb the power of resentment between heaven and earth, causing its might to become increasingly astonishing. Rip! The sound of clothes being torn rang out. Blood splattered from Bailey Zun's right arm. It was the first time he had been injured by a sword that was both fast and powerful. Outside of the battle, Buchuanqiu and Yuan Emperor stepped forward and joined hands with the halberd to help the situation. With 2 powerful experts attacking, Ning Chen immediately felt the pressure increase. He used his sword to shake off the heavy halberd that was about to hit him. His figure flashed, and he retreated a few steps. The primitive emperor snorted coldly as his palm followed closely behind. Ning Chen held his sword horizontally to block the attack. With a loud noise, he was pushed back a few more steps. The power of fortune. Looking at the purple qi that surrounded the former, Ning Chen squinted his eyes and said coldly, "Jiming Marquis, I've been waiting for this day for a long time." The primitive emperor clenched his fist, and the purple qi increased. A huge dragon-shaped aura roared out and surrounded him. The Mizar emperor revealed the cultivation of a venerable for the first time. Ning Chen flipped his palm to block the dragon aura. He retreated half a step and used the momentum to rush out. With a swing of his sword, a black phoenix roared out behind him. The dragon and phoenix roared as they soared into the sky. A moment later, they collided with each other and boundless airflow surged out. In the aftermath of the collision, the 2 retreated at the same time. It was a draw. 1 move for 1 move. Jiming Marquis, you've lost. The primitive emperor suppressed the injuries in his body and stepped forward. He pushed his palm once again, shaking the world. Buchuanqiu also waved his halberd, and the other 8 venerables cooperated with each other. Ning Chen stood tall and faced the army alone. The demonic aura on his sword was pushed to the limit. Blood flame. As Qi Lian slashed out, raging currents gathered from all directions. Red blood flames that could burn the sky and boil the sea surged out. The earth cracked open and earth fire spewed out, boosting the might of the demonic technique. In an instant, screams of agony shook the sky. Wherever the bloody flames passed, the bodies and souls of the upper sky realm cultivators were engulfed by the waves of fire and turned into ashes in an instant. A sword shook the heavens, and a gap appeared in the encirclement. Ning Chun held Ur's hand and rushed toward the gap. "Do you think you can escape?" Bu Chuanqiu leaped and waved his halberd to block the path. The halberd's momentum was as heavy as a mountain. At that moment, the dragon's gate appeared, and a young woman in purple clothes walked out. She raised her hand and grabbed the halberd. "Bu Chuanqiu, Zun cultivators, what are you doing?" she asked coldly. "Alliance sovereign, the Jiming Marquis, is Qi Lianmo. The truth is right in front of us. Please work together to eliminate this demon," said Bu Chuanqiu coldly. "What if I say no?" Zhao Liusu's eyes flickered coldly. "Then I'll have to offend you." Bu Chuanqiu spun the halberd in his hand and slashed downwards with an earth-shattering power. "You." Zhao Liusu's expression was cold. She waved her hand to block the halberd and then sent it flying with a palm. "If he can't, then what about me?" The battle changed once more. Multicolored light condensed, and a green-robed girl walked out. It was the third senior sister, Xu Piaoxiu. Zhao Liusu's expression sank. "Continue chasing the Jiming Marquis." "Leave this to me," said Xu Piaoxiu indifferently. "Many thanks." Bu Chuanqiu nodded and chased after him. The 10 venerables moved. Zhao Liusu's figure flashed, wanting to stop them. However, Xu Piaoxiu moved with her and condensed vast yuan in her palm. The 2 palms collided and Xu Piaoxiu was forced back a step. However, with the Buddhist sect's indestructible body, she was able to block Zhao Liusu's path. "Xu Piaoxiu, the Jiming Marquis has no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill him?" raged Zhao Liusu. "If he doesn't die, then junior sister will never be able to enter the venerable realm. Moreover, the Buddha and the devil have always been at odds. The Jiming Marquis has already turned into a devil. If he stays, he will bring disaster to the world," said Xu Piaoxiu coldly. It was hard to understand. Zhao Liusu's expression sank. She didn't say anything else and stepped forward. The 9 souls will appeared and turned into a divine sword. With a bang, the 2 of them clashed again. The air surged and swallowed the 2 of them. At the same time, Ning Chen held Ur's hand and waved his sword. Halberds were broken. Broken limbs flew, and blood splattered everywhere. "Jiming Marquis, you can't escape." Palm energy and halberd light attacked from behind. Ning Chen turned around to block. In the fierce collision, blood flowed out of his right arm. "You're injured," said Ur anxiously. "It's fine." Ning Chen replied softly. Demonic flames rose on his sword and he swung the halberd away. Immediately after, he moved to the side and dodged Ling Xue's palm energy. He stepped forward and attacked again. Sky Breaker! 100 zhang wide mist split the sky and the earth. Blood and bones flew everywhere. The 2 venerables received the attack and retreated a few steps. When the 2 venerables retreated, the 3 venerables moved forward again. There was no gap in their attacks. His sword blocked the 3 venerables. Before he could recover, Ning Chen's mouth was dyed red. He shouted and demonic waves rolled out. With a bang, the 3 venerables were pushed back a few zhang. The halberd followed, closely behind. The sword and halberd collided. Blood splattered everywhere. The sword momentum didn't stop at all. The demonic aura was chaotic. The magnificent sword pressure shook the earth. Bu Chuanqiu and Yuan Emperor retreated a dozen steps at the same time. Blood flowed out of the corners of their mouths. On the other side, Ning Chen was hit by the aftershock. His mouth was also red. The demonic aura around him shook and showed signs of instability. "Jiming Marquis, your path has come to an end." Luo Xiao, by Hui and Hong Lu pressed forward again. At the critical moment, a blue light flashed in the distance. The path sword broke through the sky and blocked the three venerables. The figure with a broken arm was no longer there, full of the smell of alcohol. The once high-spirited chief of Taibai Prefecture was later defeated by the legend of the Eastern region's swordsman. His Taoist sword was broken, and his Taoist heart was damaged. He spent his days in a drunken stupor. Today he came out again, forgetting his Taoist sword and returning to the dust. "Jiming Marquis, let's go," the Taibai Prefecture chief said calmly. "Thank you." Ning Qin didn't hesitate. He took and rushed toward the Locket Mountain. "Taibai Prefecture Chief, you." Looking at the person in front of him, Luo Xiao said angrily, "No need to say more. Come." The Taibai Prefecture Chief waved his hand and took the path sword. "You can't save him. Today no one can save him." Bu Chuanqiu snorted coldly. His halberd rushed forward and slashed down. The two experts clashed. The earth shook and cracks spread out for thousands of zhang. While dragging the battle on, the primitive emperor channeled the power of fate at the same time. His palm force surged and struck toward the great white manor lord. "Continue chasing," shouted Bu Chanqiu. He waved his halberd and blocked the path of the leader of the Tai by public house. The 8 Supremes and the army continued to chase. They had planned for several days and made many arrangements. They wouldn't allow Jiming to escape. Below the Locket Mountain, the army was endless. Qi Lian's sword emitted bloody light and a murderous aura. In a battle of life and death, there was no friendship. There was only killing to find a way to survive. The sound of the sword was mournful and sorrowful. The knowing destiny state was exhausted by the devil tribulation. His body shook violently and became more and more unstable. "Put me down and leave first. They won't hurt me." Seeing the blood dripping from Jiming's arm, Er's eyes were filled with tears. "Don't say stupid things," Ning Qin replied. He lightly shouted and waved his sword. Instantly, demonic waves rolled like waves. His sword reflected the moon. The dark clouds in the 9 heavens gathered rapidly and thunder rumbled. Demonic technique, heaven burial. As the sword pierced the ground, divine lightning descended from the 9 heavens, and the earth in all directions collapsed. Boundless sword intent rapidly spread out, and everywhere it passed, mountains collapsed and rivers of blood flowed. Just as Jiming was in a life-and-death situation, a beautiful figure in a green dress appeared hundreds of miles away. Her gentle face was full of anxiety as she rushed toward the battlefield. Qingning, the last family member of Knowing Destiny, flew through the night like a moth and rushed to the fatal situation. Chapter 603. At the foot of Luojia Mountain, the Knowing Destiny state had a battle of life and death. The bloody night was the mark of the demon's massacre. Thousands of Khanate cultivators kept advancing. Blood and bones paved the road to hell, blocking the demon's path. In the battle, the black-haired and black-clothed figure looked emotionless. His sword was even more emotionless. The besieging army fell one after another. His sword cut through soldiers and souls. More than half of the 30 half-venerables had died in the battle. The 8 human sovereigns were also injured to varying degrees. The strength of the demon shocked everyone present. Sword light flashed and blood splashed. The demon was invincible in the battle of killing the demon. He was famous for his sword dance. Looking at the brave figure on the battlefield, the human sovereigns were shocked. The killing intent in their hearts intensified. At this moment, the sovereigns of the 3 regions outside of Zhongzhou finally understood why the churches in Zhongzhou would kill the Knowing Destiny state at all costs. When a wise man had absolute power, no one in the world could stop him. The battle reached its climax. Corpses piled up. The Knowing Destiny state sovereigns were dyed red. With a slash of his sword, the half-venerables died. Suddenly, a powerful palm came out from behind the half-venerables and hit the knowing destiny state sovereign's chest. Blood splashed. Ning Qin took half a step back. The sword in his hand went through the half-venerable's body and penetrated the right shoulder of Supreme Luo Shao. Ugh! Supreme Luo Shao let out a muffled groan and raised his hand to grab the sword blade, wanting to stall the former. Changing hands! Ning Chen's eyes flashed coldly. He spun his sword and cut off Ning Chen's arm. With a piercing sound, blood filled the air. Seeing another palm strike coming, Ning Chen drew his sword to block it. With a loud bang, he was pushed back several steps. Vermilion dripped down, dyeing the black clothes. Injuries were exchanged, and the battle became even more desperate. Luo Shao, how are you? Bai Hui stepped forward and asked seriously. I can still hold on. He can't hold on for much longer. Let's end this quickly in case something happens, Supreme Luo Shao said with a pale face as he sealed the wound. Understood. Bai Hui nodded. On the other side, the demon held Yin Er's hand and moved forward. Blood splashed everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. Knowing Destiny State had never stopped, they knew that if they were defeated here, it would be the end. They would not allow anyone to stop them. Before this, they could only live, and live. As the sword was swung, blood splattered down, reflecting scenes of the past. 20 years of ups and downs in the mortal world. A drifting, lonely boat could no longer find a ferry. Knowing Destiny State did not know his own fate. He could only hold the sword in his hand tightly and cut down all obstacles. The blood of the fallen figures gathered into a small river and dyed the ground under the Locket Mountain red. The moonlight shone through the dark clouds, creating a desolate scene. Ah! Suddenly, there was a cry of pain as the blade slashed past. Ning Qin was unable to block it in time. Blood gushed out of Yin Er's left arm and dyed her clothes red. Ning Qin turned around and his pupils constricted. Then a cold light flashed in his eyes. He swung his sword and cut the half-venerable realm cultivator who had injured the little girl into two. The gushing blood blinded the eyes of many innates. Their gazes were filled with fear, hatred, resentment, and many other complicated emotions. At the same time, far away in the Heavenly Music Pavilion in Northern Plains, Mu Qingxue, who was pushing the sound mill, suddenly felt a strong sense of uneasiness. He could not explain why, but it lingered in his heart. His snow-white robe was now dyed red. The iron chain that pierced through his shoulder blades restricted his freedom. 100 years of night, like black silk in the morning, like snow in the evening. Affected by his emotions, the sound of the great Tao changed. At this moment, the void shook and an abnormally strong figure walked out. Looking at the girl in front of the sound mill, he said, "Your heart is not calm anymore." Something happened to him. "Pavilion Master, please let me out of the Heavenly Music Pavilion. Once I'm done, I'll return immediately," Mu Qingxue said with an anxious and pleading expression. "It's difficult to leave the Heavenly Music Pavilion," the Heavenly Music Pavilion Master said. Then her figure faded and disappeared. "Pavilion Master!" Mu Qingxue shouted anxiously. However, there was no response. "There's no need to think about getting married. Mu Qingxue, back then you made a deal with Master to take on the task of pushing the sound mill. You won't be able to leave for 100 years, said Wu Qingying calmly. "I'm willing to pay any price." "Miss Qingying, please plead on my behalf," begged Mu Qingxue. "That's impossible. I'm also powerless." Wu Qingying shook her head. It was truly difficult to understand. Those who cultivated the greatest indifference, art, would completely erase their most unforgettable memories from the start. Logically speaking, Mu Qingxue should not have recovered his memories, but he was still unable to let go of that person. Hopefully, the Heavenly Music Pavilion would be able to sever this entangled relationship in 100 years. At the same time, in the barbarian palace of the Eastern Divine Prefecture, A beautiful girl was kneeling in the middle of a palace and kowtowing 3 times. "You still can't let him go?" The former king of the barbarian dynasty lamented as he stood before the girl. "Your daughter is unfilial," said Wild softly. "You can go." The barbarian king waved his hand and sighed. Wild kowtowed once more before standing up. She took the origin heart sword and left. Locket Mountain. Under the cold moon, the sounds of fighting still didn't cease. The intense battle caused the surrounding 50 miles to be covered in a bloody mist. Layers of killing formations left no path of retreat. Inside the formations, Knowing Destiny used their swords to kill and slaughter. 8 sovereigns were already injured, and less than 10 half-sovereigns remained. No one had expected such a huge price to pay. This shocked and infuriated the human sovereigns. They had prepared for a long time and used all their strength, but they were still unable to smoothly eliminate this person. If there was a day when Knowing Destiny stepped into the sovereign realm, the various sects would be doomed. The demon body sword was ruthless and merciless. Although it was injured, its killing intent grew stronger and stronger. Each of its moves was like the yellow springs taking lives. Demonic art, heavenly tears. Qi Lian danced, and the resentment on the sword erupted. The wind and clouds changed, and demonic waves swept out. Heaven and earth dimmed. The sovereigns only felt their cultivation techniques become sluggish, and the circulation of their true essence was restricted. The 3 against 3 formation was immediately broken. The last 2 couldn't gather their strength in time and were heavily injured. The ground was dyed red. This was the shock of the demonic calamity. The strongest demonic calamity had already far surpassed Qi Lian from 4,000 years ago. Beside Knowing Destiny, Iner bit her lips. Although the wound was painful, she still forced herself not to scream. She didn't want Knowing Destiny to worry. Blade light and sword shadows intertwined. Blood dripped down from the black-clothed Knowing Destiny's face. His steps were like a dragon as he slashed with his sword. "Knowing Destiny, Marquis, how long can you struggle for?" The situation changed. The 8 sovereigns immediately changed their tactics. They teamed up and attacked once more. As the sword and palm clashed, Knowing Destiny, who was exhausted, took a few steps back. Drops of blood dripped down from the corner of his mouth and dyed his clothes red. The path of the world was difficult, and demonic cultivators couldn't survive. Ning Qin glanced at Locket Mountain behind him. Qi Lian activated the power of resentment again. Amidst the earth-shattering vibrations, a magnificent sword light soared into the sky. Nirvana! Extreme swords intersected with each other, and they were peerlessly gorgeous. Everywhere the sword light passed, space collapsed, and the ground was reduced to ruins. For sovereigns were the first to be hit. They vomited blood and retreated. The other 4 were also affected by the sword and took a few steps back. A flaw appeared in the killing formation. Ning Chun stepped forward and dashed towards Locket Mountain behind him. The path was rugged and difficult to traverse. However, the Yellow Springs road made of blood and bones was never easy to traverse. The soldiers along the way fell one after another under the bloody sword light. His stubborn will drove his unyielding soul. He still didn't know when to give up in the face of the army. Blood dripped from his black hair, but the blood on his sword was 100 times, no, 1,000 times stronger. The Alliance army was protected by Knowing Destiny when Heaven Province invaded. Now they counterattacked and devoured Knowing Destiny. Along the way, a drop of blood fell on Iner's face. It was slightly warm and scalding. He never let go of her hand and never thought of letting go. Knowing Destiny's 3 bodies were one. Although they had different personalities, they were all stubborn. Once they decided on something, they wouldn't let go no matter what. The mountain was surrounded by jade and blood dyed it red. The light of life was always so beautiful when it bloomed at the end. Countless figures had fallen. Blood and bones filled the mountain and dyed the entire Locket Mountain red. The battle of slaying demons was so tragic that words paled in comparison. In order to kill knowing destiny, the various sects sent out all their elites. They were determined to kill knowing destiny at all costs. On Locket Mountain, the army behind them surrounded them once more. The 8 sovereigns suppressed their injuries and circulated the last of their techniques. Ning Chen's sword blocked the palm, and the shockwave shook the surroundings. Blood flowed out from Ning Chen's mouth. He changed the direction of his sword and pushed back the 4 sovereigns in front of him. After the 4 sovereigns retreated, Luo Xiao, Bai Hui, Honglu, and Xianzhen charged forward and pressed down with their palms. Ning Chen's black clothes were dyed red again. He took a few steps back and vomited a mouthful of blood. The demonic aura around him shook violently again. The demonic calamity that he couldn't escape from made the demonic cultivator fall into a life and death crisis. The sword on the ground still had a terrifying demonic aura, but it didn't have the terrifying pressure from before. Knowing destiny, Marquis, you have nowhere to go. Seeing that knowing destiny's aura was showing signs of instability, the 8 sovereigns gathered their energy at the same time. The wind and clouds on the mountain swirled rapidly. The strongest move was unleashed. After one move, the battle of slaying demons ended. Ning Chen endured his injuries and pulled behind him. His eyes flashed with determination. The demonic aura around him surged, and the demonic aura around him surged. He blocked the final move with his sword. Just as life and death were about to be decided, a figure in green appeared from afar. She blocked the fatal palm with her back, facing the sovereigns. Blood splattered everywhere and dyed the sky red. Their gazes were so gentle. Looking at the last thing he cared about in his life, he was like a moth flying into a flame. He didn't hesitate and directly crashed into Scarlet Drill's sword. With a piercing sound, the sword pierced through his body. Blood spurted out like a fountain, dyeing his green clothes and knowing destiny's eyes red. Qing Ning raised her hand and caressed the face of the young man in front of her. A hint of reluctance flashed across her pale and beautiful face. He had really grown up. Actually, she didn't want to die. Actually, she wanted to live. She wanted to live and watch him go on. Unfortunately, she didn't have the chance. Ning Chen, you've become a demon. Chapter 604. On the Locket Mountain, the situation suddenly changed. The green-clothed figure was pierced by the crimson drill sword. Blood gushed out from her chest and dyed the sword red. Ning Chen was stunned. His heart, which had never wavered even when he had a murderous look on his face, collapsed instantly. Remember, you have to live. The green-clothed figure fell down the cliff behind her. Her last gaze was on the young figure on the cliff. The gentleness in her eyes couldn't be erased. He was fine. He had no regrets in this life. The falling figure gradually disappeared from his sight. Ning Chen reached out to grab her, but he couldn't grab her anymore. Unable to accept the fact, Ji Ming's body kept trembling. He was in so much pain that he couldn't breathe. His dark eyes were red. Ever since he woke up, he had never thought that his last pillar of support would leave him one day. Ji Ming was silent and couldn't shed tears. Gradually, Ji Ming's trembling body calmed down. However, this sudden change made the faces of all the venerables present freeze. Ha ha! In the next moment, an inexplicable laughter sounded on the Locket Mountain. The sound was like thunder and lightning. Then, a terrifying demonic aura shot up into the sky, scattering the clouds and piercing through the world. Ah! Ji Ming's soul rushed to the 9 heavens, and his demonic essence shook the world. Blood dripped from Ji Ming's eyes. His eyes instantly turned black. Ji Ming had turned into a demon and was doomed eternally. Boom! The true demon appeared. Heaven and earth mourned. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts fell on the demon's body. However, they were stopped by the endless demonic aura and couldn't hurt him at all. In the distance, the Grand White Academy's chief, Zhao Liusu, and the others who were rushing over also felt the terrifying demonic aura on the mountain. What a terrifying demonic aura! This was no longer a demon of the human world. What was inside Zhi Ming's body? Just as the true demon descended into the human world. Many Kane experts in the 5 regions sensed it. They looked in the direction of the Locket Mountain in the central continent with shock in their eyes. Not good. In the ancient land of Changling, the female supreme looked at the central continent in shock. What happened? Why did Zhi Ming completely turn into a demon? In the divine prefecture of the eastern region, a pretty girl hurried to the central region. Because of the connection of their hearts, she could clearly feel the helplessness and grief of the collapse of knowing Destiny's inner support. He was so sad that he lost his heart and fell forever. Ning Qin, a man muttered and sped up slightly, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. In the heavenly music pavilion, in a strange space, Mu Qingxue, who was pushing the sound mill, trembled. He looked toward the central continent. He could not wait any longer. Drink! With a clear whistle, the sound mill rumbled and shook. It was about to be shaken apart again. At this moment, the void rippled, and the master of the heavenly music pavilion appeared. She raised her hand to stop the sound and said with a serious expression, Mu Qingxue, have you forgotten your promise? What can you do if you go there now? On the darkest night of the Locket Mountain in the central continent, the demonic body's murderous aura grew denser and denser. Resentment gathered between heaven and earth as thunder and lightning flashed across the night sky. All of you deserve to die. Knowing Destiny stood up. His eyes were filled with terrifying darkness, without any trace of humanity. His messy black hair danced in the wind. Knowing Destiny, who had a firm heart, had lost his last warmth. His rationality had been devoured by the devil's heart, and he would fall forever. The demonic body moved, and the sword flashed. The army in front of the demonic body did not have time to react, and their bodies were directly cut open. The demonic body passed through, and the tip of the sword threatened to kill. Reverend Luo Zhao's pupils constricted. He flipped his palm and condensed Yuan to block the tip of the sword. Arg! A miserable cry rang out. The sword that was blocked directly slashed down. Without any obstruction, the sword cut open half of the Reverend's body. Blood spurted out. But the sword in the demonic body's hand did not stop at all. It swung for thousands of feet, and the Reverend's body was cut in half. This terrifying scene shocked everyone present. It was more terrifying than ever. A Reverend of the world could not block a single move. The situation changed in the blink of an eye. The situation that was about to succeed in slaying the devil took a terrifying turn. Knowing Destiny entered the void and escaped the devil tribulation, completely turning into a devil. The surging devil Qi spread out. The black-clothed, black-haired figure in the devil Qi was like a death god. It was indescribably terrifying. Seeing the situation change, Reverend Bai Hui ordered, "Work together to kill him. Otherwise, everyone will die." With this order, the battle began once more. This time it was not just for slaying the devil, but more for survival. The 7 reverends worked together, attacking and defending as one, resisting the true devil. With a bang, the force of his palm shook the murderous weapon. The demonic energy entered the sword, and the baleful aura surged. The 7 human supremes vomited blood and staggered back more than 10 steps. An unshakable enemy. The reverends' faces were filled with shock. They could not believe this huge change. At this moment, Yuan Emperor and Buchuanqiu rushed over from the distant battlefield. They worked together to attack the demonic blade. The demonic body reached out and directly grabbed the halberd. Then, the sword slashed across, cutting apart the endless fate energy. Yuan Emperor's chest spurted out blood. Buchuanqiu's eyes shook. He immediately let go of the halberd and tried to retreat. However, it was already too late. The demonic body instantly moved and blocked his path. With a slash of the sword, Blood spurted into the sky. After being heavily injured, Buchuancio endured his injuries and tried to retreat again without even thinking. "Since you're here, there's no need to leave." The demonic body's words were calm. The demonic body waved his left hand, and the halberd in his hand flew out. The demonic wave spread for thousands of feet and directly pierced through the former's body. It shattered one mountain after another and nailed into the cliff in the distance. Of the 10 reverends, 2 were dead, 1 was crippled, and 7 were heavily injured. The terrifying demonic body made everyone feel endless despair. Ning Chen. In the distance, Zhao Liusu wanted to go forward, but she was stopped by the Tai-Bai house chief. "Don't go over." The Tai-Bai house chief's expression was solemn. The current knowing destiny state probably didn't even recognize his own family anymore. That child! Zhao Liusu looked at the little girl shivering at the edge of the cliff. She was one of the few people she treasured. Nothing could happen to her again. "We can't save her. We can only resign ourselves to fate. Moreover, the knowing destiny Marquis hasn't killed her yet. She might not be in danger," the Tai-Bai house chief said with uncertainty. "Time's up. All of you go to hell." On top of Locket Mountain, Jiming looked at the army in front of him with cold eyes. Shortly after, a wave of devilish energy surged out from his left hand as he slashed his sword. A terrifying sword pressure swept out in all directions. Red lotus moved, demonic chi surged, and a forbidden technique fused together. 6 Dao fall, myriad demonic tribulation, Taishang forbidden sword. As soon as the demonic body took a step forward, the dust under his feet churned. The demonic body entered the void, and endless black chi spread out rapidly, covering hundreds of miles of land. Demonic phoenix tribulation. The sword entered the void, and the 9 heavens sank. In an instant, the demonic phoenix spread its wings, and black flames covered the sky. Silently, a pitch-black sword light was formed from the demonic phoenix's body. 1 turned into 2, 2 turned into 3, and 3 turned into an infinite number. A moment later, hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of black sword lights fell from the sky and fell into the human world. After a moment of silence, the entire Locket Mountain collapsed. Amidst the black sword rain, thousands of Xiantian realm cultivators screamed miserably. They couldn't escape, and they were completely buried by the apocalyptic demonic tribulation. The moment the mountain collapsed, Zhao Liusu, who was beside the little girl, summoned the 9-wheel soul plate to block the black sword rain. But in just a breath's time, the 9-wheel soul plate shattered and the sword light fell straight down. Arg! Blood splattered, and Zhao Liusu's mouth was dyed red. She quickly retreated. In the distance, the Grand White Palace Lord activated his Dao sword to open a path for the 2 of them. In just a few breaths' time, the backlash hit them and they vomited blood. In the region of Locket Mountain, the Devil Phoenix's heavenly tribulation had ended. The most shocking scene was that the entire Locket Mountain had disappeared into thin air. Blood, bones, and rocks were mixed together as blood flowed out from between the rocks. The demonic body stood in the void wearing black clothes. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he looked down coldly. The sword in his hand was dripping blood, silently. He had protected the first time, the second time, and in the end he still chose to bury the human world with his own hands. Chapter 605. The Locket Mountain was completely destroyed. Qing Ning's death caused Ji Ming's mental support to completely collapse. He became a demon overnight and became an Azura forever. The Taishang forbidden sword appeared in the world. Wherever the black sword rain passed, the heavens and the earth were overturned. The mountains were destroyed, and the earth was destroyed. Thousands of Xiantian soldiers were slaughtered, and there were no survivors. Of the 8 supremes, 5 were dead and 3 were heavily injured. The black-robed demon slowly descended from the sky. His expression was indifferent. Whoosh! Qi Lian slashed and two heads flew. Blood spurted out. The black-robed demon walked past them, and their decapitated bodies fell to the ground. The last supremacy, the Yuan Emperor, was heavily injured. He vomited blood as he looked at the approaching demon. His eyes were filled with shock. Marquis Ji Ming. Before he could finish his words, Qi Lian slashed past. Blood spurted out as he died. The Yuan Emperor was unwilling to accept this. He took a step towards becoming a supremacy, but his grand plan came to an abrupt end in a single night. The black-robed demon didn't look back. His demonic aura was so cold that it could frighten gods and ghosts. On Nine Lotus Mountain, a red tower stood high above. The black-clothed man appeared from a great sect at the peak of the Central Plains. With a single sword strike, he flattened the great sect that had been passed down for thousands of years. With rumbling sounds, the great sect was destroyed. Along with the collapse of the red tower, it vanished into thin air. Half a day later, at the Mizar Imperial Palace, scarlet lights reflected the sun as demonic waves surged like waves. The entire Imperial Palace collapsed, turning into ruins. In 10 days, all the sects that had participated in the war against the demons were destroyed. Not a single one survived. Blood dyed every inch of the land. The demon brought disaster to the world and bathed the Central Plains in blood. Ji Ming, it's enough. The voices of 49 men and women sounded from the demon's body. It's not enough. The demon cultivator replied calmly. A day later, he headed west. West Jade Mountain was one of the 3 holy lands of Buddhism. Today, the demon descended. The war between Buddhism and demons that had lasted for thousands of years had begun once again. On West Jade Mountain, the master of the West Jade Mountain sensed something. His expression became grave as he looked at the demon walking over. He really did come. Buddha is merciful. Right at this moment, on the mountain, the void swirled and Buddhist rain fell from the sky. A young-looking Buddha walked out with a Buddhist staff in his hand. He calmed the smoke of war and appeared solemnly in the world. "Many thanks, light revered," said the West Jade Master politely. "As fellow Buddhists, I can't just ignore this. He should be here soon." "I never would have thought the 3 Buddhists would gather at such a time," sighed the Light Reverend. "The West Jade Mountain has an undeniable responsibility for the Jiming Marquis turning into a demon. If possible, please spare his life." The West Jade Lord sighed. "I understand." The Light Reverend nodded. Just as the 2 of them finished speaking, the sound of footsteps could be heard in the distance. The wind howled and the clouds moved. A black-clothed figure strode over. His long hair danced in the wind as black qi surged. Boundless demonic might caused the pressure on the mountain to suddenly drop. "Today, Xiao no longer exists." His calm words did not carry any threat, as if he was just stating a fact. As his voice fell, the demonic body moved. Scarlet sword edge appeared, and baleful energy covered the sky. The expressions of the West Jade Master and the Light Elder turned serious. They activated their Buddhist Dharma and opened the Buddhist Grand Formation again. In an instant, golden lotuses sprouted from the ground, and the dazzling light of Buddha illuminated West Jade Mountain. Thousands of golden lotuses floated up and down on the mountain, forming a 1,000 lotus world that suppressed the demonic cultivators. Clang! The Buddha and the demonic cultivators clashed. Boundless energy surged in all directions, shaking the mountain. The Light Reverend fell back, half a step. The Buddha's light of Buddha illuminated the 1,000 lotus world, and his Buddhist energy flowed endlessly. He barely managed to block the demonic cultivator's sword. On the side, the West Jade Master stepped forward. Her slender hands turned into thousands, and Buddha's light of Buddha rose, sealing the demonic cultivator's chi-si. The demonic body's expression did not change. He formed a sword finger and blocked the former's palm. "Jiming, turn back." The Buddha and the demonic cultivator were in a deadlock for a moment. The demonic body's gaze moved, and the darkness was endless. It was as if his humanity had been buried forever, never to return. All of you will be buried with her. The demonic aura around Jiming's body surged, and he slashed out with his sword, forcing the two reverends back. Demonic technique, blood flame. The demonic body pointed forward, and a billowing demonic wave swept out. A sea of blood-colored flames violently surged and spread. 3 realms of transcending the world. Bodhisattva, 10,000 demonic repentance. The West Jade Master's expression was grave. Her slender fingers twirled, and the merciful Guanin's voice and countenance reappeared. At the same time, the revered light worked together to calm the smoke beacon and the Buddha's radiance, assisting the former. When the two moves collided, the dust billowed. The two Buddhas retreated a few steps, and the corners of their mouths turned red. Skyfall. After one move was finished, another move was launched. The demonic cultivator moved his sword. Demonic chi filled the air, and sword streams poured down. Pieces of the earth collapsed along the way, drowning the Buddha world. The devil of shock, the move of shock. The two Buddhas condensed their vital energy and gathered their chi to block the sword flow. The golden light flickered and was in imminent danger within the blood-colored sword light. At this moment, the half-devil and half-Buddha figures appeared in the distance. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the battlefield. Buddha energy poured into them, helping the two venerables block the sword moves. Supreme Bodhi narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, Amitabha. The half-Buddhist Bodhi chanted and waved the prayer beads in his hand. The Bodhi beads on the half-Buddhist and half-skeleton Buddha beads moved, and Buddha energy surged. The ultimate Buddha killer move was activated. Bodhi heart meditation, forgiveness and execution of sins. A golden wave of Buddha energy surged and pressed down on the demonic cultivator. The Light Reverend and the West Jade Master poured their vital energy into the 1,000 Lotus Buddha formation at the same time. The 3 Buddhists had arrived, and the Western Jade Master's Buddha light shone brightly. The battle between the Buddha and the demonic cultivator had reached its peak in several thousand years. Sky severing. The demonic cultivator's expression turned cold. His scarlet drill sword moved, and black demonic chi coiled around it. When the 3 Buddhas saw this, they used their moves to block the sword. With a world-shaking explosion, the 3 Buddhists were pushed back dozens of meters, and their robes were dyed red with blood. The unstoppable demonic cultivator's might was hard to measure. The West Jade Master stopped moving and used her Buddha technique again. Lotus sacred art, 1,000 lotus devil sealing. The 1,000 Lotus Buddha, world's golden lotus light, illuminated the world. The powerful Buddha energy turned into swastika chains that intertwined and wrapped around the demonic cultivator. When the demonic cultivator was bound, the Light Reverend's figure immediately flew out and suppressed the battle. He gathered the Buddha world's power and tried to seal the demonic cultivator's chi-si again. You've all done your best. Just as the Buddha technique was about to succeed, the demonic cultivator suddenly opened his eyes. Bloody light shone brightly, and demonic waves roared out. The swastika chains instantly shattered. With a clang, the scarlet drill sword blocked the battle. Then he slashed with his sword, and 1,000 waves soared into the sky. The sword light flashed past, and blood spurted out like a fountain. A terrifying sword wound appeared on the Light Reverend's left shoulder. He staggered back several steps and vomited blood. A demonic cultivator that couldn't be saved would make the gods and Buddhas grieve. The Buddha's blood that spilled on the Western Jade Mountain was the helplessness of a demonic cultivator. This demonic tribulation was difficult to stop. Heaven's tears! The sword spun, and endless resentment soared into the sky. The bloody waves covered the moon, and the resentment of all living beings spread out. The 1,000 Lotus Buddha world showed signs of collapsing. With the resentment on his body, the demonic cultivator moved again. He slashed with his sword, and the blood waves surged. The 3 Buddhists who blocked the attack were once again sent flying. Among the 3 Buddhists, the one who was the least affected by the resentment, Subhuti, stopped himself. He circulated half of his demonic chi and leaped forward. The skeleton wrapped around the sword, and the demonic technique appeared once again. Demonic 6 calamities, wind, weapon, calamity. The wind howled, and the palm fell. However, the sword broke the prayer beads, and with a clang, it pierced into the former's body. Ugh! There was a muffled groan, and blood splattered everywhere. Subhuti's palm didn't stop. He endured the pain in his chest and forcefully counterattacked. Subhuti, I've kept you here for too long. Today, I'll send you to the Western Heaven to face Buddha. The demonic cultivator's expression was cold. He condensed demonic chi with his sword fingers and blocked the former's palm. Then, he waved his sword and threw the Buddha away. Subhuti fell to the ground, and his white robe was dyed red with Buddha's blood. The miserable scene made people sigh. Subhuti, the light reverend and the Western jade lord were shocked. They wanted to help, but suddenly they staggered and vomited blood. The demonic cultivator walked forward step by step. His cold eyes no longer had the peace of the past. The indifference of the world exhausted the demonic cultivator's remaining humanity bit by bit. Everything was irreversible when Qingning fell off the cliff. The last obsession of the knowing destiny state cultivator who had been possessed by the devil was to bury the world with Qingning. Amitabha. At the moment of life and death, Subhuti staggered to his feet. His demonic chi gradually dissipated, and his Buddha's face became merciful. At the last moment, his heart became clear. Subhuti heart meditation, Subhuti will. The move of Subhuti heart meditation appeared. 1,000 lotuses responded, and boundless Buddha's power descended to support Subhuti's final move. The Buddha's power was boundless. The demonic cultivator's eyes narrowed, and he circulated his demonic chi to block the Buddha's move. Heaven and earth trembled, and the entire 1,000 Lotus Buddha world collapsed. Rocks tumbled down, and waves of dust filled the air. Ugh! The boundless Buddha's power entered the demonic cultivator's body, and he retreated half a step. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. He was injured for the first time since the battle started. On the other side, as blood gushed out, Venerable Subhuti fell straight to the ground. His last glance was without resentment or hatred. A Buddha had no regrets in his life. Subhuti ugh! The light reverend's heart ached. His internal injuries flared up again, and his Buddha's robe was dyed red with blood. Now it's your turn. The demonic cultivator suppressed his Buddha's power and walked forward step by step. His sword emitted a bone-chilling, killing intent. Just as the 2 Buddhas were in a life and death crisis, the demonic wheel C in the central continent trembled. Shocking demonic chi soared into the sky once more. How is this possible? Above the 5 regions, everyone looked in the direction of the demonic wheel C with shock. Another demonic cultivator was descending. The demonic wheel C, the underground palace, the seal that had existed for an unknown number of years, had finally reached its limit after the erosion of time, and the Netherworld King's barrier had been forcefully broken. The runes in the underground palace quickly crumbled. The faint light turned into specks of light that scattered. It could no longer withstand the power of the otherworldly demons. Below the underground palace, the demons from beyond the heavens were constantly bombarding the crumbling seal of the underground palace. Soon it would appear in the world. After a few breaths of time, there was an earth-shattering rumble as the entire underground palace collapsed. Endless demonic chi poured into the sky as a gigantic black pillar of light appeared. The heavens and earth trembled in grief. The heavenly demon opened its eyes, and the void collapsed. Its unparalleled demonic might far surpass the limits of the mortal world. It was so powerful that it made people feel fear. Xian Luo. On Mount Xiao, knowing destiny sensed something. He turned around and looked at the giant demon in the distance. He narrowed his cold eyes and spat out 2 words softly. Chapter 606. In the demonic wheel sea, the heavens and earth changed drastically. The underground palace was destroyed and Xian Luo appeared. His demonic aura shook the entire human world. Thunder roared and Xian Song cried. The 100 feet tall, otherworldly demon took his first step into the human world. The void within 100 miles collapsed and the earth shook. It was a shocking scene. After that step, Xian Luo's figure disappeared and headed towards the west. The demonic calamity had truly descended. Wherever the otherworldly demon passed, mountains and cities were destroyed. The cities in the human world were smashed into ruins like gravel. Hundreds of thousands of innocent people died, and their cries shook the heavens. It was an indescribable calamity. Gods grieved and ghosts cried. Heaven and earth sank together. 1 city, 2 cities, 3 cities. The shocking demonic aura was unstoppable. Millions of lives disappeared in the demonic fire. Only destruction could be seen. Complete destruction. The heavens couldn't bear it and used thunder to cover the cries of the people. The heavy rain covered this tragic scene. On Mount Xiao, Xining's demonic body stood quietly and looked at the destroyed human world. His dual models were cold and had no intention of helping. Behind him, the West Jade Lord and Light Revered couldn't bear it. However, just as they were about to stand up, they vomited blood. Their heavily injured bodies couldn't support themselves. Xining, innocent people. Within the demonic body, the voices of the 49 Taoist leaders sounded in unison. However, there was no response. Xining stood on the mountain and looked down quietly. His expression was still indifferent. Xian Luo appeared in the homeland of West Buddha. Relying on the feeling between his upper body, he searched for Xining's aura. However, for some reason, after entering West Earth, this feeling became weaker and weaker. Although it didn't disappear, it wasn't as clear as before. Xian Luo's expression darkened. His demonic body traversed thousands of mountains and searched for his upper body based on his vague feeling. Prosperous West Earth, the king of demons. When the calamity descended, the human world immediately fell into a disaster. Everywhere the demonic body passed, mountains and rivers collapsed. People were in a terrible situation. Xining. On Mount Xiao, the voices of 49 men and women sounded again. Do you really want to see the human world that you risked your life to protect walk towards destruction? Human world, haha. Xining sneered. There was no emotion in his voice. His cold eyes that looked at the human world no longer had a trace of mercy. Seeing that Ji Ming had completely given up on the human realm, the very high heavens went silent. After a long time, they sighed deeply and said, "Let me out." A strange light flashed in the demon body's eyes. It calmly said, "Think about it carefully. You only have one chance to choose. Once you leave your human body for a long time, your soul will quickly dissipate. The very high heavens cannot sit by and watch as the mortal realm is destroyed." The 49 Taoist leaders spoke. "As you wish," the devil's body responded. Soon after, the resentment around his body dissipated, releasing the trapped consciousness of the very high heavens. In the next moment, figures of men and women appeared on the West Jade Mountain, one after another. Each of them had a powerful aura, and each of them was no weaker than a supreme. In the blink of an eye, they merged into one, and a figure in a green and white robe appeared. He had an ordinary face, and there was nothing special about him. However, he was the most powerful existence in the history of Taoism. The Taisher sword flew out and landed in front of the very high heavens. The heavenly weapon was returned to the Taoism's previous leaders. Knowing destiny turned around and didn't say anything more. He coldly looked at the human world that was collapsing in the demonic tribulation. His eyes were cold and piercing. Knowing destiny, I hope that one day you can forgive this human world. On the mountain, the very high heavens said softly. Soon after, his figure faded and disappeared. 10,000 miles away, the 100 feet tall devil's body was like a deity walking towards the west. Boundless flames of war were emitted from his feet, incinerating the mountains and rivers of the human world. At this moment, the winds and clouds in the human world stirred. The clear saint force spread out, dispersing the spreading demonic flames. Vitality descended, and the mountains and rivers in the sea of flames returned to their original state. The first time Taoists and demons met, the intense confrontation shook the heavens and earth. The very high heavens appeared in the human world. Looking at the billowing demonic aura from afar, his eyes narrowed slightly. Show yourself, Xian Luo. The very high heavens spoke calmly. You don't know what's good for you. I'll allow you to do so. As soon as he finished speaking, thunder rumbled in the sky. Amidst the billowing demonic clouds, 100 feet tall devil's figure descended from the sky. The moment he landed, the earth split apart. Mixed soul aura. Who are you? Xian Luo coldly asked. The very high heavens. The 49 Taoist leaders replied in unison. You want to stop me? Xian Luo coldly laughed. Or I can kill you and stop this demonic tribulation. The very high heavens calmly said. The cold laughter was filled with mockery. Demonic waves surged around Xian Luo's body, and his 100 feet tall figure disappeared. In the next moment, the blood-robed true demon appeared. An extremely terrifying pressure caused the surrounding space to collapse. Come, let me see what you're capable of. Xian Luo raised his hand and calmly said, Taisher, come with us. As soon as he finished speaking, the Taisher sword was unsheathed and flew into the hands of the very high heavens. Boundless pressure spread out. The otherworldly demons, the Taoist leaders, started the battle between Taoists and demons again. The sword moved, and a green-white figure flew out. Holding the sword, he spun it, and the sword broke through the demonic barrier. In the first move, the demonic palm flipped, and the airflow surged. The tip of the Taisher sword pierced through, and the Taoist and demon aura clashed. Taoist Changwuming. After a moment of stalemate, the very high heavens activated his soul power and absorbed the vast primordial force between the heavens and earth. The Taisher sword hummed, and green light shone brightly as it slashed towards the otherworldly demon. Xian Luo laughed coldly, and the demonic aura on his palm rolled like waves, blocking the power of the heavens and earth. Soon after, he slapped out and sent the otherworldly demon flying. The very high heavens slid back a few steps, and his expression didn't change. The Taisher sword slashed out and raging winds howled. The unbelievable otherworldly demon and the immeasurable Taoist leaders clashed once again. With a world-shaking tremor, the heavens and earth within hundreds of miles fell continuously. In the battle of world destruction and salvation, although the very high heavens was at a disadvantage, their sword didn't waver at all. The battle between the Taoists and demons became more and more intense. At this level of cultivation, every palm had the power to destroy mountains, and every sword had the sharpness to split the heavens and split the seas. The world-shocking Taisher divine weapon, reinforced by the soul power of the 49 Taoist leaders, illuminated the heavens and earth with green light. Wherever the sword passed, the demonic aura would scatter. However, the demonic body was indestructible, and its physical body was unharmed against the divine weapon. Gentleman's wind, seeing that the demonic body couldn't be shaken, the sharpness of the Taisher sword in the very high heavens' hands quickly revolved, and the sharp sword aura coiled around the body. Xian Luo used his soul power to block the sword, but he felt the sharpness penetrating the demonic aura, and his physical body felt a tearing pain. There's actually someone with such cultivation in the inner world. Xian Luo's expression turned serious, and his demonic aura increased by 30%, shaking the ever-increasing might of the Tao. Thank you for the compliment, Feng Lei. The Tao energy dissipated, and the demonic aura entered the body. The very high heavens body flickered for a moment, but it soon stabilized. The sword pointed to the sky, and with a loud boom, thunder roared above the 9 heavens. Streaks of green lightning streaked across the void and descended upon the mortal realm. Taoist techniques? You remind me of those people back then. Seeing this, a strange look flashed across Xian Luo's eyes. He flipped his palm to block the green lightning, and an instant later, his figure dashed out and slapped towards the former. We can't compare to the abilities of our ancestors. As the sword and palm clashed, the heavens and earth sank. The very high heavens took half a step back, and Taisher swung his sword to break away from the battle. Man follows earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows Tao, and Tao follows nature. The very high heavens' left hand formed a sword finger, and as it slashed across the sword, the airflow in the surroundings started to churn, and the boundless power of nature started to converge. A Taoist sacred technique appeared in the world. In an instant, green waves engulfed the heavens and earth within a few hundred miles, causing the moon to lose its luster. With the arrival of the sacred technique, Xian Luo flipped his palm to resist the might of the Tao, and his body slid back a few feet. Immediately after, he activated his palm, and the demonic aura devoured the Tao energy. Arg! With a groan, the very high heavens body staggered, and its soul became unstable. Taisher leaned on the ground, and the other leaders of the Taoist sect's aura started to weaken rapidly, and their consciousness started to dissipate. In this demonic calamity, the Taoist was still 1 foot tall, and the demon was 10 feet tall. You've done well, but you're still too weak. Xian Luo stepped forward, and the demonic aura around him gathered on his palm. With his final move, he was going to end this Taoist demon war that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. We can't die like this. At this moment, the very high heavens' eyes that were trembling continuously released a strong will. With a roar, the Taisher sword used its last bit of strength, and it was going to enter the endless realm with the demon. Descent of the 6 Das, annihilation of all creations, very high forbidden sword. With a step forward, the green-white figure leaped into the sky, and the 49 figures of men and women separated and then merged back into one. Black and white light shone brightly, and boundless Tao energy swept out. The final move, heaven and earth mourn. Sun and moon ascending heaven. The very high forbidden sword reappeared in the mortal realm, and the heaven and earth gave birth to yin and yang. The boundless Tao world spread out, and the strongest move, the strongest Tao energy, under the illumination of the black and white light, the heaven and earth disintegrated and turned into nothingness. Arg! With the addition of Taisher's primordial power, Xian Luo groaned, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This was the first time he was injured. In the void, the green-white figure fell from the sky, and after landing, the tip of the sword stabbed into the ground. The leaders of the Taoist sects, who had held on for countless years, were finally reaching the end of their lives. Very good, very high forbidden sword, but it's a pity that it still can't kill me. Xian Luo waved his hand to disperse the Tao energy in his body, looked at the person in front of him, and said coldly, "At least it trapped your footsteps." The very high heavens said weakly, When Xian Luo heard this, his expression turned serious. He saw that around the Tao world, endless green sword lights appeared, crisscrossing and coming and going without a reason, and without a trace, sealing the entire heaven and earth. To be able to do this, who exactly are you? Xian Luo's expression darkened as he asked, "I'm not a person, I'm the very high heavens." With that, the figures of the 49 leaders of the Taoist sects gradually dispersed, and Taisher entered the void, merged into the forbidden formation, and disappeared together. In the next moment, the entire forbidden formation started to operate, and millions of sword lights spiraled out, and the void within 100 miles collapsed continuously, turning into nothingness. The shocking battle shook the heaven and earth for a long time. The 49 leaders of the Taoist sects, with their thousands of years of cultivation, finally protected the mortal realm. On Xiao Mountain, the green-white figure appeared, and he forcefully held on with the last of his soul power. He looked at the black-robed young man on the mountain peak, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Jiming, thank you for bringing us back to the mortal realm. If we are fated, we will meet again in the future." With that, the figure of the very high heavens turned into specks of starlight and disappeared from the world. Chapter 607. Above the Taishang sword formation, the black and white sun and moon shone. Boundless power swept down. Sword Qi crisscrossed and sealed the void within 100 miles. Xian Luo stood quietly in the sword formation. He looked at the black and white sun and moon in the sky and narrowed his eyes. There was no doubt that the power of the sword formation came from the sun and moon in the sky. If he wanted to break the formation, he had to destroy it. Just as Xian Luo was about to break the formation, Knowing Destiny, who had been watching the battle for a long time, disappeared silently on West Jade Mountain. Behind him, the Light Elder and the West Jade Lord were stunned. Outside the Taishang sword formation, Knowing Destiny walked out and looked at Xian Luo in the formation. His dark and deep eyes were calm. "It's you," Xian Luo said coldly in the sword formation. He sensed something and looked outside. "Long time no see, Xian Luo," Knowing Destiny said calmly. Xian Luo's eyes flashed with strong killing intent. He said in a low voice, "Kid, when I get out, I'll turn you into ashes and you'll never be reincarnated. Now I'll give you the chance." Knowing Destiny said indifferently and stepped into the forbidden formation. The wind and clouds changed. Above the 9 heavens, thunder and lightning flashed across the void, illuminating the hopeless darkness. "You came to die. Stupid," Xian Luo said as he looked at the figure walking into the formation. His eyes were full of killing intent. "Is that so?" With that, Knowing Ming clenched his right hand. The Taisher sword slowly descended from above the formation and entered his hand. In an instant, the formation shook. Countless streams of swords flew out. There were thousands, tens of thousands, endless, shaking the world. Seeing this, Xian Luo's face darkened. He said, "You can control this formation." "It's too early to be surprised," Knowing Destiny said coldly. He clenched his left hand, and the red sword appeared. The blood-red blade surged with fierce power. The most ferocious weapon in Zhongzhou State showed its power again. The Taoist and devil weapons appeared. The Black Phoenix showed up. The symbiosis of yin and yang affected the black and white sun and moon in the sky. Majestic power fell and penetrated Knowing Destiny's body. In an instant, the black robe moved and the blade flashed. The 2 demons started fighting. Sword and palm collided. Boundless waves of fury roared through the skies and split the seas. Blood, red and black, clothes fluttered in the wind. This was a battle of mere centimeters, a combination of strength and speed. The moment they clashed, it was already white-hot. The sword current surged and circled around the Knowing Destiny state. With the Taishang prohibition formation on his body, the Knowing Destiny state's power was greatly enhanced. He wielded his sword with great force. After exchanging several moves, Xian Luo's face turned cold. The demonic essence in his palm grew even stronger, becoming more and more powerful. Knowing Destiny held his sword horizontally and blocked Xian Luo's palm. He took half a step back and said calmly, "Xian Luo, your strength has weakened. Enough to kill you." Xian Luo coldly snorted. He once again urged his devil yuan to push back the person in front of him. Soon after, he took a step forward, and a blood-colored qi wildly swept out from his body. An unusually powerful pressure caused the surrounding area to shake violently. Sky Breaker! The tip of the knowing destiny sword turned and streaked across the void. 1,000-foot-long gust of wind roared out. Wherever it passed, the void cracked and a huge gully appeared in front of him. The demonic might collided, and a gloomy cloud hung over the world. The world-shaking battle between the two demonic beasts caused the terrain within 1,000 miles to constantly change. Mountains were destroyed, rivers were overturned, and valleys were born on flat ground. Bloody path. After one move, another was launched. The knowing destiny sword flashed past, and a bloody light surged, crashing into Xian Luo. Xian Luo's eyes narrowed. The demonic essence around him surged, and he turned his palm into a fist to block the sword. The two moves collided and bloody light surged. The two demonic beasts facing each other were equally emotionless. The murderous intent in their eyes was bone-chilling. With the support of the Taishang Forbidden Formation, the knowing destiny technique reached the peak of his life. He fought the otherworldly demon head-on. Demonic change, burial of 1,000 souls. Seeing that the person in front of him was different from before, Xian Luo furrowed his brows in anger. He flipped his palm, and a bloody light gathered. Within the bloody light, demonic chains crisscrossed, and a swaying sound of death sounded. The demonic body's expression didn't change. The red chain met the demonic light head-on, and the sword was instantly blocked, unable to move forward. At the moment of stalemate, the Taisher sword in knowing destiny sword moved. The formation sensed it, and a green sword current followed, breaking through the air. The two swords rose to the sky, and their power increased sharply. However, Xian Luo's palm changed at the same time. Bloody light rose, and demonic chains coiled out, forming a barrier that blocked the incoming sword current. At this moment, the wind and clouds below the formation suddenly changed. Amidst the rumbling, swords soared into the sky, shining with a brilliant green light. Xian Luo's eyes narrowed. He flipped his palm and pushed the person in front of him away. Then he stepped into the air, avoiding the sharp swords. "Can you dodge?" Knowing destiny said coldly. The Taisher sword spun, and the sword current appeared silently in the sky. It came and went without a trace, drowning the former. The sword current of heaven and earth intersected, and the demonic king was injured for the first time. A smear of bright red flew out, dazzling to the eye. Knowing destiny's sword had gained the upper hand, but there was no joy on his face. He looked at the figure in the sword current in the sky, and his eyes grew more solemn. At this moment, the pressure in the sky suddenly dropped. Amidst the rolling demonic qi, the demonic body appeared. Xian Luo returned to his original form, and his terrifying aura made the sky and earth fall. The scene in front of Xian Luo was shocking. The mountain-like demonic body brought endless pressure. In front of the demonic body, life was as small as an ant and could disappear from the world at any time. Seeing this, knowing destiny stepped into the void. He spun his two swords, and a phoenix appeared. Yin and Yang opened the formation. The wind and clouds in the sky were chaotic. Two completely different colors, one black and one red, rose up. In the sky, the Tai Chi formation appeared. The sun and moon sensed it and turned into the eye of the formation, merging into the Tai Chi formation. The formation within the formation was activated, and its power increased sharply. The green sword current suddenly turned black and red. There was no beginning and no end, and it was endless. "Skyfall!" Knowing destiny shouted. Majestic sword current fell from the sky, falling into the clouds and slashing toward the otherworldly demon with shocking pressure. Useless struggle. Xian Luo smiled coldly. He flipped his palm and raised it to the sky. The immortal body of the demonic body rose up against the sky, breaking the sky fall sword. Demonic sky burial. The moment the move was broken, Xian Luo's forehead suddenly split open, and a dark green evil eye opened. In an instant, majestic power shone out, silently penetrating, knowing Destiny's body. Ugh! With a muffled groan, knowing Destiny flew back dozens of feet with blood flowing out of his mouth. He was injured for the first time. At this moment, the formation shook, and a moon-white arrow light appeared in the sky, flying toward Xian Luo's heart. After the arrow passed, a sword appeared. The blue-clothed figure condensed essence, sword, and slashed toward Xian Luo. At this critical moment, Zhao Liusu and the Lord of Taibai Prefecture appeared and fought the otherworldly demon. "You don't know your place." Xian Luo snorted and smashed the arrow light with his palm. Then, the demonic essence rolled and slapped toward the Lord of Taibai Prefecture. Blood splattered in this move. The completely different power was far beyond that of immortal supremacy. Without the protection of Yin and Yang, the Lord of Taibai Prefecture was severely injured. 9 wheels rotating heaven. The purple-clothed girl flew past, and the wheel of 9 souls appeared, turning into a divine weapon and slashing the demon. Xian Luo waved his hand, and a demonic wind surged, blowing the former away. The 2 supremacies' attacks were like ants trying to shake a tree. They couldn't withstand a single blow. Zhao Liusu and the Lord of Taibai Prefecture stabilized themselves and suppressed their injuries. They wanted to go forward again, but they found the black-clothed figure blocking their way. "Get lost if you don't want to die," Ji Ming said indifferently with his back facing the 2. Then he looked at Xian Luo and said coldly again, "You can still live after taking a blow from me. I admire you." Xian Luo raised his hand and said arrogantly, "I've heard this too many times. Knowing destiny combined with the sword. The power of the Phoenix demon on the sword soared to the extreme. The shocking sword pressure swept out. In the blink of an eye, within 1,000 miles, countless sword lights gathered rapidly. The pinnacle of the absolute sword appeared. Nirvana, a lifetime of seeing the sword on the sword, born from the martial arts of the 2 legendary swordsmen of the eastern region. Knowing destiny developed his own sword. In the sky, the magnificent sword light was so brilliant that it was like the brilliance of the stars, illuminating the land for thousands of miles as if it was daytime. In the next moment, the sword light swept out like a meteor. The powerful sword intent destroyed everything in its path. The world was devastated. It was an immeasurable sword. Xian Luo's expression also became serious. He pushed his devil spirit to the limit, and the devil wave rose to the sky and crashed into the shocking sword. When the devil techniques collided, the world shook violently. The destructive power of doomsday spread endlessly. 10 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, the world dissipated and turned into nothingness. With 2 muffled groans, the 2 devils retreated at the same time. The corners of their mouths were dyed red. They were seriously injured after one blow. Seeing the opportunity, Zhao Liusu and the Lord of Taibai Prefecture moved at the same time. The 2 swords flowed and broke the devil technique. However, at the moment when the 2 swords were about to reach Xian Luo's body, the devil armor suddenly appeared on Xian Luo's chest and blocked the deadly sword. The sudden change made the 3 people's pupils shrink. Before they could react, Xian Luo's palm slapped out, and the 2 people vomited blood and flew out. 100 feet away, the Lord of Taibai Prefecture, who bore most of the power of the palm, was spurting blood from his chest. When his life was about to end, he desperately gathered all his true essence and used his Taoist sword to connect heaven and earth. He used the move of prove supremacy in the past. The path of the mortal world is the ultimate sword. With the enlightenment of the Taoist heart, his cultivation broke through the limits of the mortal world and reached the legendary celestial treading realm. The Lord of Taibai Prefecture was bathed in blood. He was the ultimate sword of the mortal world. The earth-shattering sword was indescribable. There was only one sword left between heaven and earth. It broke through the mortal world and revealed its ultimate sword. The ultimate sword of the Tao destroyed the sky and reached Qian Luo's chest in an instant. The Taoist formation sensed it, and the yin and yang sword radiance appeared out of nowhere. It merged with the Taoist sword and broke the devil armor. The ultimate sword of the Tao resonated with heaven and earth. Qian Luo let out a muffled groan and took a few steps back. The devil armor on his chest blocked the fatal sword. Crack! There was an almost undetectable cracking sound. The combined attack of the 49 Taoist leaders and the current Taoist leader finally showed a flaw in the indestructible devil armor. Qian Luo's expression changed. He gathered devil essence in his palm and sent the person in front of him flying. Swoosh! At this moment, the blood-red sword radiance slashed and cut off an arm. Blood spurted into the sky. Zhi Ming waved his hand and caught the falling demonic body. Devil Qi surged in his palm and devoured the power of Qian Luo's broken body. Not far away, the Lord of Tai-Bai Prefecture fell to the ground with a bang. His martial bones were all broken. Blood flowed like a fountain and dyed the ground red. His consciousness gradually dissipated. The Taoist leader looked at the black-robed figure in front of him. Confusion flashed in his eyes. Zhi Ming, Marquis, have I returned it to you? The Lord of Tai-Bai Prefecture didn't have time to hear the last words. His arm fell silently. He looked at the mortal world for the last time. He had no regrets. Chapter 608. In the Taishan Forbidden Formation, Tai-Bai Jinxing died in battle, and his blood dyed the ground red. Knowing Destiny, who stood in the void, didn't change his expression, but the coldness in his eyes intensified. After devouring Qian Luo's arm, the demonic waves around him were as deep as the ocean. On the ground, Zhao Liusu's dress was stained with blood, and her pretty face was pale. The battle between the two demons was way beyond the realm of the mortal world. Even a prime couldn't withstand it. Blood kept dripping from the divine sword formed by the Wheel of 9 Souls. The severely injured prime master of the Zhao family was also in danger. In the void, knowing Destiny's black robe fluttered, and he instantly appeared beside Zhao Liusu. He flipped his palm and knocked her out of the battle. Don't come in again, or don't blame me for being impolite. Knowing Destiny said coldly, and then his figure flew out. Qi Lian condensed his essence and waved his sword. The two demons started fighting again. Demonic Qi surged, and the aftermath was horrifying. The boundless airflow was devastating. In the sky, thunder rumbled, and the Tai Chi diagram kept spinning. The light of yin and yang sprinkled on the mortal world. No matter who won this battle, the demons would come to the mortal world. Knowing Destiny, who had dual swords in his hands, combined with the power of the Forbidden Formation, fought the king of the demons. Every move was powerful. On the other hand, Qian Luo's broken arm was surging with demonic qi, and it recovered in a short time. However, the obviously weakened aura showed that the broken arm was still a serious injury for an otherworldly demon. Fourth sword, no choice. Qi Lian waved, and the move of the Tianfu sword master appeared again. Among the 11 moves, it was the easiest to master. Other than Mu Chang'e, Tianxiang, and Fan Qinghong had all used it before. Today, the fourth sword was used again, and the boundless power of death gathered, opening the path to hell. Demonic qi and demonic qi converged, and the aura of death spread between the heaven and the earth. The same sword move, but different sword intent, frightening even gods and ghosts. You disobeyed me. You can't be forgiven. Qian Luo was furious. He flipped his palm, and thousands of birds chirped. Black lightning circled around him, and the powerful aura of destruction shook the netherworld. The two ultimate moves clashed. the strongest demon and the peak sword interweaved into the tragic scene of the two demons fighting. With a clang, the netherworld was destroyed, and Qi Lian broke through the lightning, stabbing at Xian Luo's heart. In the violent collision, the demonic armor blocked the sword. Xian Luo and Luo's hand. Bang! Genesis Supreme blocked the demonic palm, and the yin-yang sword flows converged, scattering most of the remaining power. Formless sword, forcefully suppressing his injuries, knowing destiny, rotated the red drill sword in his hand and concentrated it again and again. The sword rotated at a high speed and broke through the flaw left by the Lord of Taibai Prefecture at the risk of his life. Crack! Cracking sounds rang out once more. The demonic armor that had been heavily damaged finally showed signs of collapsing. The demonic palm came again. Knowing destiny stepped back and slashed out with his sword. With a loud bang, the devil Qi surged. Blood spurted out of knowing destiny's arm and dyed the blade red, but the momentum of the sword became fiercer. Strike after strike, more and more cracks appeared on the demonic armor in front of Xian Luo's chest. It had already reached its limit. Drink! Seeing that the demonic armor was about to be destroyed, Ji Ming shouted and stepped into the air. He crossed his two swords, and the power of yin and yang flowed continuously. The Tai Chi formation shone brightly and enhanced the power of the sword. Sword returned to truth. The sword reached the extreme and returned to its original state. The knowing destiny body disappeared. The fast, accurate, and focused sword instantly appeared in front of Xian Luo and broke his armor. Ugh! The blade entered Xian Luo's body and blood spurted out. Xian Luo grunted and attacked the knowing destiny body with a world-shaking palm. The black clothes flew out and blood splashed all over the sky. Knowing destiny landed on the ground and stepped back. He stabbed his sword into the ground and steadied himself. The shocking battle between the two demons was extremely tragic. Injuries were exchanged, and the battlefield was dyed red. Above the sky, the red and black Tai Chi formation kept rotating and suppressing Xian Luo's power. Knowing destiny endured his injuries and gathered the power of the Taisher sword in his right hand again. Thousands of black and red sword currents spiraled into the sky. The shocking power dissipated everything. At the same time, the red drill sword filled the sky. The evil spirit gathered endless devil Qi. The blood-red flame rose rapidly and lit up the sky. In an instant, the two swords surged out and burned the sky and boiled the sea. The sword broke through the sky. The terrifying scene destroyed everything in the formation. Indestructible protection. Seeing the shocking move, Xian Luo also gathered the talent of the royal celestial demon. His bronze skin quickly petrified and turned into the strongest protective divine weapon. There was a shocking explosion and bloodlight shone. The indestructible protection resisted the Taoist demon's power. In the most extreme confrontation, the strongest spear and the strongest shield met for the first time. The black and red sword currents collapsed and couldn't break through the royal celestial demon's power. The two demons both had half the power of the royal celestial demon. At this moment, the difference between their talent and secret techniques was obvious. Xian Luo, who had the memory of the royal celestial demon, showed the shocking power of the royal celestial demon. He was in an invincible position. He struck back with a palm. The black clothes flew out and blood splattered, dyeing 1,000 feet red. After the two moves clashed, the battle between the two demons finally changed. Ugh! Knowing destiny landed on the ground and vomited a mouthful of blood. The devil Qi around him surged. You're already powerless. I'll send you to the west with this move. Xian Luo clenched his fists. Violent thunder and lightning rose into the sky. Black thunder fell, and an unprecedented pressure swept through the entire Taishang Forbidden Formation. Sword! At this moment, the grass and trees on the ground in the distance suddenly swayed and moved silently. The sword intent was ethereal and spread out. 11. In an instant, the sword intent rushed into the forest. It was bright and powerful. It came from afar and quickly broke through the air. Seeing this, Xian Luo immediately changed his move. The black thunder shook the sword. The two sides clashed. Xian Luo took half a step back. The dark thunder and sword light dissipated. Immortal Marshal Ling Yun. At the same time, a beautiful figure appeared in the battle. She flipped her hand and used a palm to refine the wind and clouds. Xian Luo blocked the power of Ling Tian with his arm and took half a step back. His expression became serious. You too name. Mu Chang'e, Lady Chang. Two figures walked out. They both had powerful auras. The void shook. It was difficult to bear their existence. Lady Chang walked to Knowing Destiny and asked, "How are you?" "I'm fine." The demon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Marquis Knowing Destiny, you've changed after 3 days. Mu Chang'e glanced at the former. He didn't hide the surprise in his eyes. In just 1 month, Knowing Destiny's strength had improved so much. It was really shocking. The demon didn't say anything. He focused on suppressing his injuries and stepped into the void. He looked at Xian Luo and said calmly again. Xian Luo snorted and said, "You only have the power of the royal family, but you don't have the cultivation method of the royal family. The result will be the same no matter how many times you try. Today, you'll definitely lose." Heaven's tear. Knowing Destiny's expression didn't change. He waved his red sword and the resentment of all living beings spread out. It was vast and boundless, merging into the Taishan Forbidden Formation. 6 paths fall together. Thousands of demonic tribulations. Taishan Forbidden Sword. 1 move fell and another rose. The shocking forbidden technique appeared again. Taishan merged into the Tai Chi diagram. The clouds in the sky changed and the world fell. Demon Phoenix's calamity. After the forbidden technique appeared, the demon phoenix roared. Black flames rose from its body and burned the world. The next moment, a pitch-black sword light formed from the demon phoenix. 1 turned into 2, 2 into 3, 3 into infinity. In an instant, tens of millions of black sword lights fell from the sky, destroying everything and falling into the world. The Taishan Forbidden Sword appeared again. Its aura was unparalleled. The Forbidden Formation sensed it and merged all its power into it. The black and white sun and moon left the Tai Chi diagram and turned into 2 sword lights, slashing down at the royal family demon below. The sword that could destroy the world and the power of the demon phoenix descended. Xian Luo looked at the sky and narrowed his eyes. Demonic chi rolled on his 100-foot demon body. The most powerful technique also rose. True demon change, sky murder. With 1 punch, the void collapsed. The last technique of the 2 demons collided with each other. A terrifying aftershock spread out. The entire formation couldn't withstand it and quickly fell apart. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The black-robed demon flew out, covered in red. He crashed into one mountain after another in the distance. On the other side, Xian Luo also retreated a dozen steps. Blood spurted from his chest. He was also seriously injured. Seeing this, Nu Chang and Mu Chang'e immediately rushed forward. Using the extreme martial technique, they fought the otherworldly demon again. Changling's secret method, the wind and clouds moved, turning into bolts of light that trapped Xian Luo. In an instant, Mu Chang'e used the heavenly fault sword to turn 11. The sword pierced through his body and heart. Ugh! With a muffled grunt, Xian Luo staggered, his demonic energy unstable. Sky-shattering! The black phoenix roared. Knowing Destiny's figure appeared. Taishan slashed and beheaded him. The head of the demon body flew up, blood spurting hundreds of feet. Just as the 3 thought they had succeeded, the third eye on Xian Luo's forehead shone down again. It passed through Knowing Destiny's body and came out. Ugh! Knowing Destiny's figure shook violently and fell straight down, crashing into the ground. Mu Changa's expression darkened. He immediately stepped forward. The heavenly fault spun. Sword light rose and formed a heavenly sword that slashed at Xian Luo's head. Xian Luo opened his eyes and blocked the sword light. He stopped fighting and flew into the sky. Soul capture! At this moment, Nu's figure flew out. Her slender hand shone with light. Soul capture Xian Luo. The light swept past. Xian Luo's eyes dimmed slightly. He suppressed the feeling of dizziness and charged out of the bindings, disappearing into the sky. Boy, treasure the few days you have left. When this seat recovers, you will pay me back 100 times over. The last words echoed in the world. Below, Knowing Destiny staggered to his feet. Looking at the disappearing demonic figure, his eyes were unusually cold. Moments later, Knowing Destiny walked in front of the demonic body. He quickly swallowed the demonic body to heal his wounds. There are parts of his memories here. Maybe they will be of help to you. Nu walked forward and handed over the part of Xian Luo's demonic soul she had absorbed. Knowing Destiny took it. After a moment of silence, he said, "Many thanks." The battle ended. Just as the three were preparing to leave, 3 dragons pulled a palanquin far away under the moon. The strange scene attracted everyone's gaze. Seeing this, Knowing Destiny's body shook. Ripples finally appeared in his eyes that had been calm. Nu sighed softly and said, "You go." Now, there was no reason for the inner world to keep Knowing Destiny. It was impossible to keep him. Knowing Destiny didn't hesitate anymore. He stepped forward and was about to leave. Ning Chen. At this moment, Zhao Liusu walked over with Yin'er in the distance and shouted anxiously, "Don't you keep your promise?" Knowing Destiny stopped and immediately flew in front of the two. Without saying a word, he took the little girl and flew into the sky. Chapter 609. The starry sky was illusory and vast. Numerous large stars shone brightly, and it was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. In the distance, the 3 dragon corpses were pulling the palanquin. They were so fast that it was hard to see them with the naked eye. Behind the palanquin, the black phoenix flashed and caught up. It was hard to tell the time in the starry sky. Knowing Destiny, who had been chasing for a long time, was getting further and further away from the palanquin. The demonic phoenix transformed and Knowing Destiny appeared. He shouted and the demonic aura in his body surged out. It turned into demonic chains and rushed forward, trying to pull the palanquin and the dragon corpses. Between the stars, the demonic chains crisscrossed through the void and wrapped around the dragon corpses. It was shocking. However, the palanquin only paused for a moment. Then, divine light shone and broke the demonic chains. It moved forward quickly. The demonic body looked serious. He held Yin'er's hand and chased after the palanquin again. After countless days and nights of running, the little girl beside Knowing Destiny didn't look well. The tiredness on her pretty little face was hard to hide. As time went by, the phoenix vitality in the demonic body gradually dried up. As the speed slowed down, it became harder for him to take care of Yin. A few days later, in a strange starry area, fog blocked the way. It stretched for half of the starry area. It was very shocking. The 3 dragon corpses pulled the palanquin into the fog and went away. Knowing Destiny followed them and chased after them without stopping. The chase lasted for several months and crossed thousands of miles. Finally, on the 9th month, they had to stop. The palanquin disappeared in the depths of the starry area. Knowing Destiny stopped on a planet with life. The phoenix vitality in his body was almost dried up. In the strange starry area, life planets could be seen everywhere. Although they were of different sizes, they all had humans. Ning Chen, are we still chasing? On the planet, Yin looked up and asked tiredly. Ning Chen was silent. After a while, he said calmly, "Let's rest for now. No more chasing." "Oh, Yin, nodded obediently and didn't ask any more questions. Ning Chin glanced at the shining life stars in the sky above the big star. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then he took the little girl and walked toward the human city on the big star. Although he didn't feel a strong aura on this planet, the looming pressure in this starry area was definitely not weaker than that of Xian Luo. He just didn't know which life planet such a terrifying existence was on. It seemed like there were too many things in the outland that he did not know about. The phoenix body had left for so long, he wondered if she had gained anything. The jade, Lake Divine Water, was not in the inner realm. The only hope was to find it in the outer realm. I can't walk anymore. After taking a few steps, Ina looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure beside her and said timidly, I can't walk anymore. When Ning Chin heard this, he didn't say anything. He stopped, carried the little girl on his back, and continued to walk forward, feeling the familiar warmth. His tense body finally relaxed. Hugging the former, she fell into a deep sleep. Ning Chin stepped forward. His expression didn't change at all. His eyes were as calm as the abyss. The demon that gave up the last bit of warmth would never be able to return to the past. All that was left was the memory of the promise. Jinsi City was an ancient city on the Red Luan planet. Ning Chan brought Ina along as they walked on the streets. There weren't many people in the city. The ancient city seemed a little quiet. The light drizzle made the ancient city seem even more hazy. Xiao Yu Chong, and was a strange and picturesque restaurant. Ning Chin walked in and ordered some light dishes. Then he gently woke the little girl up. In the restaurant, there was singing and dancing. Beautiful dancers with graceful figures danced on the high stage. A veiled woman played the zither. The guests below were mesmerized. The dishes were served in a short while. Ina ate happily. Ning Chan sat beside her and added some dishes to the little girl from time to time. However, he didn't eat a single bite. Slow down. Seeing the little girl eating too quickly, Ning Chin calmly reminded her. Ina raised her head and smiled brightly. Then she continued to eat. In the big restaurant, there were two people, one big and one small, who didn't look at the stage. The small one was too busy, and the big one wasn't interested. Ching Feng, give that table a pot of Nuerhong. Say it's a gift from the restaurant. On the second floor, in a quiet private room, behind the bead curtain, a man whose appearance couldn't be seen clearly was trimming the flowers as he spoke. Yes. A young man in blue clothes walked out and said respectfully. Ching Feng went downstairs and took a pot of Hong worth 100 gold from behind the counter. Then he walked to the table of the big and small guests and put it down respectfully. He said, Sir, this pot of Hong is a gift from the restaurant. We don't accept money. Please enjoy. After saying that, Ching Feng bowed respectfully again and turned to leave. Ning Chen's gaze shifted to the second floor as a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He hadn't noticed it before, but it turned out that there was such a person in this restaurant. Thank you. Ning Chen said, You're welcome. A calm voice came from the private room on the second floor. The two people's voices weren't loud. They were quickly drowned out by the singing and dancing. In the restaurant, none of the guests heard them. They continued to do their own things. Ning Chen opened the wine pot. The fragrance of Hong spread out. Ina raised her head and glanced at it. Then she lost interest and continued to eat. However, the fragrance of the wine that the little girl wasn't interested in attracted the attention of many people in the hall. A tall and sturdy man walked up and said with a deafening voice, Brother, would you like a cup of wine? Ning Chen raised his head. His dark eyes were emotionless. He pushed the wine cup in his hand forward without saying a word. Seeing Ning Chen's gaze, the man's body froze. A chill unconsciously rose in his heart. He immediately apologized and quickly left. Ning Chen turned his head and didn't pay much attention to him. He took back the wine cup. As he drank, he added some vegetables to the little girl's bowl from time to time. "I'm full." Not long after, put down her bowl and chopsticks. Ning Chen nodded lightly and said, "Rest for the night. We'll continue tomorrow." "Okay," replied. She jumped off the stool and stretched out her little hand. "You've grown up. You can't always hold my hand like a little girl. Go pay for the food and then book 2 rooms." Ning Chen took out a silver and put it in the little girl's hand. His expression was slightly cold. Wrinkled her little nose unhappily. She took the silver and ran to the counter to pay the bill. "Shopkeeper uncle, pay the bill and also 2 rooms." "Okay." Behind the counter, a well-dressed middle-aged man with a big belly took out an abacus with a smile. He counted a few times and replied, "A total of 70 taels of silver." "So expensive." Er's little face was shocked when she heard that. The shopkeeper didn't mind. He smiled and said, "Little girl, the food isn't worth much. However, there are only 10 rooms in Xiaoyachang, and moreover, each room is carefully decorated. Of course, the price will be more expensive. I want 2 rooms." Ning Chan walked forward, took out another piece of silver, and put it down as he said indifferently. The shopkeeper took the silver. The smile on his face became even brighter. He said, "Young master, follow me." The 3 of them went upstairs. In the adjacent room, the shopkeeper opened the door and welcomed the 2 of them in. Ning Chen looked at the signs hanging on the 10 rooms and narrowed his eyes. As expected, the background of this restaurant was not simple. There was a sign hanging on each of the 10 rooms. It represented the name of the room. It didn't look special. However, Ning Chen, who cultivated 4 heavenly tomes, knew the meaning of each sign. There were 10 heavenly tomes. Xiaoyachang and also had 10 rooms. The strange thing was that the names of the 10 rooms were exactly the same as the names of the 10 heavenly tomes. It was too much of a coincidence. Ning Chen looked back at the figure in the bright room again. His eyes flashed. Was it the bright volume? However, the bright volume was obviously destroyed. Moreover, this person didn't have the aura of the heavenly tomes. It was strange. Opposite, in the bright room, the man behind the bead curtain felt the former's gaze. He smiled faintly and said nothing. He continued to trim the flowers and plants in front of him. In the inner realm, on Xiao Mountain, the night was quiet. At this moment, green light gathered and Shi Piaoshu appeared. Above the void, a dragon gate appeared. From the dragon gate, a beautiful figure in a green dress slowly flew out. Her eyes were closed, and green light floated around her. Her vitality was almost undetectable. Just as she landed, Shi Piaoshu suddenly staggered. She vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing the ground red. Piaoshu, Lingling appeared. When she saw the beautiful figure in green floating in the air, her eyes trembled violently. "Save her!" That was her last order before she fainted. Shi Piaoshu couldn't hold on any longer and fell straight down. Lingling supported her. Then, with a turn of her hand, a golden light flashed and swept Qingning, who was in the green light, towards the clear sky Lotus Peak. On the clear sky Lotus Peak, the West Jade Master was meditating and healing. When she felt the 3 people's auras, her eyes opened. She turned into a stream of light and appeared before them. "Master," Lingling said with an anxious look on her face. The West Jade Master stepped forward and took Qingning's body. After checking, a serious look flashed across her eyes. "Go to the 7 Buddha, Heavenly Pass." With that, the West Jade Master waved her hand and swept the 3 of them towards the highest point of the clear sky Lotus Peak. "Master, how is Qingning?" In the 7 Buddha Heavenly Pass, a sea of fire rose. It was a shocking sight. On the rock, Lingling looked worriedly at the beautiful figure floating in the air. Piaoshu gave 70% of the clear sky lotus breath to Qingning and barely managed to keep her alive. However, Qing Ning's injuries are too severe, adding on the fact that the demonic energy has entered her body. Her heart meridians are heavily damaged. She could still be in danger at any time. The West Jade Master said with a grave expression. Is there a way? Bai Lingling asked again. Use the regenerative power of the clear sky lotus breath to protect Qing Ning's heart meridians. At the same time, use the Buddha fire in the 7 Buddha heavenly paths to reforge her Buddha body. There may be a chance. At this point, the West Jade Master paused and then continued. If Qing Ning wakes up, hide the news that the Jiming Marquis is still alive. As for the Chongling female supreme, I will send someone to warn her. Jiming Marquis and Qing Ning have gone through this great calamity. If Qing Ning can use this chance to enter the great perfection realm, it will be a great fortune amidst misfortune. Bai Lingling nodded. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, Master, where is Piaoshu? The West Jade Master's expression turned cold. She acted on her own and violated the laws of the West Jade. When her injuries recover, send her to the Wall of Penitence for 60 years. Chapter 610. At night, the moon shone brightly. In the guest room of Xiao Yu Chang, and Ning Chen stood in front of the window and looked at the starry sky. Gradually, Ji Ming's spiritual altar shone brightly. His divine soul was ethereal, and his spiritual consciousness rushed to the starry sky. In the boundless starry sky, demonic waves rolled. The shadow in black was born out of his physical body and stood in the starry sky, looking for traces of the palanquin. The starry sky was vast. Endless fog occupied half of the starry sky, making it hard to see clearly. Only the life planets were so dazzling in the starry sky. After searching for a long time, there was no trace of the palanquin. The demonic qi gathered, and his divine soul was ready to return. Demon! At this moment, a majestic voice sounded in the starry sky. The next moment, a 7-colored light rolled, and a giant hand appeared, grabbing at Ji Ming. The demonic qi changed and condensed into a shadow in black. It formed a sword with his fingers and shook the giant hand, falling from the starry sky. With a bang, the light and demonic qi surged. In the shocking aftermath, the giant hand fell again. Knowing destiny retreated, the demonic qi around him converged into a black divine sword, which slashed out fiercely. After a moment, the giant hand and the sword collided. The starry sky rumbled and the aftermath hit. Ji Ming retreated more than 10 feet. The demonic qi shook violently. On the other side, the little finger of the giant hand was cut off. The airflow was overflowing. Oh! A sigh of appreciation sounded. The 7-colored light rose, and the giant hand returned to its original state. It slapped down with endless pressure. Ji Ming squinted his eyes and pointed with his left hand. The demonic qi rolled and swept across the sword. The demonic qi reached its peak again. Just as the 2 attacks collided again, the sound of strings came from the life planet below. The sound waves rippled and collided with the giant hand falling from the sky. Ning Chen saw the opportunity and stepped on the ground. The demonic qi gathered together with his divine soul. In the guest room of Xiao Yu Chang, and in Jinxi City, Ning Chen's eyes flashed. The treading immortal realm was beyond his knowledge. Dong dong! Outside the room, there was a knock on the door. After a few knocks, the door creaked open. Stood in front of the door pitifully and said, I can't sleep. Ning Chen looked at the little girl and frowned slightly. Didn't this girl always sleep well? In the past, he couldn't even wake her up. After pondering for a moment, Ning Chen thought of a reason and said, Come in first. Hearing this, walked into the room and closed the door. She poured a cup of tea and handed it to the former. She said sweetly, Why aren't you asleep yet? Not sleepy. Ning Chen took the tea and said with a calm expression, Sleep here. I'll guard you by your side and won't leave. Nodded her head vigorously and climbed onto the bed at the side. She closed her eyes, and the exhaustion on her small face could not be concealed. Ning Chen went forward and pulled the blanket over the little girl. He patted her gently so that the little girl could sleep peacefully. He understood that was unable to sleep because he had abandoned her once. In this unfamiliar place, he was the only person she knew. If he left again, the little girl would truly be left without anyone to rely on. In her deep sleep, Er's small hand subconsciously grabbed the corner of the clothes of the person beside her. Only then did the nervousness on her small face ease up a little. Wrong. Ning Chen was silent. He knew he had taken the wrong path. But even though he knew it was wrong, there was no turning back. Within the guest room, the man behind the beaded curtain was tidying up the flowers and plants in the room. His lips curved. This strange devil had piqued his interest. He was clearly a devil and had already lost his humanity, but he was still able to rely on his memories to determine what he should do. He was very curious as to how long this weak and emotionless reason could last. The word love was something that could harm others if taken too lightly, but if taken too seriously, it could harm oneself. To be able to make a person who still had a little bit of reason become a devil, it could be seen just what kind of painful past this person had experienced. Pavilion Master. The shopkeeper respectfully bowed outside the guest room. "How is this month's profit? Did you reach the goal I set for you?" asked the man behind the beaded curtain. "I made a profit of 4,900 taels. However, the top-grade Maiden's Red you gave me today is worth 1,000 taels of silver. There are only 3 days left in the month. Making another 1,100 taels of silver is as difficult as ascending to the heavens," said the shopkeeper. "Since I've already set my goal, I can't change it." "Think of a way yourself," said the man calmly. "Pavilion Master, that's impossible," said the shopkeeper awkwardly. "Is that something I should worry about?" "I don't care what method you use. I only care about the final result. If you can't reach your goal in the end, the difference will be deducted from your salary," said the man indifferently. "Oh." The shopkeeper's voice faltered. He helplessly said, "Pavilion Master really is kind-hearted. He sympathizes with his subordinates. You can leave." The man didn't seem to mind. The shopkeeper once more respectfully bowed and left. Outside Don Moonchong, and the night sky gradually brightened. Ning Chen had been sitting by the bed the entire night, watching over the little girl, who was sleeping soundly. He was quietly thinking about some things. When the sun rose, woke up. She opened her eyes and saw the figure sitting by the bed. She sweetly smiled. "Get up and wash up. We'll go down and eat something in a bit," said Ning Chen. "Okay." Sat up and rubbed her eyes. She got off the bed and began to wash up. It was always troublesome for a little girl to dress up. Ning Chen didn't know anything about it and couldn't help. Thus he silently stood by the side and watched. An hour later, the two of them went downstairs. Tugged on the former's sleeve and curiously sized up the entire restaurant with her large eyes. There weren't many customers in Don Moonchong, and in the early morning. On the high platform, there was only a veiled woman playing the zither. The melodious zither music reverberated in the hall. Ordered a table of dishes and happily ate them. Ning Chen quietly sat by the side, drinking tea while waiting. "Eat." Put a small piece of vegetable in her mouth and placed it in front of the former. "I'm not hungry. You can eat." Ning Chen calmly replied, "Oh." Placed the vegetable in her mouth and cutely smiled before continuing to eat. "Hong Wan, go toast the 2 guests. Today, we'll choose heartless nightmarish dream." The man's voice sounded from the bright room. "Yes." On the high platform, the veiled woman stopped playing the zither and responded. Shortly after, she walked to the wine rack and took a pot of wine before walking towards the two of them. Behind the counter, the manager's smiling face suddenly froze as if 1,000 knives were cutting his heart. Heartless, nightmarish dream. 3,000 taels of silver. It didn't matter if the owner opened her mouth. Don Moonchong and's 1 month's profit was gone. It seemed like he couldn't keep his salary anymore. "Young master, I'll toast you." Hong Wan poured a cup of wine and placed it in front of the black-clothed young man as she softly said. Ning Chun received the wine and drank it in one gulp before placing the cup on the table. "Little sister, I'll toast you." Hong Wan poured another cup and placed it in front of the little girl who was immersed in eating. Een raised her head and giggled. Just as she stretched out her hand, she was hit. "She's still young and can't drink. I'll drink this cup for her." Ning Chen took the wine cup and spoke in an indifferent tone. Soon after, he drained it in one gulp. On the second floor, in the guest room named Ming, the man revealed a faint smile and didn't say anything else. In the lobby of the first floor, Hong Wan was toasting people, causing the few guests in the hall to raise their eyebrows. For so many years, Miss Hong Wan had never toasted anyone, not even the royal family. Who exactly was this black-clothed young man? Ning Chin didn't care about other people's gazes. Een Er's heart wasn't ordinary, either, as she immersed herself in eating. Whoever wanted to look could look. On the side, Hong Wan subconsciously moved half a step closer to the little girl. Previously, she couldn't feel it, but after approaching the black-clothed young man, she discovered the bone-chilling coldness from the latter, causing her to involuntarily shiver. "Sister, I'll pour the wine. You can go back." Seeing the former's unnatural appearance, Een revealed a smile. Hong Wan's eyes revealed a trace of difficulty. Although she didn't want to stay here, she didn't dare to disobey the owner's order. "Come back." At this moment, the man's voice sounded from the second floor. "Yes." Hong Wan respectfully bowed and left. That sister must be very pretty. Looking at the former's exquisite figure, Een enviously said. "Not as pretty as you," Ning Chin calmly said. Hearing this, Een Er's eyes curved as she happily said, "You really know how to talk." On the second floor, in an elegant room, Hong Wan sat in front of a mirror and removed her veil. What entered one's eyes was a ghastly sword scar that was several inches long on her fair, jade-like skin. Her originally perfect appearance was instantly destroyed and appeared somewhat frightening. Hong Wan, is one's appearance really that important? A calm voice sounded and asked, "A woman's appearance is more important than her life." Hong Wan revealed a sad expression. "Unfortunately, I was a bit late back then." The calm voice contained a trace of regret. Hong Wan is unable to repay the owner's life-saving grace. As for my appearance, a trace of sadness flashed through Hong Wan's eyes as she said, "This might be Hong Wan's fate." "Actually, it's not that there's no way." The voice from the room changed the topic and said, "The reason why the scar on your face can't heal is because the pure sword intent on the wound is difficult to disperse. I don't dare to forcefully heal it, or else it might cause your injury to worsen. However, if there's an even stronger swordsman who is willing to remove the remnant sword intent on your wound, I'm confident that I can restore your appearance." Hearing this, Hong Wan's eyes trembled. However, a moment later, the brilliance in her eyes dimmed once again as she said, "Even with the owner's ability, you're powerless. Who else in this world has such ability? Perhaps the black-clothed young man you toasted earlier can do it." On the second floor, in the guest room, the man who was trimming the flowers spoke once again. "In terms of martial arts, I'm not afraid of anyone. However, in terms of the sword, I'm inferior to him." Speaking up to here, the man looked downstairs and indifferently said, "However, the possibility of him helping you is too slim. Devils were ultimately heartless. Their current rationality was merely a reflection of their memories. This reflection could be abandoned at any time. All living beings in the world had thousands of long-cherished wishes. They prayed to gods and Buddha, but when had anyone ever heard of praying to devils?" Chapter 611. Jinsi City, Xiaoyachang. On the third day after resting for 2 days, Een Er's complexion was much rosier, much better than before. "Shopkeeper uncle, bill please." After finished her meal, she ran to the counter and took out her little brocade pouch as she said sweetly, "5 taels of silver." The shopkeeper listlessly said. Eener took out a small ingot from her pouch and handed it over. "Shopkeeper uncle, what's wrong?" "We're going bankrupt." The shopkeeper was in a terrible mood. "Oh," responded and turned to leave. The shopkeeper looked up and asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to ask why?" "Why should I ask?" A trace of doubt appeared in Eener's big eyes. "I can't help." The shopkeeper was speechless. What a strong logic. There were strange people every year, but there were especially many this year. The unpredictable floor master was already enough to give him a headache, and now there was another young man who hadn't spoken more than 10 sentences in 3 days, and a little girl who could choke people to death with her words. How could he still do business? Sister's going out to buy rouge and face powder. Are you coming?" Hong Wan gently asked as she walked down the stairs with her face still covered. "Yes." Eyes brightened as she vigorously nodded. "Wait for me." After speaking, ran to the second floor and knocked on the door of the sky room. She shouted, "Ning Chen, I'm going to buy rouge and face powder with Sister Hong Wan." With a creak, the door opened. Ning Chen looked at the little girl in front of him and asked, "Do you still have money?" "Yes." Took out her pouch and shook it. Ning Chen waved his hand and took out a small ingot and placed it in the little girl's pouch. He softly said go. Happily smiled and turned to run down. In Jinsey City, on a street that wasn't too bustling, 2 girls, one big and one small, were walking forward to buy some things that women needed. "Sister Hong Wan, why are you always wearing a veil?" asked in confusion. Hearing this, Hong Wan's expression dimmed. "It's nothing, it's just a habit." "Oh." Er's attention was attracted by the face powder stall. She responded absent-mindedly and jogged over. Hong Wan laughed at herself and suppressed the fluctuations in her heart before following him. "Boss, how much is this box of rouge?" Picked up a small mahogany box, opened it, and smelled it. "1 tael for 2 boxes," the stall owner said with a gentle expression. "So cheap." Ina was slightly surprised. Shortly after, she looked at the woman beside her and pouted. "Sister Hong Wan, look at how honest the boss is. A single room in your restaurant can buy dozens of boxes of rouge." Hong Wan revealed a helpless expression and said, "This is the price set by the pavilion master. I can't do anything about it." "Young lady, do you want some rouge?" "It's homemade, so it's definitely not harmful to your body," the stall owner said honestly. "I want 5 boxes. No, 10 boxes. Gestured with her fingers. "Give me 10 boxes too. It just so happens that the other sisters in the building can also use them," Hong Wan softly said. "All right, please wait a moment, I'll wrap it up for you." The stall owner revealed a joyful expression. Although a box of rouge didn't earn much money, the 2 young ladies wanted so much at once. It would still allow the family to live more comfortably. At this moment, the ground rumbled and trembled as a group of armored horses galloped past. The man in the lead wore a silver-white battle armor and had a heroic bearing. He was extremely extraordinary. "Move aside!" As the armored horses galloped over, the pedestrians on the street all moved aside. The stalls also hurriedly packed up and made way for them. Seeing this, and Hong Wan also hurriedly helped the stall owner pack up and retreated. However, the armored horses were too fast, and they couldn't dodge in time. Seeing that they were about to collide, a trace of anger appeared on Er's small face. Her fair and tender hand grabbed the warhorse of the man in the lead and flung it away. With a bang, the warhorse flew several meters away and collided with dozens of armored horses behind it. Instantly, both men and horses were thrown off their feet and were in a sorry state. On the warhorse, the silver-armored man jumped up and furrowed his brows. With a clap of his hand, A spear appeared in his hand, and he directly pierced it towards the little girl in front of him. A ninth-grade expert, had an extraordinary cultivation, and was much stronger than Een. Just as the spear was about to reach her, a blood-colored sword glint revolved in front of the little girl, and shook the spear away from her chest. Een. Seeing that the little girl was attacked, Hong Wan became anxious and immediately went forward to check if the former was injured. "I'm fine," Een said in a delicate voice. Just as she was about to speak, her pupils shrank. Seeing the whip swing over, the unprepared Hong Wan in front of Een was immediately hit and sent flying. The veil on her face was also shaken off. "Ah!" A cry of alarm sounded from the crowd, as if they were frightened by the sinister scar on Hong Wan's face. Hong Wan, who had fallen to the ground, coughed out a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up. However, she ignored the heavy injuries on her body and covered her face with her hands in panic. Sister Hong Wan, Een, hastily ran over and helped the former up. The silver-armored man in the lead looked at the frightening woman on the ground with disgust and said, "Attacking an official of the imperial court is an unforgivable crime. Capture both of them and throw them into the death cell." Yes. Behind him, 2 armored cavalry soldiers respectfully received the order and stepped forward to capture the 2. Een was furious and was about to resist when suddenly the atmosphere on the street stagnated. 2 figures appeared at the same time in a cool breeze and arrived in front of the crowd in a few steps. "Ning Chen, house master!" Een and Hong Wan exclaimed in surprise. "Kill them all?" Mo Xiaoai calmly asked. "Up to you." Ning Chen walked in front of Een and carefully examined her before indifferently saying, "Then let's kill them all." Mo Xiaoai moved, and a silver thread in his hand pierced through the crowd. In an instant, 17 cavalrymen were killed. There was no blood and no miserable cries. One figure after another directly fell to the ground. From beginning to end, no one had seen what had happened. On the street, the pedestrians were shocked and panicked. "Housemaster, Hong Wan has caused trouble for you." Hong Wan stood up and lowered her head to apologize. "They can't be considered trouble. Let's go back," Mo Xiaoai said with a faint smile on his face. "Okay." Hong Wan nodded. "Let's go." After the 2 left, Ning Chen looked at the little girl beside him and said, "Wait a moment." Een jogged to the rouge stall and helped the owner pick up the rouge that had scattered on the ground. Soon after, she secretly stuffed the small piece of gold in her small brocade pouch into the owner's hand and whispered a few words to him. The rouge stall owner's eyes were filled with tears as he repeatedly thanked her. Ning Chen quietly stood to the side and saw everything, but he didn't say anything. After finishing what she had to do, Een jogged back and held the hand of the person beside her with a smile. The 2 of them left, and on the street, the crowd subconsciously made way for them. No one dared to stop them. "Ning Chen, thank you for saving me," Een said happily on the way back. "You're welcome," Ning Chen replied. "Just now, there was a red light that flew out of my body. Did you leave it behind?" Een continued to ask. "Yes." Ning Chen didn't deny it and replied, "Ning Chen, can you promise me something?" Een's mood suddenly became low. "Speak," Ning Chen calmly said. "Can you not leave me alone in the future?" Een raised her head and asked nervously. Ning Chen was silent. After a long time he nodded and said yes. Only then did a smile appear onEen's face, and she tightly hugged Xiao Shou's hand. In Xiaya Chang, and when the 2 of them returned, Hong Wan had already returned to her room to apply medicine. Een jogged upstairs and said, "I'm going to see Sister Hong Wan." Ning Chen nodded and didn't say anything. In the Ming room a voice sounded, "Friend, how about we go upstairs and talk?" Hearing this, Ning Chen walked upstairs. In the Ming room, the owner of Xiaya Restaurant, who was wearing a gorgeous brocade robe, was fiddling with the flowers and plants in front of her. Seeing the former walking over, she walked to the table and calmly said, "Please." Ning Chun sat down and still didn't speak. "Brother, how should I address you?" Mo Shaoi poured 2 cups of wine and pushed 1 cup in front of the former. "Ning Chin. I'm Mo Shaoi, the owner of Xiaoyachong and restaurant. What's the matter?" Ning Chen raised his cup and went straight to the point. "I have a matter to discuss with you. Brother Ning, please state your conditions." Mo Shaoi didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "Is it related to Miss Hong Wan?" Ning Chen faintly asked. Brother Ning is really smart. The sword wound on Hong Wan's face can only be healed by a top swordsman. I'm not good with swords, so I want to ask for your help. Mo Shaoi seriously said. "Why is the owner so sure that I have the ability?" Ning Chen narrowed his eyes and asked. "Divine sense, leaving the body and devil sword fighting," Mo Shaoi slowly said. Hearing this, a dangerous glint flashed through Ning Chen's eyes. He said, "Since the owner knows that I'm a devil, why do you still want to help?" Brother Ning is a guest of Xiaoyachong, and helping you is something I should do. As for whether you're a devil or not, it doesn't seem to have much to do with me," Mo Shaoi calmly said. "Who is that person?" Ning Chen asked. Mo Shaoi, the master of Mo Planet, the strongest expert of Hong Wan star field. Mo Shaoi honestly said. "Hong Wan star field?" Ning Chen slightly frowned. "Brother Ning, there's no need to doubt it. This isn't a coincidence. Hong Wan star was once the greatest star in Hong Wan star field, but it later declined. Hong Wan came from that ancient star," Mo Shaoi explained. "And who are you?" Ning Chen coldly asked. "Someone who poses no threat to Brother Ning," Mo Shaoi replied. "I want to know if the owner's conditions are true." Ning Chen didn't ask any more questions. "Brother Ning, there's no harm in asking," Mo Shaoi replied. "I want to know the whereabouts of the Jade Lake Divine Water," Ning Chen slowly said. Hearing this, Mo Shaoi's wine cup paused for a moment before returning to normal. The Jade Lake Divine Water belonged to the Queen Mother of the West in ancient times. Mo Shaoi looked at the young man in front of him and calmly said, "Brother Ning, do you know where the Queen Mother of the West originally came from?" "I don't know." Ning Chen shook his head. "It's Hong Wan star," Mo Shaoi seriously said. Crack! The wine cup shattered. Wine spilled out of Ning Chen's hand and dripped down his palm. Things couldn't be so coincidental. If it happened once or twice, it could be explained as a coincidence. However, every time the immortal corpse patrolled, it was always inextricably linked to him. Why? Chapter 612. In the bright room, the two of them had already conversed for over an hour. The Dawn Moon brothel master seemed to know everything about the Red Lawn star field. In a short hour, Ning Chen had a rough understanding of this star field. Ning Chen thought for a long time and said, "One last thing. Is there a way to bring the dead back to life?" A strange light flashed through Mo Shaoi's eyes. He nodded slowly and said, "Maybe. Legend has it that in ancient times, the Lord of the Eastern celestial realm tried to bring a woman back to life. The Queen Mother of the West's immortal peach tree was taken away by the Lord of the Eastern celestial realm at that time." Ning Chen frowned and said, "The Eastern celestial realm? Is there more than one celestial realm?" "Yes." Mo Shaoi nodded and said, "The galaxy is so vast that even true immortals can't cross it. It's not strange that there are 4 celestial realms. However, the Eastern celestial realm is the strongest among the 4 celestial realms. At that time, the Lord of the Eastern celestial realm was the strongest person in the 4 celestial realms. No one could defeat him. Did the Lord of the Eastern celestial realm pass down the method to bring the dead back to life?" Ning Chen asked. "No." Mo Shaoi shook his head and said, "After the 4 celestial realms were destroyed, the Lord of the Eastern celestial realm disappeared. Since then, no one has seen him. The method to bring the dead back to life also disappeared. Ning Chen was silent. If that was the case, the celestial palace should be in the eastern celestial realm. However, who is that white figure with an aura comparable to the Nether King? The Lord of the Eastern Celestial Realm? Brother Ning, if you want to know more about the Celestial Realm, you can go to Mo Planet. In the Red Luan Galaxy, Lord Mo is the person closest to becoming a true immortal. Mo, Xiaowai suggested. Thank you. Ning Chen nodded. It's a fair trade. Brother Ning, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Mo Xiaowai said calmly. When? Ning Chen asked. Now. Mo Xiaowai put down the wine cup in his hand and said, Hong Wan. After about 10 breaths of time, the door creaked open, and the veiled woman walked in. She bowed respectfully and said, House Master. Hong Wan, take off your veil and let Lord Ning. Hearing this, Hong Wan's body trembled. However, she did not dare to go against the former's words and lifted the veil on her face. When the veil was lifted, a shocking scene entered their eyes. Her originally fair and beautiful face had a hideous and terrifying sword wound across it, destroying the appearance of her entire face. Her flesh and blood were exposed, causing people to be unable to help but feel their hair stand on end. Outside the room, quietly followed them and came to Ning Chen's side. When she saw Hong Wan's face, her small hands unconsciously trembled. Your swordsmanship isn't bad. Ning Chen didn't pay attention to Hong Wan's appearance and indifferently commented while looking at the sword scar. What do you think? Are you confident? Mo Xiaowai asked. 100%, Ning Chen said slowly. Brother Ning, please help me. Mo Xiaowai stood up and said. Ning Chen nodded. He stood up and waved his hand. In a dazzling azure light, Genesis Supreme appeared, and a sharp aura spread out. Swish! Genesis Supreme moved, and there was no time to react to his sword. It was so fast that it was gone in the blink of an eye. When one turned around, Genesis Supreme had withdrawn his sword and vanished. Let's go. Ning Chen called out to the little girl. Oh. Reacted and hurriedly ran after him. Clang! In the room behind them, the sound of a string resounded. A silver thread appeared in Mo Xiaowai's hand and turned into a stream of light that sealed the wound on Hong Wan's face. A light veil flew up and covered her face. Mo Xiaowai withdrew his hand and revealed a smile. All right, your appearance will be restored in 3 days. Hong Wan suppressed the excitement in her heart and said with tears in her eyes, Thank you, Tower Master. Mo Xiaowai chuckled. The word thank you is too light. In order to restore your appearance, this Tower Master was tricked out of a lot of secret information by that young Master Ning. Hong Wan, you have to work seriously in the future and earn more money to make up for today's loss. Hong Wan smiled through her tears. Hong Wan will definitely not disappoint Tower Master. In the heaven room, was lying on the tea table in boredom and fiddling with the teacup. Ning Chen, do you think Sister Hong Wan's appearance can be restored? Ning Chen was standing in front of the window, thinking about something. Hearing the little girl's question, he returned to his senses and said, Yes. How do you know? Asked in puzzlement. Tower Master Xiaoya is a businesswoman and won't do a losing business. Ning Chen calmly said. Since Mo Xiaowai had already paid the reward, it was impossible for him to work for nothing. A businesswoman would always haggle over the smallest details. Oh, replied as if she didn't understand. Since it could be cured, the rest wasn't important. Ning Chen looked at the little girl and calmly said, I'm sorry. He owed this apology. He had once promised to take good care of her. However, he still abandoned her on Locket Mountain that day. Was startled and tears flashed in her eyes. Soon after, she smiled brilliantly and said, I forgive you. You haven't seen what your master's wife looks like, right? Ning Qin turned around and looked outside the window. No. Ian shook her head in surprise. She's called Ghost Woman, the current master of the underworld. She's very beautiful and kind, kinder than all humans. When she wakes up, you'll definitely fall in love with her. Ning Chen's deep eyes flashed with the brilliance of memories as he softly said, "What's wrong with her?" Ian didn't understand. She won't wake up for now. However, Master is doing his best to wake her up. Ning Qin turned around and tried to smile, but for some reason he couldn't smile. Ian sensibly didn't continue asking. She got up and walked over to him. Her small hand held his big hand, and she softly said, "Ina will work hard with you." Within the bright guest room, Mo Xiaowai sipped his wine and sighed inside. Every devil had a past they didn't want to talk about, and this person was the most special devil he had ever seen. Even though he had lost his heart, he still worked hard to keep his promise. Let's go," said Ning Chen in the sky guest room. "Where to?" asked Diener. Mo Xing, to search for immortality, replied Ning Chen. The two of them walked out of the room hand in hand and went downstairs. They didn't say goodbye or exchange greetings. Life was just a passerby. Meeting was fate, and in the end fate would leave. In front of Xiaoye Chong, and thousands of armed guards quickly ran over. Because of the silver-armored general's death, they surrounded the restaurant. Ding! The sound of a string rang out. In the next moment, blood blossomed from the hearts of the guards blocking the path, and they fell down. A song of farewell sent off life knowing. The splendor of life was so dazzling when it faded away. The Xiaoye Tower's master used the most beautiful scene in the world to send off the guests of Xiaoye Chong, and the two figures gradually disappeared into the cold wind. In front of Xiaoye Chong, and blood dyed the ground. No one was able to stand. In the starry sky, Ning Chen didn't walk so quickly when he wasn't chasing after the immortal corpse. He brought Ian with him as he walked through the air. This was the first time Ian was enjoying the beautiful scenery of the starry sky. She let go of his hand and floated around on her own. Ning Chen calmly followed behind her. His expression didn't change at all. Ian's foundation had once been cleansed by phoenix blood. Although her cultivation was still shallow, she was still not someone an ordinary Hotian expert could compare to. "Ning Chen, hurry up!" Ian turned around and shouted. Ning Chen nodded and quickened his pace to catch up. The starry sky was boundless. One couldn't see the end of it. Walking through it was like standing on a vast ocean. It was so small that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. After walking for a while, Ian lay on Ning Chen's back and fell asleep. She became that heartless little girl again. Although the sword crafting villa in Central State wasn't the most powerful, it was hard for any other power to compare with them in terms of education. A sword crafting master who cared about the world used himself as an example to teach the future generations the word tolerance. I's kindness became the only warmth around Ning Chen. Although it couldn't melt his demon heart, life knowing had to remember his promise. The little girl's hair hung in front of her and floated in the starry sky. Ning Chen gently pushed her hair behind his back. His footsteps became steadier so that the little girl could sleep more comfortably. A black figure flashed in the starry sky and quickly flew towards the depths of the red Phoenix Star region. That day, the huge hand that covered the sky appeared from a distant star. It was so powerful that it was shocking. If it wasn't for the distance, even he wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. Master Mo, who was mentioned by the Dawn Moon Tower Master, was close to the level of a true immortal. Perhaps he could answer the question he had for a long time. As for the red Phoenix Star and the Jade Pool Divine Water, he didn't need to worry about it for the time being. Although he didn't know what happened, the Phoenix body had indeed gone to the red Phoenix Star. That sword was cruel and merciless. It didn't seem like the style of the Phoenix body, but it really appeared in front of him. He had absolute confidence in the phoenix body. Among the three bodies, the phoenix body was the most intelligent. In the heavens beyond heaven, where there were no emotional factors, the phoenix body was the most difficult to deal with. Even if he encountered an irresistible danger, the phoenix body, which was the fastest in the world, could at least protect his life. The promise of the three bodies was that even if he was trapped forever and living a life worse than death, he had to survive at all costs. Because from the time when the three bodies were one, their lives no longer belonged to one body. In this life, unless the ghost girl woke up, the life knowing had to continue on the path. Ning Chen, how far is it? Ina had woken up. She used her hair to touch his face and asked in a sweet voice. Soon, Ning Chen said softly. When we reach the Mo planet, teach me how to use the sword, Yin continued. Okay, Ning Chen nodded and replied. In the depths of the distant red Phoenix stellar region, an old man in a white robe sat cross-legged on a dhow platform on an enormous star filled with vitality. His entire body was coiled with 7 colored brilliance, and he possessed the bearing of an immortal, causing him to seem extremely extraordinary. Master Mo, the current master of the Mo planet, was the person whose cultivation was the closest to a true immortal in the entire red Phoenix star region. Under the Taoist altar, famous cultivators sat quietly and listened to Master Mo's preaching. At this moment, on the Mo planet, an illusory fate appeared. It was different from the fate possessed by the dynasties and great sections. It was hazy and difficult to distinguish. It was indescribable, and even the supreme masters on the planet couldn't see it. On the Taoist altar, Master Mo opened his eyes and looked at the unusual aura in the sky. A brilliance that no one could understand flashed in his eyes. Chapter 613. In Mo planet, Ning Chen descended with Yin-Er. The Yellow Springs divine seal sealed away all the demonic aura. In his Dantian Chi Sea, only the Phoenix Origins cyclone was left spinning. A breeze blew past, and under the fluttering black hair, there was a slightly delicate face. Deep and dark eyes, no emotions could be seen. Ning Chen chose to seal his own strength, because Mo Planet's master was the closest existence to a true immortal in Red Lawn Star Field. If he didn't do so, his identity might be exposed. The two of them walked forward, passing by one big city after another. They observed the customs and heard about everything in the world. Mo Planet valued martial arts, and martial artists could be seen everywhere. Even Xiantian experts were not rare. Of course, most of the Xiantian experts were in the 5th tribulation realm. Experts above the 3 disasters were still rare. After Ning Chen sealed his demonic aura, his cultivation dropped back to half supremacy. However, unless one was an expert above the supremacy realm, others still couldn't detect his cultivation. Little Yin-Er was only at the 7th grade natal realm. Although the streets were filled with them, there wasn't much difference. The two of them headed west, keeping a low profile and calmly. Like many other martial artists, they headed towards Mo Planet's Tao altar. Mo Mountain, EU Peak, Mortal Paradise. On a Tao altar, Mo Planet's master was preaching. He was dressed in a white robe and had a celestial aura. Below him, experts from various great inheritances and even various big planets sat quietly, listening to Mo Planet's master explain the path of cultivation. Cultivation of Qi has existed since ancient times. In the beginning of the primordial era, when the primordial era was first created, the heavens and earth were settled, and there were thousands of races. Among them, the gods, demons, ghosts, and other races that were born in the primordial era were extremely powerful. Thousands of races prostrated themselves, and humans were one of them. This situation only changed when the first batch of Qi cultivators appeared. These Qi cultivators absorbed the brilliance of the sun and moon, and absorbed the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth, constantly strengthening themselves until they could fight against gods and demons. At this point, humans were no longer food for demons and ghosts. This batch of human ancestors were called immortals by the world. The 4 great immortal realms were created in this era. The lords of the East, West, South, and North were the most powerful. Among them, the Queen Mother of the West and the Lord of the East immortal realm were the most powerful. In this era, the only goal of cultivators is to become an immortal, to soar into the sky and not be enslaved by demons. Becoming an immortal has become everyone's greatest hope. In the ancient era, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth gradually decreased, and the immortal world was sealed. The path to the immortal world also disappeared, and cultivation became extremely difficult. If people wanted to ascend to the immortal world, they had to find a new path. Therefore, during this era, people cultivated the Tao. In the ancient era, the changes in heaven and earth suddenly intensified. Gods, devils, demons, ghosts, and other powerful races disappeared almost overnight. The 4 great immortal realms also collapsed for unknown reasons. People panicked and were at a loss. They didn't know what was going on. At this point, the immortal world no longer existed, and people could no longer become immortals. During this era, cultivation was more about finding the truth, so it was also called cultivation. After the ancient era, too much time had passed. The truth of the changes in the immortal world could no longer be found. People's goal of cultivation gradually changed from immortal cultivation, Tao cultivation, and cultivation to immortality and fighting for fame and fortune. The martial arts of the mortal world and chi cultivators were no longer clearly distinguishable. People lost faith and gradually sank into fame and fortune. That's why Yama King came to the world and personally created a new realm, dividing the universe into the inner world and the outer world. Does everyone know how many realms the path of cultivation is divided into? Asked Lord Amo while looking at the people below. Below the Tao platform, the experts of the great sects looked at each other. Among them, a young man answered, "The 3 realms are the Hotian, Xiantian, and Treading immortal realms." Lord Amo nodded slightly and said, "For all living beings in the world to cultivate and comprehend the Tao, they indeed start from the Hotian Foundation establishment, go through the Xiantian baptism, and then treading immortal realms to reach the pinnacle. Everyone here is an overlord of a sect. You've overcome 5 tribulations, 3 disasters, and achieved the great perfection realm, becoming the supreme realm of the mortal world." However, at this point, Lord Amo changed the topic and continued. The reason why the supreme realm of the Xiantian Great Perfection realm has the word mortal is because the Xiantian Great Perfection realm has yet to break away from the category of mortals. 800 years of lifespan is a lifetime. On the path of cultivation, the first realm is the easiest. The second realm is several times more difficult. It requires extraordinary talent. If you want to achieve the Great Perfection realm, you have to walk your own Tao and see the origin of the world. The third realm is also the most difficult realm. You have to continue walking down your own Tao based on the foundation of the Great Perfection realm. You have to comprehend the essence of cultivation, make the great leap, and embark on the legendary path of immortal ascension, which is also known as the Treading Immortal Realm. This realm is also different from the first and second realms. The Treading Immortal Realm only has 3 minor realms: the void, the corporeal, and the true. The difference in strength between each realm is like heaven and earth. Simply put, the void realm can be found, the corporeal realm is hard to find, and the true realm is unknown. Only cultivators who have cultivated to this level can be considered to have truly embarked on the path of the strong. They can go to many forbidden places in the mortal world. At this point, Lord Amo, who had been preaching for several days, temporarily stopped and said calmly, "Everyone, do you have any other questions?" Lord Amo, a royal consecrator of a prosperous dynasty, said, "Are there only 3 realms in the path of cultivation? Is there a 4th realm in the world?" Lord Amo shook his head and said calmly, "At least, I've never seen one." "Which realm is Lord Amo in now?" Another overlord of a great sect asked. "Late-stage corporeal realm." Lord, Mo replied. Behind the experts of the various sects, Ning Chun held Er's hand and sat in an inconspicuous position. After everyone finished asking, he said, Lord Mo, can one come back to life after cultivating to the corporeal realm? Hearing this, a strange look flashed across Lord Mo's eyes, and he said, No. What about the true realm? Ning Chun asked again. Maybe, maybe not. Lord Mo did not confirm nor deny, and he explained, I've never seen a true realm expert, so I can't measure the ability of a true realm expert. With Lord Mo's ability, how many years will it take for you to cultivate to the true realm? Ning Chun continued to ask. At least 100 years. Lord Mo replied. Ning Chun fell silent and did not ask again. The path of cultivation is rugged and difficult. I hope that the things I've taught these days will be helpful to everyone. In addition, I will accept the 9th disciple today. After passing the test, he can become my disciple, Lord Mo said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd below was in an uproar. The Lord of Mo planet had not accepted a disciple for 100 years, so why would he have the heart to accept a disciple today? Everyone present knew that the lowest cultivation level of the 8 disciples that Lord Mo had accepted before was at the connate full circle realm, and there were even a few who had stepped into the immortal realm. Their talent and achievements were extremely shocking. It could be said that as long as one could become Lord Mo's disciple, it meant that they were half a step into the immortal realm. As long as the opportunity came, it was very likely that they would enter the 3rd realm of cultivation that all cultivators dreamed of. I wonder what criteria Lord Mo will use to choose a disciple. Below the platform, a grand elder of a great sect whose cultivation level had reached the peak of the connate full circle asked. The same as 100 years ago. Temperament, strength, and luck. Lord Mo replied. I will use an illusory realm to test everyone. As long as anyone can escape from the illusory realm and take 10 moves from Chi Huan, they will pass the test. The first person to pass the test will also become my 9th disciple. Of course, if no one can take more than 10 moves before sunset, it will be arranged in order. The person who can last the longest will become my disciple. When everyone heard this, they were shocked. Not to mention the illusory realm. Just Chi Huan's test alone was not something that ordinary people could pass. Chi Huan was the Lord of Mo planet's 5th disciple. His talent was unparalleled, and his strength had already stepped into the mortal realm. It was almost impossible for anyone below the mortal realm to take 10 moves from him. Chi Huan, get ready. On the platform, Lord Mo spoke. Yes, master. A young man in green walked out and respectfully bowed. Ning Chun, can you beat him? Behind the crowd, tugged the person beside her and whispered. It might be possible to undo the seal, Ning Chun said softly. Then can you take 10 moves from him now? Asked again. I'm not sure. I'll only know after I fight, Ning Chun said honestly. Fight? Asked doubtfully. Fight. Ning Chun nodded. Everyone, I'm about to start. Those who are unwilling to become my disciple can leave now. On the platform, Lord Mo stood up and flipped his palm. Multicolored light scattered from the sky and spread continuously, drawing out the evil thoughts and obsessions in everyone's hearts, turning them into inner demons that trapped their consciousness. Beside Ning Chun, whose cultivation was not yet at the Xiantian realm, was not affected by the multicolored light. Her big eyes quietly looked at the people beside her without any worry. Grandpa Sword Master had said that illusory realms were inner demons. In this world, anyone could be trapped by inner demons except for Ning Chun. That was because Ning Chun was a devil, a true devil. Devil, where did inner demons come from? Under the multicolored light, the 3 disasters, half-step venerables, and venerables' consciousness were trapped, unable to break free. After an unknown period of time, the first person finally broke free from his inner demons. However, he was defeated by Chi Huan in the 3rd move. Gradually, the second person, the third person, a total of 7 people walked out of their inner demons. However, no one passed Qi Huan's test. On the path of cultivation, the longer one walked, the more they suppressed their obsessions. Relatively speaking, it was easier for those with lower cultivation to pass the illusory realms test. Who was waiting at the side, dozed off. After a while, she fell asleep on the lap of the person beside her. Ning Chen slowly opened his eyes. There was no emotion in his eyes. He gently patted the little girl's back, not in a hurry to go up. It was true that he wanted to get close to Lord Amo, but he didn't want to stand out too much. After another hour, the 8th person stood up. It was a young man in golden battle clothes. His cultivation had already reached the mortal supremacy realm. He was extraordinarily valiant, and one could tell with a single glance that he was definitely a proud son of heaven from some great sect. Seeing the young man in golden battle clothes come up, Qi Huan's expression became more serious. He no longer held back. The fierce battle shook the mountains and the earth within 100 zhang radius. Formation runes flickered continuously, blocking the shock waves of the battle. Move after move, heaven and earth shook. Until the 8th move, the young man in golden battle clothes was defeated by the suppression of his cultivation. However, he was still the one who lasted the longest. Time passed, and the next dozen people didn't last more than 8 moves. A day's time gradually passed. The sun set in the west, and the time limit was not far away. After the experts of various sects, who had slept for several hours, finally woke up. She straightened her body in a daze and rubbed her eyes. When she saw the person beside her, she didn't react at first. A moment later, her body shook, and her face revealed a trace of disbelief. "You haven't gone up yet." "I'll go now," Ning Chen calmly replied. He stood up and walked forward step by step. Chapter 614. In front of the platform at Mo Mountain's EU Peak, Jiming walked over. Behind him, the other cultivators who had just woken up didn't look too surprised. This was already the 47th cultivator, other than the young man in gold. The others couldn't last more than 5 moves. The time limit was almost up. It was hard to change the result. "Please." Seeing the young man in front of him, Qi Huan reached out his hand and said politely, "Please." Ning Chen replied and waved his right hand. Amidst the green light, Taishar's blade appeared and slowly descended. When the divine weapon of Taoism appeared, sword will rumbled. The moment he held the sword, the expressions of all the cultivators present changed. A completely different aura was emitted from Ning Chen. After one step, the person in front of them disappeared. With a clang, the palm hit the blade of the sword. The sword chi scattered and shook violently. The power of the sword shocked everyone, but the sword suddenly changed direction. It was so fast that it was hard to distinguish. Qi Huan's expression became serious. He focused on dealing with it and used his advantage in cultivation to suppress the speed. In the blink of an eye, the attack and defense were too fast for the eyes to take in. Before he could react, 7 moves had already passed. Unwilling to let it end like this, Qi Huan shouted, and the true essence around him activated the power of heaven and earth. Endless air currents gathered and forcefully blocked the blade of the sword. The instant Lin Yan's sword was restrained. A shocking palm surged out. The might of the palm was unstoppable, not showing any mercy at all. Seeing this, Jiming let go of the sword in his hand and rushed out to avoid the palm power. Then he rushed back and grabbed the sword again. The moment Qi Huan regained his qi, he broke through the barrier of true essence. His exquisite control over his sword caused the eyes of the experts from the various sects to flicker continuously. It turned out that the sword could be so strong. When the sword was in front of him, Qi Huan regained his qi and blocked the blade with true essence again. The 9th move appeared. The palm essence condensed the power of the wind and clouds in all directions. The unavoidable move swept out again. However, Ji Ming's expression didn't change. He turned his steps, and the light of the water flickered. He quickly merged with the shadow body art and used the wind move to avoid the blade of the palm. Seeing this, Chi Huan's eyes narrowed. After the 9th move, the 10th move appeared. He didn't hold back at all. The shocking palm strike created a strange phenomenon in the void. A green lotus appeared between the heaven and earth, and the heaven and earth within 100 feet of it collapsed instantly. The formation runes flickered, and the might of the celestial trampling was undoubtedly displayed. Formless sword. Knowing his destiny and calming his mind, he concentrated his sword on a single point and cut open a path of survival amidst the raging waves. Another sword followed after the first. The sky-severing sword followed the same trajectory and separated the world-shocking palm. Ning Chen's body slid several feet away before he managed to stabilize himself. Blood spurted out of his mouth. "Thanks for letting me win." After 10 moves, Ning Chen wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and put away his sword. Chi Huan nodded. His cold expression eased a lot. He bowed politely and turned to leave. It was a shocking battle that reached the pinnacle of martial arts and the pinnacle of the sword. It was brilliant beyond compare, causing the experts from the great sects to be unable to recover from their shock for a long time. "Your name," Mo Zhu said from the platform. "Ning Chen." "From today onwards, you are my 9th personal disciple," said Mo Zhu calmly. Ning Chen bowed, not saying a word. Below the platform, the golden-clothed young man clenched his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. A vicious look flashed in his eyes, but it was well concealed. Now that Mo Zhu's 9th personal disciple had been decided, everyone congratulated him and left. Mo Zhu glanced at his 9th personal disciple. His expression didn't change much. He nodded and disappeared in a flash of multicolored light. 9th junior apprentice brother, come with me." Chi Huan walked up with a gentle expression. "Yes." Ning Chen nodded. He waved at the girl not far away and followed. "Who is this child?" asked Chi Huan in surprise. "My benefactor's descendant," said Ning Chen. Chi Huan nodded slightly and didn't ask any more questions. He continued to lead the way. Mo Mountain was like a paradise on earth. It wasn't surrounded by towering mountains. Instead, it was more like a broken mountain range with many smaller peaks around it. There were already people living in the 8 peaks around Whispering Peak. Ning Chen was brought to the 9th peak and arranged a residence. There was a dense bamboo forest on the 9th peak. In front of the bamboo forest was a house made of bamboo. It was very spacious, and it wasn't inferior to the residences of the world's nobles. 9th junior apprentice brother, Master might summon you in 2 days to teach you a cultivation method. Before that, you should rest well, said Chi Huan softly. Thank you. Ning Chen nodded. After settling the former, Chi Huan didn't stay any longer and returned to his 5th peak. Yin sat on a small stool and kicked her legs back and forth. She asked, Ning Chen, does Mo Zhu really know how to revive the dead? At the very least, he's the most likely person, said Ning Chen calmly. Oh, said Yin softly. After tidying up the room, Ning Chen walked out of the bamboo house and looked at the bamboo forest in front of the house. He thought for a moment and waved his hand. A bamboo tree flew over. Ning Chen looked it up and down and flipped it over. He formed a sword with his fingers and cut it down the middle. Then he cut off the branches and leaves on it. When Yin saw this, she curiously ran forward and stood to the side to watch. What are you doing? Asked Yin, puzzled. I'm making a sword for you, replied Ning Chen. Bamboo. Yin was surprised. Your cultivation is still low. A sword made of divine materials is too heavy and doesn't suit you, said Ning Chen as he cut the bamboo tree. Oh, replied Yin softly. She stood to the side and watched quietly. She wondered what her first sword would look like. Before long, the bamboo tree in Ning Chen's hand had been cut into the shape of a sword. There didn't seem to be anything special about it. It doesn't look good. Yin pouted unhappily. Wait. Ning Chen replied softly. His sword finger cut across his left palm. Blood immediately dripped down and dyed the entire green bamboo, sword blade red. The girl was startled. Just as she was about to say something, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. On the green bamboo sword, a red flame rose. The blood and the bamboo sword slowly fused together. The entire sword blade gradually turned from green to red. After several breaths, the flames scattered and the red sword reappeared. The exquisite sword shape didn't lose any of its sharpness. With a flash of light, the wound on Ning Chen's hand healed. He handed the red sword to the girl and calmly said, "Do you like it?" Yin took the red sword. Her big eyes were shining and she smiled like a blooming flower. She nodded and said, "I like it. No matter what happens, you can't leave this sword by your side. Do you understand?" Ning Chen reminded her. "Okay," replied Yin obediently. "I've already told you how to practice the sword. You have to work hard and persevere. You can't be lazy. There are no shortcuts in the world. It's the same for practicing the sword. Don't think about taking shortcuts. Otherwise, you'll end up hurting yourself." Ning Chen seriously taught her. "Okay." Yin nodded. "Okay, it's getting late. Rest first. Tomorrow morning, we'll start practicing the sword." Ning Chen said, "Okay." Yin replied again. She turned around and went back to her room to wash up and rest. Ning Chen stood outside the bamboo hut and looked at the other 8 peaks in the distance and the legacy peak in the center. A trace of thought flashed through his deep eyes. Master Mo's lecture had allowed him to understand many things that he didn't know before, especially the explanation of the 3 realms of the treading immortal realm, the illusory, the corporeal, and the true realms. It had given him a lot of inspiration. Among the experts of this realm he had met before, Mu Chang'e and Nu Chang were undoubtedly in the illusory realm. As for Chao Tianqi, because he had broken the Netherworld King's barrier, he had been severely injured and wasn't in his peak condition. It was difficult to determine his cultivation level. As for Xian Luo, based on the situation of the battle that day, he was at least in the early stage of the corporeal realm. Before he was sealed, he must have been even stronger. With his current strength after the seal was removed, he should be able to fight on equal footing with an early-stage illusory realm expert, like Qi Huan. If he faced an intermediate-stage illusory realm expert, he might have to pay a heavy price. However, once the divine seal of the underworld was removed, it would be difficult for his demonic aura to hide from Master Mo. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he absolutely couldn't make this choice. The moon set and the sun rose. A night passed. In the morning, Yin got up and practiced the sword. Every move was the simplest foundation. Ning Chen stood at the side and watched. When her sword deviated, he reminded her, "9th junior brother, Master has summoned you to Legacy Peak." At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in the 9th peak and entered Ning Chen's ears. When Ning Chen heard this, a faint strange light flashed in his eyes. He looked at the little girl who was practicing the sword and said, "Yin, I'm going to Legacy Peak. I'll be back soon. Continue practicing here." Yin turned around and wiped the sweat on her face. She said in a delicate voice, "Okay." After giving his instructions, Ning Chen didn't delay any longer. With a move of his feet, he turned into a ray of light and flew towards Legacy Peak. On Mo Xing platform, Master Mo, who was dressed in a white robe, sat cross-legged. Below him, 5 young men and women stood quietly. Qi Huan stood on the second seat on the right. When he saw Ning Chen walk over, he nodded slightly. "Greetings, Master." Ning Chen bowed respectfully. "Old 9, what do you want to do after joining my sect?" On the platform, Master Mo asked. "Longevity." Ning Chen lowered his head and said. Master Mo nodded and said, "I have 7 techniques and 2 scriptures. Among them, your 7 senior brothers and senior sisters have already learned 7 of them. Your eighth senior sister has also achieved some small success in the lunar scripture. Only the last scripture, the solar scripture, hasn't been cultivated by anyone yet. Are you willing to take it? Thank you, Master, for your teachings. Ning Qin replied. Only then did Master Mo reveal a gratified smile. With a wave of his hand, a rainbow-colored light fell, and an extremely complicated cultivation technique entered Ning Chen's spiritual sense. After a while, Master Mo stopped and said, "Cultivate well. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask your 5 senior brothers and sisters." "Yes," Ning Chen softly said. "You may leave." Master Mo waved his hand and said, "Yes." Ning Chen bowed again and immediately stood up to leave. "You may leave too," Master Mo calmly said. "This disciple will take his leave." The 5 young men and women bowed respectfully and left together. After the 6 of them left, Master Mo once again closed his eyes on the platform, hiding all his thoughts. After leaving Legacy Peak, Chi Huan looked at the silver-clothed woman beside him and reminded her, "Eighth junior sister, your cultivation speed has been too fast recently." The silver-clothed woman stopped and softly said, "Thank you for your reminder, 5th senior brother. I will pay attention. Your strength attribute is the opposite of 9th junior brother's. Perhaps you can ask him for help." Chi Huan suggested. The silver-clothed woman fell silent. After a long time, she softly sighed and said, "The current him is too weak. It's impossible for him to contend against the lunar energy in my body." Chi Huan's face revealed a trace of emotion as he said, "I really didn't expect that you would be the last one to enter the sect, but your cultivation speed is the fastest. Perhaps this is fate." The silver-clothed woman responded and immediately walked forward. Chapter 615. Ning Chen returned to the 9th peak of Mo Mountain. Yin-Er was still practicing her sword in front of the bamboo forest, sweat dripping down her face. Every move she made was methodical. Ning Chen stood quietly to the side, not bothering her. Not long after, 2 figures came together. One was dressed in green and had an extraordinary temperament. The other was a woman dressed in silver and had silver hair. She was so beautiful that it was hard to look at her directly. Ning Chen was no stranger to the man in green. It was Chi Huan. However, he only knew that the woman in silver was called Ling Luozhen. She was the 8th disciple of Master Mo, 9th junior brother. Chi Huan greeted him with a smile. Ling Luozhen looked at the young man in front of her, and the coldness in her eyes eased a little. She nodded in greeting. Yin-Er, who was practicing her swordsmanship, turned her head to take a curious look when Ning Chen raised his hand and knocked on her head. "Ah!" Yin-Er cried out in pain. She covered her head with her hands and pouted so hard that one could hang an oil bottle from her mouth. "Don't get distracted. Continue practicing," Ning Chen said calmly. "Fine, I'll do it." Yin-Er mumbled and continued practicing, not daring to get distracted again. Ling Luozhen noticed the red sword in the little girl's hand, and her beautiful eyes flashed with surprise. It was a blood-refined weapon. "9th junior brother, can we talk in private?" Chi Huan said softly after watching for a while. "Okay." Ning Chen nodded. He glanced at Yin-Er and walked to the other side. The 3 stopped 100 steps away. Chi Huan looked at the person in front of him and said seriously, "9th junior brother, let me give you a piece of advice. You must build your foundation step by step on the path of cultivation. Remember not to be impatient. This is especially true for the Sun Sutra that Master passed to you." Ning Chen narrowed his eyes. Chi Huan seemed to be implying something. "In a few days, Master will probably send you to the Feng Shui forbidden area to train. At that time, he will send one of the 5 of us to go with you. If possible, it's best to let your 8th senior sister go with you," Chi Huan said softly. Ning Chen looked at the silver-haired woman. He still couldn't guess what was going on. "Ninth junior brother, I owe you a favor," Ling Luozhen said softly. Ning Chen thought about it and nodded. "Can I know why?" "I can't say." Chi Huan shook his head and said, "Anyway, remember what I said to you today. I hope you never need to know the truth." After that, the two of them didn't stay any longer. They said goodbye and walked down the mountain. "Ninth junior apprentice brother, be careful of everyone in the sect, including us." Just as they were about to leave, Ling Luozhen turned and seriously warned him. Ning Chen frowned. What was going on? Chi Huan and Ling Luozhen's words were too strange. They seemed to be warning him about something, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. "Ning Chen, I'm hungry." Not far away, Yin finally couldn't take it anymore after piercing the 10th bamboo into a hornet's nest. She jogged over and said in a delicate voice. Hearing the little girl's words, Ning Chen was stunned and did not react in time. "I'm hungry," Yin called out again. Ning Chen came back to his senses. He flipped his right hand, and his phoenix vitality rose up. He was about to pass it to the little girl. "I don't want to." Yin took a step back and dodged. She pouted and said, "Grandpa Sword Master said that if I don't eat, I won't grow up." "He lied to you," Ning Chen said calmly. "Grandpa Sword Master wouldn't lie to me. I don't care. I want to eat. I want to eat." Yin hugged his arm and shook it with all her might. Ning Chen frowned again. How was he supposed to find food for this girl in this place? "Let's go to the back of the mountain." Yin dragged him towards the back of the mountain. Ning Chen didn't refuse and allowed the little girl to drag him to the back of the mountain. The path to the 9th summit was rugged and difficult to walk on. After walking for a while, Yin didn't want to walk on her own anymore. She climbed onto Ning Chen's back and refused to get down. "Yin, you've already grown up." Ning Chen said softly, "You can't be like a little girl anymore." Yin smiled innocently and hugged him tightly with her arms, refusing to get down. Perhaps it was because Yin only had one relative by her side, but after they left the inner world, she became exceptionally reliant on Ning Chen. She was just like Ning Chen when he was still young. She always had an indescribable admiration for the seniors who protected her under their wings. The reflection in the depths of Ning Chen's memories made him unwilling to continue talking about it. He carried the little girl and walked towards the back of the mountain. There was a primitive forest in the back of the mountain. There were no traces of people, and it looked very quiet. When they reached the dense forest, Yin jumped down. As she walked, she looked around curiously. The dense forest was quiet. Other than the occasional bird flying past, there were almost no other living beings in sight. The two of them walked forward. After about an hour, they heard the sound of flowing water not far away. Ning Chen walked over and looked at the small river in front of him. With a wave of his hand, he shook out a few palm-sized fish. "Go and pick up some dry wood," Ning Chen said. "Okay." Yin responded and jogged to the side to pick up the dry branches that had fallen to the ground. After a while, the dry wood was picked up. Ning Chen started a fire and placed the cleaned fish on the fire. Then he waited patiently. "After you're done eating, go down the mountain and buy some things you like to eat," Ning Chen instructed softly. "Okay." Yin nodded vigorously and replied. "Don't leave your sword," Ning Chen reminded her again. "Okay." Yin delicately replied. A quarter of an hour later, several small fishes were roasted one after another. Ning Chen passed the roasted fishes to the little girl, and then quietly watched from the side. "You're not eating?" Yin took a bite and couldn't clearly say anything. "I'm not hungry." "You can eat," said Ning Chen calmly. "Oh." Yin finished one in a few bites and picked up another one, eating it happily. "Human." The crackling sound of the bonfire was extremely clear in this quiet, ancient forest. At this moment, in the depths of the dense forest, the earth rumbled and trembled. A figure rushed out. The evil image behind him was incomparably huge, and it was extremely shocking. Ning Chen's expression sank. His figure flashed, and he condensed Yuan into a sword finger to block that figure. With a clang, his sword chi was blocked. This person had actually used his physical body to block Ning Chen's sword. In the next moment, the evil image condensed and opened its mouth, swallowing the world. Ignoring the person in front of it, it swallowed the girl. "You're asking for death." Killing intent filled Ning Chen's eyes, and a devilish aura filled his heart. Ning Chen's eyes instantly became incomparably deep. With a wave of his hand, Taisha appeared, and his sword cut through the air. With a loud bang, both sides took a few steps back. Their expressions became serious. "Human cultivator," said the man gloomily. Leave first," said Ning Chen as he glanced at the girl. "Be careful." Obediently replied, and then ran out of the forest. "Brat, are you the disciple of that old monster from Legacy Peak?" asked the man. "So what if I am? So what if I'm not?" said Ning Chen coldly. "Arrogant. Whether you are or not, you will become my meal." The man moved once more, and the evil image behind him moved with him. The powerful pressure did not seem to belong to a human. Ning Chen swung his sword to meet it. Intense rumbles continuously rang out in the forest. Fist against sword, their might shook the heavens. The 9th peak rumbled, and the trees around it collapsed one after another. At that moment, on the platform of Legacy Peak, Lord Amo opened his eyes and looked at the 9th peak. He did not say a word, but the world around him had already changed. Dark clouds tumbled in the sky above the 9th peak, and the pressure suddenly dropped. The shocking pressure immediately attracted the gazes of the 5 disciples from the other peaks. On the 5th and 8th peaks, Qi Huan and Ling Luozhen looked at the changes in the 9th peak, and a glint flashed through their eyes. Their master was even stronger than 100 years ago. On the 9th peak, the man in the middle of the battle also felt the pressure from the sky. With a cold snort, he took a step back and quickly retreated into the depths of the forest. Ning Chen sheathed his sword, and a cold light flickered in his deep eyes. He did not expect that there would be a primal chaos beast on the 9th peak. The waters of Amo clan seemed to be much deeper than he had imagined. After a moment of thought, Ning Chen collected his thoughts and walked out of the forest. In just a few moves, the dense forest had already been destroyed to the point that it was unbearable to look at. It was a complete mess everywhere. Crack! Not long after he walked, a soft sound came from under his feet. Ning Chen stopped and looked at his feet. Then he bent down and picked up the broken stone slab. He flipped over the stone slab. The words on it had been eroded by the wind and rain. However, he could still recognize them. The stone slab was a tombstone. There were 4 words carved in the middle of the tombstone: Hua Yang's tomb. However, the strange thing was that the person who had erected the tombstone at the bottom right corner was also Huayang. Ning Chen frowned. It was really strange for someone to erect a tombstone for themselves. There was only one explanation for this. This person called Huayang already knew that he was about to die when he erected the tombstone. This person called Huayang must have an extraordinary identity if he could ascend the 9th peak. He might even be the previous master of the 9th peak. Ning Chen looked around but did not find any traces of a corpse. He scanned the area with his divine sense and walked a few steps to the left. With a wave of his hand, a green light flashed and a jade pendant flew out. The jade pendant was warm and cool. The silk wrapped around the jade pendant had been eroded by time. Only the jade pendant was as smooth as before. Strange. Ning Chen murmured and looked in the direction where Hun Dun disappeared. Was it related to him? Outside the forest, was waiting anxiously. When she saw Ning Chen walk out, she heaved a sigh of relief. "Are you okay?" Ran forward and asked with concern. "I'm fine," Ning Chen said softly. "Who is he?" Ina was puzzled. He's not human. Ning Chen said seriously, he's a Hundan, a ferocious beast among ferocious beasts. He's very powerful and can devour everything. Shock flashed across Einer's face. Ferocious beast? Why was there a ferocious beast on the 9th peak? Let's go back first, Ning Chen said softly. Okay. Einer nodded and took his hand. They walked forward together. At the same time, the young man in yellow on the 3rd peak retracted his gaze. He walked to a secret room, not far away, without saying a word. He pushed open the stone door and walked in. In the dark secret chamber, the light of incense could be faintly seen. Looking through the light of the incense, one could see that there were memorial tablets, one after another. At the end of the memorial tablets, the incense in front of a memorial tablet had burned out. Under the last bit of light, the name on the tablet was eye-catching. Huayang, Chapter 616. On the 6th month of Mo Mountain's 9th peak, Ning Chen's cultivation of the Sun Sutra had reached a certain level. Spiritual qi within 100 miles surged rapidly into the demon's body. In an instant, yin and yang resonated. On the 8th peak, the supreme yin qi in Ling Luojan's body circulated on its own. It shone with a cold light and showed signs of breaking through again. Ling Luojan's expression changed. She reversed her cultivation technique and forcefully suppressed the rising aura around her. On the platform of Legacy Peak, Master Mo opened his eyes and looked at the 9th peak. A faint light flashed in his eyes. Although he was slower than the others, he did not disappoint him. Come to Legacy Peak. I have something to tell you, Master Mo said. Yes. On the various peaks, the figures respectfully accepted the order. On the 9th peak, Ning Chen also opened his eyes. His figure flashed as he rushed towards Legacy Peak. Not long after, the 6 of them arrived together and waited for orders. Old 9, it's time for you to go to the Feng Shui Forbidden Area to train. There are many dangers here. You can choose a senior brother or sister to accompany you. Master Mo said calmly on the platform. Ning Chen's eyes darkened. The other 5 also looked solemn and did not say anything. Among the 5 of them, Qi Huan saw Ling Luojan, whose slender hands had turned white, and sighed softly in his heart. This trip to the Feng Shui Forbidden Area might be 8th junior sister's last chance. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Ning Chen raised his head and looked at the silver-haired woman in front of him. He said calmly, I choose 8th senior sister. Hearing this, Mo Zhu nodded and said, Old 8, accompany Old 9 on this trip. Yes. Ling Luojan loosened her hands and stepped forward respectfully. The 2 of you can leave when you're ready. There's no need to say goodbye to me. Also, Old 3, Old 5, Old 6, and Old 7. Continue to work on entering the Western Celestial World, Master Mo said again. Yes. Qi Huan and the other 3 bowed and accepted the order. On the side, Ning Chen's eyes flashed when he heard the word Celestial World again. It disappeared in a moment, and he carefully hid it. All of you leave. Master, Mo waved his hand and said calmly, All of you leave. The 6 of them bowed respectfully and left together. Outside Legacy Peak, Ling Luojan stopped and waited for the black-robed young man behind her to walk up to her. She said softly, 9th junior brother, thank you. Ning Chen nodded and said, Senior sister Ling Luo, when are we leaving? Any time, Ling Luo replied. Then please wait for a moment, Senior sister Ling Luo. I need to return to the 9th summit first, Ning Chen said. Ling Luojan frowned and said, You want to take care of that child? Can't I? Ning Chen asked calmly. It's not that you can't, but the Feng Shui Forbidden Area is full of dangers. One more person is one more burden. Think carefully, Ling Luojan said seriously. Ning Chen was silent. After a moment, he slowly said, I promised Dean, or that I wouldn't leave her alone again. Once he finished speaking, Ning Chen did not say anything else and walked towards the 9th summit. On the 9th summit, The little girl was practicing her sword. Ning Chen walked over and pressed down on the tip of her sword. He said softly, "Let's go." "Where are we going?" Blinked her big eyes and asked. "It's a geomancy forbidden area," Ning Chen replied. "Oh." She grabbed him with her small hand and left with him. An hour later, 2 big and 1 small figure left Mo Mountain, which was surrounded by 9 summits, and headed towards an unknown place in the west. The geomancy forbidden area was one of the 4 forbidden areas of Mo Gate. Today, the twins of Mo Gate's 8th summit and 9th summit would enter the forbidden area again. The moment they stepped in, the strange and colorful scenery made them unconsciously raise their guard. Faint lights flashed in the dark surroundings from time to time, and the yin qi was oppressive. "Be careful. Anything in the geomancy forbidden area can be fatal," Ling Luozhen reminded. "Okay," Ning Chen replied softly. Red light flashed around his body and protected the little girl beside him. The spiritual qi in the forbidden area was extremely dense. Not long after they entered, Ning Chen felt the Sun Sutra cyclone in his body spin rapidly, and his power rose steadily. Ling Luozhen was the same. The lunar aura spun on its own and kept strengthening. Whoosh! Suddenly, a strange light flashed past. It was so fast that it was hard to react to. In an instant, there was a light-tearing sound, and a tear appeared on Ning Chen's right sleeve. The power of geomancy was shocking. Iner panicked. When she saw that Ning Chen was not injured, she heaved a sigh of relief. Whoosh! At this moment, another strange light flashed past at a faster speed and swept toward the little girl. With a bang, the power of geomancy crashed into the protective phoenix, Vitality. The specks of starlight scattered and disappeared. "Be careful." At this moment, Ling Luozhen, who was walking in front, changed her expression and quickly reminded him. In the depths of the geomancy forbidden area, faint lights appeared one after another. There were hundreds, thousands, and endless, and they broke through the air. At this critical moment, Ning Chen pulled and took a step forward. His body was like an illusion, and he moved quickly. Ling Luozhen also used the lunar aura. The protective genuine qi rose and blocked the power of geomancy. The dense attack lasted for a dozen breaths, and then gradually weakened. The 2 figures flashed and rushed forward. Not long after, the scene changed again. The heaven and earth rumbled, and a spring gushed out of the ground. The cold air whistled, and an ice statue rose from the ground. It was like a mountain, and it was shocking. With a boom, the statue swung its giant fist down. It was earth-shattering, and the earth kept cracking, spreading dozens of miles away. The murderous intent that followed was frightening. Ning Chen took the little girl and dodged again. However, a gust of wind whistled behind them. The cold wind turned into a black storm and came at them. Seeing this, Ling Luozhen took a step forward and pushed the statue away. Then, she gathered the lunar aura and blocked the black storm. The dangerous geomancy forbidden area showed its sharpest fangs. Danger came with every step, and it was driving them crazy. "Go and deal with that statue." The storm roared, and its power became more and more shocking. Ling Luozhen used the power of stepping celestial to block the storm and shouted. Ning Chen nodded. He turned around and jumped into the air. Taisher appeared and slashed down with his sword. The majestic sword light spanned hundreds of feet and drew a bloody line across the sky. The sword's power was shocking, and the void shattered one after another. The statue put its hands up, and with a huge tremor, its feet sank dozens of feet into the ground. One of its arms was shattered, unable to withstand the extreme sword power. Roar! The statue roared and punched out with its right fist again. The air surged as it crashed into Ning Chen. Ning Chen used Taisher to block it, but he felt a huge force and was sent flying dozens of feet away. Ling Luozhen looked back and her expression froze. With a flip of her hand, a white silk ribbon shot out and grabbed Ning Chen's body. Are you okay? Ling Luozhen asked as she pulled him back. I'm fine, Ningchen replied as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Ling Luozhen nodded. Looking at the statue and the black storm, she no longer hesitated. She opened her eyes, and they instantly turned silver. The power of stepping celestial rapidly rose, and a terrifying aura surged out. Restrained by the celestial treading force, the demonic golem's figure stopped, and so did the black storm. Ling Luozhen let out a soft cry, and her long silver hair fluttered behind her. She opened and closed her palms, and an incomparably tyrannical power swept out, instantly destroying the world. An instant later, the majestic lunar aura drowned out the statue and the black storm. The world returned to calm, and a dark scene appeared. We can't stay here for long. Let's keep going, Ling Luozhen said, and then rushed forward. Okay. Ningchen nodded and followed after him. To the side, Yin glanced at Ling Luozhen and softly asked, Ningchen, how come you can't even beat that big guy? I don't have much phoenix origin in my body. It's not easy to recover, so I'll save as much as I can, Ningchen replied. Oh, then let her fight, Yin straightforwardly replied. In the depths of the red Luan star field, tens of thousands of li away from Mo planet, an ancient planet floated. The red Luan star was one of the oldest planets in the world. It was so old that it was untraceable. The last impression people had of it was the legendary ruler of the Western celestial world, the Queen Mother of the West. The rulers of the 4 celestial worlds were all extremely powerful. Among them, the ruler of the Eastern celestial world and the Queen Mother of the West were the most powerful. In addition, the Queen Mother of the West also possessed a supreme treasure that even the other 3 rulers did not possess, the undying peach tree. Due to the existence of the Queen Mother of the West, the red Luan star had once flourished for a period of time. However, after the collapse of the 4 celestial worlds, it gradually declined and gradually disappeared from people's attention. On the huge planet, there were many great sections. Vaguely, in a secret realm that was passed down from generation to generation, it was like spring all year round, and the scenery was exceptionally beautiful. In the depths of the secret realm, there were many palaces that were majestic and solemn. They were not inferior to the palaces of the mortal world. In front of one of the palaces, a red-clothed figure had calm eyes, but there was a trace of confusion that could not be concealed. Prince Consort, the princess invites you over, a maidservant walked up and respectfully said. The red-clothed figure collected his thoughts, nodded, and stepped forward to follow. At the same time, in the palace at the center of the secret realm, a purple-clothed man stood quietly. Although his appearance was still young, his hair was already dyed white. He had an extremely terrifying aura that caused the world to tremble. Below the palace stood a beautiful woman in a long dress. Her appearance was flawless, and her temperament was noble and extraordinary. Red Luan, have you decided? The purple-clothed man on the throne asked. Yes. The woman nodded and calmly said, The phoenix is naturally noble and proud. It can't be bewitched for long. If he recovers his memory, have you thought about the consequences? The purple-clothed man continued. Since I have made this decision, I have absolute confidence, the woman replied. The purple-clothed man nodded and did not ask any more questions. He looked outside the palace and softly said, Red Luan, the Western celestial world is about to open. This time, we must retrieve the sacred object left behind by our ancestors. Hearing this, a trace of light flashed through the woman's eyes. She slowly said, I will not disappoint you. The purple-clothed man withdrew his gaze and nodded. Go, I will wait for your good news. When the sacred object returns, it will be the day of your wedding. Yes. The woman respectfully bowed and turned to leave. At this moment, in the distant Xiaoyachang and restaurant, the woman who was playing the zither suddenly trembled. The strings of the zither cut her finger, and drops of scarlet blood dripped down and dyed the zither red. The same name but different circumstances. Princess Hongwan won and lost because of Hongwan.